So now it's time to fly. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me. No you. If you scream, I'll whisper. La-di-da-di-da-da-da. This is all you ever wanted. Take it all, you deserve it. This is how we're gonna end it. La-di-da-di-da-da-da. Take it all, you deserve it. Take it all, you deserve it. Giving back the freedom you want to destroy. And my power's way too strong for you, so try. 'Cause you can't die.
Welcome back, everybody. It is time for the road to the Esports World Cup to continue. It's been a crazy weekend. It's been a crazy few weeks, but this weekend, especially the online qualifiers where people are fighting for those very, very few spots that will be going into the World Championship. The biggest StarCraft 2 tournament for the year is on the way. I am Pig, joining me as Steadfast, and we've got, of course, the Korean qualifier ahead of us, the closed portion, where we will hone in on who's going to be qualifying for those very much coveted spots. Then, of course, later in the day, there will be the European qualifiers as well. Are you pumped and ready for some good StarCraft, Dave?
I absolutely am. I mean, the whole theme of this entire weekend has been bloodbath. It has been a brawl, just totally brutal for all the players involved, and we're only going to have 2 players make it directly in. Of course, there are still one more chance to make it through that global qualifier, but you're not looking for the consolation prize. You're looking for those 2 coveted seeds directly into EWC, and this is the bracket of the players we've got here. Got a whole lot of Terrans, couple Protoss, and a solitary Zerg in the form of Rogue.
Dude, what an exciting day it is. Definitely Rogue, as you said, the solitary Zerg, a lot of hopes on his shoulders. And him and Zoun already going to be rematching from their epic match in the Open Qualifier #1. So that's very exciting. But Gumiho, Bunny, all these crazy aggressive players. Kua, the player who had one of the deeper runs that you were pointing out, we were talking before the show, in EWC last year. I mean, there are so many fantastic players, and hopes are gonna, go ahead and do well. 2 people will qualify today. 3 will get spots in the final last chance wildcard qualifier as well. But to start us off, you can see the schedule. We've got Rogue against Zoun to kick things off on this map pool.
Yeah, and I think it's going to be a really interesting match because, like you said, they did already battle it out in the very first open qualifier to make it into this closed qualifier. That was a best-of-5 qualifying match. It went the distance. In recent history, these 2 players have matched up quite well against one another. And I think you mentioned it before we started the broadcast. Rogue is a bit of a fan favorite. And if you're Artosis, he is the GOAT. So, I mean, he should be an easy lock to make it in. But honestly, all memes aside, he is one of the players that I'm looking at, and I looked at his form in Dallas, and it'd be kind of surprising if he didn't make it through, especially with all the Terrans, but it's been a tough road for him.
It really has. I think it's been really interesting to see players go from one strength in a certain matchup to weakness in another, to suddenly overcoming that, but the meta is moving so quickly right now. It's really hard to stay on top of it, and I think for Rogue, we've seen he's such a trickster, and for him, he's been hurt by the recent meta changes. The Oracle stopping a lot of his Ling Floods. Historically, you think about Rogue, the guy that made Protoss players so paranoid, where they would have to leave a probe in the wall because there'd be so many times drones would drill through the unit in the wall, Lings would flood in. That stuff doesn't work very well against the, Oracle recharge, energy recharge on the Oracle. He's also, got a lot of these mid-game tricks as well, but players have got very good at dealing with them. And as a guy who used to excel in late game, he doesn't have as much confidence in his late game right now. So he's trying to find mid-game timings, and he's been getting from strength to strength there. But Zoun, a king of glaive adept pressures, really good for taking advantage of a guy like Rogue who likes to be greedy, likes to skip roaches whenever he can. And Zoun's also just, I mean, what, for 5 years, he's been one of the most confident late game players there is. You give Zoun Tempest, you give him Storm, you give him a mothership, he will build the cannons, he'll build the batteries, and he'll slowly grind his opponent down. So I think for Zoun, you've got extreme strengths with the early glaive adept timings and with the late game. Those are your two kind of big moments where you want to excel. For Rogue, it's all about getting off a very nice, streamlined early game and using that to launch big, surprising mid-game attacks to not let Zoun get to the late game. I don't know who's going to win this. I know that they're very evenly matched right now, though.
Yeah, I think it could legitimately go either way, and I think this first game will be a good litmus test because you mentioned it a little bit there, the early game. It is so important. If Rogue can have a clean start out of the early game, that'll enable some really strong Hydra timings potentially. That'll enable him to maybe get some tricky Muta play. That'll enable some of those Queen Walk with the German Taxi, the German Autobahn. A lot of things you can do in the mid game to really stop the Protoss from getting that 4 base, 5 base, you know, mass Tempest, mass Storm, cannons, batteries, and just kind of an unbreakable setup without a slow grinding down with those lurkers, with the Nidus Worms, you know, very much a long scenario. I think it really is going to come down to who can establish, you know, more of a solid setup going into the early game. Will it be Zoun finding that early damage, or will it be Rogue with those clean openers? We're going to find out right about now.
I love the way you put that. It does come down. That opening refinements, who can get the early edges? StarCraft, a game of momentum, and one where that is so very important. Of course, no quick, simple matches. We're going to kick off with best of 5s, best of 7 in qualifying matches as well. In the bottom left side of the map, representing Vitality, it's Zoun.
And his opponent spawning up at the top left, it is Rogue for Team Falcons. And already right out the gate, very early probe. We saw this from Showtime in the first day of the EU qualifiers, basically every game he played. And we see it now from Zoun. He wanted to block even an Extractor Trick 15 hatch here. This was a very quick probe, and it will force Rogue to take that base at the early game. I think this is probably going to lead to maybe a double chrono on the Adept and trying to establish some damage early.
Yeah, we've seen quite a few players doing this, no matter the map, right? Even on the big maps, going for the block, the double chrono Adepts. It's a very different pace compared to the players who are like, hey, I'm going to skip the scout and do gas first, or maybe scout after gateway, or scout very late, and just kind of not chrono probes, purely, not chrono Adepts, but purely chronoing probes and oracles, and that's more of an economic arms race. This one, it's about disruption, it's about throwing your opponent off, and it's really going to test Rogue's execution under pressure, because I think there's a few Zergs out there who can hit a really good early game when the Protoss is just doing that ultra passive play. But in this scenario, when the Protoss is going to put at least that disruption on you, it can be difficult. And actually, I wanted to ask you, Steadfast, so it looked like he got there right at 36 seconds, right, with the block, maybe 37. That is very close to even blocking it if he builds it before Overlord, right? Like that's I'm not sure if he can block it or not. But maybe he can even on the big maps.
It's right on that cusp. It 36, I think, was the exact timer there. It is right on the cusp of blocking it. It kind of depends a little bit on how good the micro is with the drones early on. Because I know that you can get, like, it really does come down to not even a full second, but fractions of a second.
Bad worker split and your base gets blocked, right?
Exactly. And on a map like, for example, like Last Fantasy, where you only have 2 close mineral patches, that hatchery can be like 3-4 seconds later. But on most of these maps, we do have the more standard mineral array.
Well, it's going to be 6 Zerglings to start, which is kind of peculiar because it's a very high number. It's, you know, to build immediately right at the start, and another 2 even as well. So it's very safe, right? It's just like, okay, I got blocked. You're trying to disrupt me. I'm not going to leave openings. I'm going to have 2 or 4 in the main, 2 or 4 in the natural, 2 trying to do a bit of a run by to distract, which will be going in right now. And looks like those Zerglings are getting past the wall off, but only temporarily. So 1 gets in the main to see the Oracle. and the Adept also threatening on the other side. Pretty good handling by Zoun, not panicking. The worst thing you can do here is shade your Adept in and get it killed, but hey, oh, doesn't quite target the correct drones. Does get one though. I think a drone kill, a Spore trick, not the end of the world there, but the Zerglings definitely did their job of just taking the pressure away, not allowing him to get two in his face. Rogue also did a great job of not getting supply blocks during that, which is something which always, you know, crops up even in the high level play. You see players just getting so distracted in the midst of that and not quite being able to handle it. Good Stalker Oracle there to take down the Overlord, and both sides working their way upwards. Rogue's been really good on the drones, the Overlords, the Queens, the Lings. I'm really liking this opening. I feel like for the last 3 or 4 months, I've been looking at this matchup and I've been waiting for Rogue to just like get that perfect early game, because I really feel like if Rogue had perfect early games, we could start to see him look disgusting in this matchup again. When Rogue has a really good start, he just doesn't even give Protoss players a chance, and that's historically why this was such a dominant matchup for him whenever he was switched on in it back in his kind of world championship winning days. And it would be really cool to see if he could make it to another world championship, make another deep run. We all know that Rogue has the experience. He's got the deep understanding of StarCraft to maybe make that work.
Yeah, and truly is one of the fastest players out there. We are going to see this double Oracle diving in. There was no Queen at the base, so despite the Spore and that high damage output, that's still 3 drones getting picked off and no punish out of Rogue. That's kind of nice for Zoun, but I do want to point something out. It's very interesting what Rogue did with that little opener. You talked about like kind of optimizing and just getting that clean as possible early game. He really played Zoun nicely there. He only built 8 Lings instead of 10. Usually, when you build those 2 Lings on the other side of the map, you're trying to get a little bit of damage done, and you're making sure you don't take any extra damage. So you build all 8 Lings at home enough to contest 2 Adepts. But he knew Zoun was going to keep it at home, and he just kind of allowed for that. Hold that thought, though. We do have a 5 Adept double Oracle pressure coming in here. We are going to see a cancel on the Shade. There are a lot of Lings being produced right now for Rogue, but these drones are not currently mining. No target fire coming in there on the Adepts, because it looks like Zoun was trying to get that one Oracle out of harm's way. It is going to be a Shade forward coming through. This will be some damage, but ultimately it is going to be cleaned up without, I would say, any critical damage. We've already got a Hydra Den halfway done.
Yeah, Rogue's being greedy, so I think as long as you get away with that, with like, you know, maybe that's a slightly positive trade for Zoun. It's like, that's fine. Rogue's like, hey, I skipped my Roach-Torrent, I skipped my Bane Nest, I'm making 3 Overseers? Well, I think he's going all in on the 3-base Hydra Ling, right? That's purely a chain of Contaminate on the Psystorm. That's the entire plan here, is I will not let your Psystorm finish. This is a super cool all-in from Rogue. He'll take a 4th Hatchery in the top right, but the fact that he's not droning to even 66, it already spells his intent. So he's going to hit with Muscular Augments in about 1.5 minutes, so around 8 minutes, and the problem is most players have Storm finished by then. So he realizes, if I can delay Storm, that's such a big part of what Zoun relies on, and that can allow me to find victory. Oracles with the Stasis Trap on the left side. They don't know about the Hatchery in the top right. They are looking around, seeing a few Queens, seeing a lair. I don't know if they saw the Hydra Den or not. It doesn't feel like they've gotten too much vision of kind of everything that's gone on. But Storm starts, 4th Nexus on the left side. And I think the Overseer energy is pretty near perfect. Yeah, sees the Templar Archives. He's at 121. So he's just going to hang out for a few seconds, throw the Contaminate in the main, and then he's going to keep on chaining that. This is beautiful.
This is such a cool move out of Rogue. You talked about him doing these sneaky plays, these kind of big brain plays. This is a great example of one of them. It's a very simple concept. You just build extra Overseers. It's expensive, but it's really, really cool. Ooh, I'm not the biggest fan of that. He did overlap that a little bit, but it is still going to give him this huge opportunity. Oracles do get recalled home. The Hydras, though, are here in numbers. We don't... Oh, man, he really is overlapping these Contaminates a lot. Yep. But it is still going to leave him that big opening.
Yeah, he's got a big window. He just wants to make sure he gets it down. He's like, look, I want to put all my focus on the army. Let's just get those contaminates in there and shove the front. The Archon gets focused down before it can morph. The High Templar, of course, not being useful, which means it's just Stalkers. A Ling Rally in here would be so powerful. I'm wondering where the Ling Rally is. Feels like there was a little bit of a gap in production. Rogue should be able to bust through this. This contaminate just totally removes Zoun's best defensive power, and it does look like he's just got enough. So many Hydras in the orange and the red surviving. The cannon on the right side doing really well. Zoun's micro under pressure is great, but he's got very little damage output, and that pack of Hydras is really getting the work done. Definitely want to see him potentially get a little bit of a move on those. Zealots now warping in, but as the Lings rally across this map, they're very powerful. The Oracles have gone down. Storm plus energy recharge not going to be coming in time to turn this around, and Rogue with a brilliant triple Overseer blocks the Psy Storm of Zoun and shows us some of that trademark genius. Nice game one for Rogue.
That was an awesome game one. He came in with a truly defined game plan. Very simple, but very clever, little bit outside the box with the triple Overseer. Obviously a pretty big commitment. People don't realize the Overseers are pretty expensive when you stack up 3 of them. Like if you lose 3 Overseers relatively early on, that's a big investment. He had to cut his Evo chamber. It obviously means he's building a couple less Hydras, but it fully achieved its objective, and that is such a great way to set the tone in this first match.
It really is, isn't it? And I love to see it, man. This is just these little details, and it's so funny because, like, you think about over the years all the very cool, genius things Rogue has done. Like, people struggled against Mech back in 2017. He was like, guys, Hydraling Bane Swarm Host, which is something that was so outlandish at the time. And we were like, what? Does this work? And yeah, he basically showed us, yeah, you've got this like really powerful supply efficient unit, the Baneling to clear, and he held back, pushes you at the Swarm. It's like he'd figure out these things. Then he's like, 2019, he's like, guys, the Nidus Worm is the most broken mechanic Zerg has. Little did I realize 2024, 2025 comes back from the military and Rogue's like, guys, the Overseer. I never realized, but this unit is ridiculous. We've all seen him spamming Mass Changeling in the late game with like 30, 40, 50 Overseers, just getting vision everywhere, blocking his opponents, popping up 90 swarms with that. But now also doing something which I think was first popular in top-tier Premier tournaments with Raynor after living with Roddy. Roddy had hounded him about Contaminate and did a few timings back in the Void Ray meta with that back in 2021, 2022. We'll see, though. He's going to be ready for it next time. You cannot do that twice against this man. He will be very ready in the top left side. It is Vitality Zoun.
And his opponent, does he have another weapon in his bag of tricks, or is it going to be straight up play? We'll see. It is Falcons Rogue with the 1-0 lead. Do you reckon we see anything kind of outside the box again, or is this just going to be maybe a little bit more standard trickery? Maybe like Roach into Muta, or possibly Hydraling Bane. Hydraling Bane Flood off like 75 workers or something.
It's a good question, because I'm thinking like the most popular build right now is the Ravager Queen drop, Roach Ravager Ling Queen drop attack. Solar's been loving it off +1 melee. Serral's been doing it a bit. I mean, everyone's doing it, but especially Solar's been very successful with it. I don't know if I've seen Rogue do many strategies like that, and even. I feel like that's almost one area where over the past 6 months, I guess, I've been watching a lot of Rogue games, and I've been kind of wishing he'd just do one of these kind of simple all-ins. Like, Solar is such an expert at them. Even, actually, you know what? We don't see much. There is a build where you just walk your first 3 queens across the map and you just flood lings.
Yeah.
That is really cool, right? The no roach, it's literally just lings and queens. Basically saying, I'm just going to have enough anti-air to deal with your oracles, and I'm going to look to deny the third. It's not really a kill move, but you could do it off like 35, 38 drones, something like that. So you've still got a decent income behind it. And that move is shocking. Like, it's so hard for a Protoss player to deal with if they've been even a little greedy.
You know what the best map to do that one on is? And I discovered this on the ladder a little bit. There's nothing like crazy about it. It's just something that I did it and I was like, oh, this is busted. We won't see it in this map pool. It was banned out by Zoun, and it's probably going to be banned out by every Protoss player. But Last Fantasy,
oh
with
really?
those speed zones to the pocket third, those queens let me tell you, they are done with the knitting club, and they are going power walking.
Oh, that's so sick, dude. They've got those little like mini weights in their hand that the power walking, mums will wear walking around the neighborhood sometimes. Yeah, I love that. The speedy zones. I never thought about that. That's really smart. Last Fantasy, a map which we have been seeing getting vetoed a lot. Kind of a shame. Once again, 2 Lings are going to be there ready to counter. Rogue just saying, hey, look, this is a great way to distract my opponent and keep that second Adept at home. Zoun, of course, respects it. Doesn't let them inside this time, but he is going for an Oracle yet again. Now, we saw in that last game Rogue do something we've seen from Rogue about 90% of his games recently in this matchup, which is either no Roach Horn or a Roach Horn after 4 minutes 45, aka very, very late, very greedy. But the Adept gets in. Good defense for Rogue. Only loses 1 drone. Could have been worse. I think that's usually a pretty good trade as the Zerg, but he's hitting a supply block, so hopefully he corrects that in a moment. But yeah, if Rogue keeps this up, like Glaive Adepts just becomes the best strategy against him, and Zoun has done this to him. I think it was in Pigfest, they played like 5 games in a row, 4 of them were Glaive Adept timings, and they were doing exceptionally well. So this has been a big weakness of Rogue. It's something where I think he's very aware of the fact that he knows he plays greedy, and it does pressure Protosses into feeling like they need to be aggressive. Can he actually pick up on it or not, though? Because he hit a big supply block on 44. He's finally breaking out of it. He's droning hard. If he skips that safety Roach Horn, he could be in big trouble.
Yeah, and it is the very quick Twilight Council. No gases at the natural off of this, so will be that Star Glaives play. It is just going to be all single oracles, so there is a tell for Rogue to see here. It's a lot more difficult to figure this out as the Zerg when you build that second Oracle, but Zoun wants the quicker attack with this. He wants the speed of this. And there it is. There's that Roach Warren. And it is a part of the wall as well, which is going to give the opportunity for Rogue to potentially form a full wall and just keep the fight out front of his natural.
He's a really big fan as well of doing the not complete wall, where drones can still move in and out, but the Adepts can't, and the Shades can't fit through, which I always find funny because I'm just like, oh, he does it perfectly on the diagonal. It's like really technical. Most people just completely wall off and are like, no, nothing's going to get her out. But he's really elegant at how he does this. So if he can see these Adepts as they're moving out, it's a short map, remember. Pylon gives you very little time to react. He's building safety roaches, is Rogue. And this is looking pretty nice for him, in fact, because, I mean, he got a beautiful game 1. Now, sees the Adepts moving out of the base. No, he's actually finding the probes. Okay. Gets a couple probes. Good catch. I think he might sniff something going on. He's got 10 roaches building on hatchery tech, so even if he's not sniffing something aggressive, he's planning his own aggression, which will get the job done. Lings get in. He sees the Adepts moving out. This is perfect for Rogue. Rogue is all over Zoun here at the start of game 2.
Yeah, this is phenomenal. When you're going for this Glaive Adepts attack, you do not want to be worrying about microing your probes at home against Lings. This positioning from Rogue really working out for him too, minimizing the value of those probes. Meanwhile, the Adepts do shade forward. The Lings haven't cleaned up in the natural of Zoun. He wanted to focus on that first, but he needs to find mega damage with this to be even a little bit okay, and, well, he has not found it yet. Rogue is looking extremely good in this game number 2. And Zoun, I mean, I don't know how he can find additional damage here. Rogue's already set up, and it is going to be a queen walk with this.
Nice.
Oh, man, I kind of love this.
This is what I've been missing from Rogue's play over the last few months. I feel like it's the one missing piece. The fact that he's adding this in now, and he's also read the Glaive Adepts, built the Roach Horn. Like, this is perfect. This is so good because it makes him such a problem to play against. I feel like previously Rogue was maybe, a little bit too predictable. Today, Rogue is bringing out all the special tactics. This is awesome to see. The Oracle Micro for Zoun is actually fantastic there to take down the queens on the front, but nonetheless, most of his oracles do use up a lot of energy. Actually, wow, incredible hold, and 6 Adepts as well. Did he even lose? He only lost 1? He only lost 1 Oracle for all 4 queens. What in the heck? Beautiful play. Zoun here showing some hero-esque levels of defense. That was beautiful.
Yeah, that was such a hero move. I was actually just about to say that was such a hero move, adding those oracles on during all of this. You mentioned the Oracle Micro, really great, pulling those back to the shield batteries, recharging the battery. That one that was further forward, you can see at the third base, was not done yet, so we had to get to that one that was in the mineral line, and that made a huge, huge difference. For Rogue's part, he was, of course, still defending those Glaive Adept, so he didn't get the target fire he wanted on those Oracles. He could have theoretically gunned down 2 of the first 3 Oracles, and maybe this push does a crazy amount more damage. But
yeah,
doesn't end up happening that way, and yeah, now we see Zoun able to fight his way back in this game.
He's going double Forge on a tiny map. That worries me. In general, it worries me because we got Roach Hydra all in. Rogue says, okay, first plan didn't quite work out, but I had a good position leading into that. So even with that last fight going against me, I can still hit a good +1 Roach Hydra timing. And yes, Storm's going to come in, but it's going to be so delayed by that second Forge. And Zoun's not even using the second Forge, so it does feel like maybe a slight build order misstep under pressure. And definitely something where splash damage, I gotta say, is so essential against Roach Hydra. Having an armor upgrade is really nice long term. Like it's always one of those things where I think long term you want to add the extra Forge, get the upgrades. It's just when you're at this stage and it's all just about surviving the hatchery thrust, the lair tech army of Zerg. And if Zerg's not going lurkers, double upgrade's not important, which I guess is why he's probably not using the second Forge. And instead, we are seeing the Templar Archives finish, Storm starts. There is, of course, an Overseer on the map, and it's almost got the energy. Dude, if he contaminates again, this Storm is I mean, it's already nowhere near done. Roach Hydra's coming. If he does another contaminate, though, that would be sick.
It certainly would. First Aces Ward only getting a couple Roaches there. Another one just getting a single Roach, and he loses the Oracle there. There is a huge Aces Trap in the back, though. That's a really nice one. Will this be enough to buy time? I mean, we're still quite a ways away from Storm, as you mentioned. Muscular Augment's going to complete here. This time it is +1 missile on these Hydras. Fortunately for Rogue, the Roaches are kind of body blocking out the army, so there's not an opportunity to just jump on this, but it will turn into a bit of a surround.
I would have loved to see Rogue split his Hydras to the left and focus down those cannons and batteries, letting them finish in the middle of the fight there. A missed opportunity. Once they finish, they can heal. They've got armor then. And Storm's going to finish with a 160 energy Overseer. Oh, he comes in too late for it. Oh, no, it just finished. Tragic. It would have been nice. I mean, he doesn't have an attack timing now anyway. It does feel like Zoun has found a way to zone out Rogue's army and has managed to survive and pushing this now, getting the second Forge going. If he can establish a 4th Nexus, get forward on the map, that's going to be amazing. Like, it will actually be really very powerful. Hive is coming in, and it still feels like on Pylon things can quickly snowball if someone catches the other out of position, just the way the bases are spread and everything. But I've got to always favor the guy who's got Storm energy banking up against Roach Hydra.
Absolutely, yeah. It is a transition in towards that Hive tech, like you said. Lurker Den is pretty quick, and we have a fast +2 missile as well. So the Roach Hydra, if it manages to avoid those storms, if the Lurkers get their spines, you know, get the right attacks, they will truck. They will do very good damage. But those are some kind of big ifs. And like you said, it's kind of difficult to start getting aggressive with those Lurkers well, you didn't say this, but I'm saying it, until the upgrades are online.
Almost gave me credit for your great analysis there, Steadfast. I appreciate it. It is indeed very difficult to get across. Of course, Rogue has been making bank off of the Hail Mary Nidus Lurker in the back of the Protoss base for the last 8 years. He has won too many games with this. It is actually obscene, his win rate with it, but Zoun's not going to give him a chance to get going. He's going to dive in there like a crazy person on top of the Lurkers. That was crazy. Doesn't lose too much, though. He does pull out. But Roach Lurker running around, and a few Lurkers running down the ramp, a little sloppy on the right side. Zealots are there and in the main. Oh no, Rogue does not have the numbers to cover everything at once. Does split the Roaches in the main. Good quick response there, only losing 1 Queen. We'll clean those Zealots up. Top right side base, of course, will go down. Oh, Hydras do go over, try to save the day, but Hydra's very fragile. Hydra's on the front line, of course, never very good at tanking. The Lurkers are rotating, so he defends his 4 base, which is the most important. Losing the 5th is annoying, but it's nothing like losing, you know, your Hive, your tech, your 3rd base. Rogue's still got a supply advantage, and against an army that was largely Blinkstalker, you've still got an army that head-to-head wins right now. The problem is, as time goes on, Immortal count grows, Archon count grows, and oof, heaven forbid Tempests come out, because if Tempests come out and you don't even have a Spire started, it gets really nasty as the Zerg.
Yeah, you can try and use those lunging Hydras, to possibly jump on a small Tempest count, but that is not your primary method. That's something where your opponent has a small number of Tempests and you've kind of dominated the ground with your Lurkers, with your Hydras, with your Roaches, primarily with the Lurkers. We don't even have that lunge on the way yet for Rogue.
I think Zoun just missed the army there. He went right past it. Okay, he does see it now. Dangerous moment. But Zoun's still not got a big bank, and he's not maxed. So even though his army's becoming the hard counter, it's not there just yet. And I never, ever want to underestimate Rogue's ability to find a good fight. But the Zoun Zealot counters being a nuisance, they're keeping him so occupied, just keeping him distracted. I think the Prisms on the right side as well, the Zealots on the rally finding individual Hydras, it's just making it so hard for him to push. And you can see now he pushes in, but Tempests, Cannons, and lots of Side Storms, as long as the Observer gets up there, could do really well. Another big Zealot warping at home. Rogue, though, splitting his army so nicely, but a great cancel for Zoun. Both players dancing back and forth. The reactions on both sides, really well done. Cybercore does go down, but with Sidestorm and Tempest, it's only a matter of time until these Lurkers get pushed back. Zoun, though, he's left his left side open. Oh no!
This is going to be a very nice little move coming in here. We do see the Storms landing on those Lurkers as they reburrow, and that will actually take them down quite quickly. But the Lurkers on the bottom of the ramp get some big connections on the army of Zoun as it tries to rotate. Rogue with some really great multi-prong after defending the counterattack of Zoun. And now Zoun is knocked back down to 3 bases against a 5-base Zerg going up to 10 gases.
Dude, this is crazy because, yeah, it's the gas count. It's also the transition power. The worker count's not good for Rogue. This is still a very scary game, but he's got access to a lot more bases, which long-term is rather big. He does need to find a way to deal with this army. And Zoun's going to gather up, looks like a Nidus. A few Lurkers in that production could be massive. The upgrades are getting out of control. 3-2's almost done for Zerg. For Protoss, sorry. Zerg's not even got +3 yet. Roach Hydra coming forward with the Lurkers. And we have seen a noticeable lack of Corruptors or Vipers. Of course, the Spy is about to finish. And the Zealots do deal with that Nidus before it can get going. The Tempest Siege, always going to be a nuisance. I think Rogue's going to need to keep shuffling his Lurkers back. He can't just sit there and eat those Tempest shots. You need to create some movement, create a bit of a dance. And you were talking about the Hydra lunge. Unfortunately, he hasn't had the money to afford the upgrade just yet, right? That both players are kind of, this is like, it's a late game, but it's budget late game. Every unit really matters. You cannot afford to waste anything. And Zoun, he's been a lot more efficient, but he's struggling to get his bases up and keep them alive. So it still could go either way. This game is neck and neck.
It absolutely is, and you gotta mention, we're up to that Tempest Storm count now. We do see a couple of Storms landing on the top side. Those Hydras dissolving. The 3-2 upgrades for the Protoss, getting so much value. Zoun lost like almost nothing right there. Rogue, he did set up a Nidus Worm to try and give himself an escape, but it wasn't in time to let those Hydras and Roaches get out of there. Ultimately, Rogue does want to transition into the Corruptors, but he did not want to lose all those units for free. That is for damn sure.
Oh, bit of a Zealot misclick in the main for Zoun. That Nidus might come up. Does click on it. Okay. Gets there just in time. Ling run by. The Warlock never got rebuilt. Rogue's just going to run 40 Lings in. Not a bad move at all. And, you know, this game's been so much about Lurkers against Tempests. We forgot about the mobility of the most basic and most dangerous Zerg unit when it comes to harassment, the Zerglings. Tempests come forward. Oh, anytime you get in this situation, it's a problem. 7 Corruptors are out. 7 more building. 14 Corruptors will be hitting the field. Rogue, his Lurkers count's getting hammered, though. He needs more Lurkers. He's lost most of them. He's only got 7. Oh, damn. The Corruptor's eating some big storms. He needs a lot of Lurkers to deal with those Archons. Otherwise, the Corruptors cannot fight. But Zoun's making him multitask, keeping it messy. Good counterattack. I love this move for Rogue. And he's evacuating his 5th at the same time. He loses a lot of Lurkers there, but if he can get more Lurkers up and defend the next base, he's going to be doing crucial damage to the Protoss infrastructure.
That he will, but I think the amount of damage Zoun can inflict on the other side of the map is just immense. I love this Zealot run by on the bottom left. Going to be able to split up Rogue's attention. He's trying to scramble together a defensive force. Targeting down the Lurker Den is a really nice move. Zoun, it is up to him whether he wants to try and keep pushing, go back home, or recall. He will take down the Nidus network, which is a nice little move here. And with the Storms, with the Archons, these Corruptors, they really can't chase.
Dude, the Storms everywhere. Zoun's efficiency is off the charts right now. 12,000 resources, more efficient. Absolutely deadly. And we are seeing the Corruptors go for one last desperate engage, but Rogue, despite a clever start, a fantastic defense of the early Glaive Adepts, his own counter Queen Walk did not have enough oomph behind it. His follow-up Roach Hydra ran into a field of stasis traps, and Zoun manages to survive from a very, very compromised position. I mean, that was a sort of game where I felt like he could have died to the first Queen Walk. I felt like the Glaive Adepts ran into far too many Roaches to find any damage. I feel like even the Roach Hydra timing was a very scary moment in the game. But Zoun surviving that, navigating through, even like abandoning the fourth base very quickly. That's a position, how many Protoss players have we seen just go, oh, I'm going to run down this ramp and fight, and they lose their whole army to Lurkers and it's lights out. That was really good patient play for Zoun.
Yeah, and it's even more difficult to make that choice after you've gotten a bit of a bloody nose trying to go down that ramp, because then you can get yourself caught in this sunk cost fallacy where you're like, oh, I only tried to save the base. I lost, 1,000, 2,000 resources, kind of butting my head into this. I have to commit now. And it's like, no, you're just going to lose 5,000, 6,000 resources now, and you're still not going to save the base with the positioning that they have. So he just pulls back calmly. And you're right. I was thinking more so about, there was a lot of very important moments where Zoun made some really very calm decisions that like really saved his bacon in that game. One, building those extra oracles, and two, giving up that fourth base at that crucial moment. A lot of times where, like you said, he was very compromised in that game, and he really stayed patient and calm, cool, and collected, and it led him to that late game scenario where he was able to dominate.
Indeed. I feel like there's so many times we all make this decision as players, like you said, you're like, I gotta defend here, you panic, you try to fight, you lose the base and the army, and you're like, okay, probably better if I just gave up one of those, hey, and it turns out in that scenario, the Protoss player was disciplined enough to hold on, but he's got a lot of tricks up his sleeves. I've loved his opening so far. Let's see what he brings out on Tokamak. Bottom left side of the map, it's Rogue.
And his opponent looking very strong there. Not breaking. It is Vitality Zoun.
And he's going to go for the gate scout, nice and safe, but not going to try to block that base again. I think 2 games in a row, I would have actually expected Rogue to go hatchery before Overlord to ensure it gets down. But it seems like Rogue is not interested in playing that. He's basically just gone for the same 16 hatchery after, the extractor trick into 15 Overlord every game. And if it gets blocked, he takes the third. Like, Rogue's very happy to just do the same opening. He's not playing that little mind game. And some players criticize that. They say, oh, you should totally play the poker game there and look for the most efficient opening. But everybody has their own priorities in the game. And I think for Rogue, he's just really wanting this early game to be as consistent as possible, where there's like 2 branches. I either get blocked or I don't get blocked. That's it. There is no other variability. And that allows his early game to be much cleaner. Game 1 was picture perfect. Game 2, there was 1 supply block around 44. Other than that, it was nearly perfect as well. So overall, his consistency continues to improve in this matchup. And I really liked his Roach Warren timing in that last game. We'll see if that's like just an exception to the rule and he goes back to rushing Hydras, which is his favorite strategy. Or maybe even an Evo Chamber, +1 melee Lings we haven't seen yet, and that's one of his favorites.
Yeah, and it does transition nicely into that Hydraling Bane or into potentially just a straight-up Hydraling timing. We do, I feel like, predominantly more so see the +1 missile these days, or similar to what we saw in Game 1, no Evo Chamber whatsoever. But I think there's validity in pretty much all of it. Now, it's going to be really interesting to see if Zoun goes back to that Glaive Adepts in this series at all, because, I mean, Rogue handled that in game number 2, and it really did put Zoun into some trouble. And if it wasn't for some really clutch play out of him, we would likely be looking at a 2-0 lead for Rogue in this series.
I think you've got to remember when you're facing Rogue, the man is a gambler. Yes. And he's the sort of player who will absolutely take the same risk 2-3 times in a row, calling your bluff, right? Being like, yeah, you did it once. You're not going to do Glaive Adepts 2 games in a row. So I would argue, I think when you're playing against Rogue, things that don't make sense against other players actually make a lot of sense against him. But we'll, of course, see how we go. And Void Ray. Oh, okay, Void Ray. So we're going to at least deny scouting. How do you feel about Tempest openings at the moment? I found it surprising how much players struggled. Oh, we've got that adept there. Gonna do a nice reaction. I feel like that was the best micro he's done so far in this series with the kind of bouncing around the units to defend that.
Yeah, that was very nice, actually. And that's the first time we don't have even a single drone dying. Now, it wasn't a deep committal into the main, which we saw in games numbers 1 and 2. To go back to your question about the Tempest openings, I actually think they are really, really powerful overall. But right now, specifically right now on the meta, I actually don't think they are as strong because so many Zergs are going for that quick layer, that like 415, 430 layer at the latest, really. And that is what you need to deal with those Tempests. You need that quick Spire. You know, without that Spire, even 20 seconds late on the Spire, against 5 tectonic destabilizers, that's the difference between, you know, maybe losing 2 queens and a spore, or losing 6 queens, a spore, a hatchery, and then, you know, they dive another hatchery and they sack 2 or 3 Tempests and you're on 1 base.
Oracle getting 2 drones, doesn't take too much damage, not a bad run by. Void Ray, of course, denying scouting. +1 melee comes in. I do think +1 melee is one of the nicest things to have against a 2-star. Because upgraded Ling counters are just so agile, so fast. Second Stargate comes in as well. Could be carriers, could be Tempests. I personally prefer the Tempests, but I think they're both quite good. They can force big overreactions, and this is a very late lair this game, right? So no, it's going to be, you know, past 5 minutes when the lair goes down. And in general, that's going to struggle the most because, like you said, you need Spire, you need Corruptors. 5:02, lair starts up, carrier starts up at the same time. Oh. You've got to let that lair finish, 57 seconds, start a Spire, 71 seconds, assuming you've even scouted the carriers at that point. And then after that, spend another 33 seconds building Corruptors. It's a long time until Rogue can have the answer to this. You can hold it off temporarily with Queens and Spores, but you have to be really careful because once the Interceptors all get launched, we've seen like they can just shift click the Queens down. It's crazy how quickly they do the damage and how they can just dance away whenever your Queens try to focus down the carriers themselves. Also, it's actually become stronger since the noob-friendly patch where the carrier now has a higher attack priority than the Interceptors, which it makes it much weaker against Corruptors later. You can just A-move, they'll target the carriers rather than wasting time attacking the Interceptors. But when you've got Queens, you often want to hold position your Queens and your Spores and just kind of have them kill the Interceptors. But what the carriers will actually purposely drive in range and your Queens will change attacking targets to the carrier, which is actually what you don't want. And you're like, guys, no, keep shooting the Interceptors. We're never going to take down the carrier. It's so tanky. So keep your eyes on that. Zoun may use that micro where the carrier purposely comes in to distract, take a bunch of damage, and then fly away before it actually goes down. Very frustrating thing to deal with. Hydra and Infestation Fit on the way. Hydras can deal with carriers, but they are not optimal for dealing with it. Corruptors, of course, a much better unit long term, but the Hydra does attack ground as well. How do you feel about this position for Rogue, Steadfast?
I mean, this is just such a strange way of going about this. I mean, you were asking about the Tempest. As soon as I saw that second Stargate, I was like 99% sure we were going to see Tempests. So the fact that his carriers is already kind of weird. The Hydralists are not a great answer, like you said, but where they really struggle is when the air upgrades come online for those carriers and the double attacks of the Interceptors ×8 start going up against 0 armor Hydras. In this case, we don't even have +1 air started. He never went for it. By all accounts, this was a choice. He didn't want that spinning cyber core to give away that he's going for quick air. To answer your question, I really don't know how to call it. It is going to be a scout now and a very delayed Templar Archives. I think with this information and with the timing of the Hive, I'm okay with it for Rogue. But I'm just interested to see how it goes.
What's so weird, he's hidden all of his carriers. He's hidden 4 of them, building a 5th, but with no upgrades, and then going straight into mass ground. It's a purely defensive carrier build with no air upgrades, which is the opposite of what we're used to seeing. This is so bizarre. And Rogue's played so greedy into the fastest hive of 85 workers ever. He's poking with high drilling. If he can cancel this 4th, this is brilliant. I mean, this could be so huge. Oh my lord. Gets in. Carriers can overwhelm this army, and the Hydras do have to pull back. That was a good defense. He loses a sentry, doesn't lose much else there. I think that's perfectly fine there for Zoun. And if he can just figure out what's going on is the big question. Like, does he use hallucinations? He's actually going to thrust across the map. Wow. 9 more drones on the way for Rogue. Rogue, he's starting spores. He needs spores because this is a counterattack. It's crazy for Zoun to attack right now. I think it's a fake out. But yeah, you're going to need spores because you have so little that shoots up. You got 13 Hydras, 6 Queens. You're assuming this army is not going to attack you, but it does move across the map, scares you. And we does see the Mass Spore Crawler, the Spire, the Vipers. Zoun respects it, pulls back. His 4th base is coming online, and he's going to continue working to that next step. The question now is, how do you round out your perfect army, Zoun? I imagine we're going to be seeing, you know, Immortals, more Storms, a few Archons, maybe Tempest and a Mothership come out at some point, go up to 80 probes. But, you know, you've just got these carriers as a problem. I've got to imagine you want to go air upgrades at some point. The longer you go without it, the more awkward this position does look to me. But Corruptors, range upgrades for Zerg. You're going to add, I imagine, a round of Lurkers for the ground army, and then just Corruptors for the air. Problem is, with 90 Workers and 6 Queens, do you have enough supply to ever fight this army on the map? Even defending your 5th base, a conundrum right now for Rogue.
Yeah, it's a very strange scenario here. We are going to see the spores, only one of them on the low ground. I really think Rogue cannot contest this with Storm done. And in fact, Zoun is going to push up here. Nice feedback on one of those Vipers. Storm is going to be pretty decent here. The Corruptors
the Lurkers
forced back. And Rogue is just going to tap out.
He just didn't make any Lurkers. A huge mistake there. And this is something we see from Rogue specifically in late game. I know we don't have live cameras today, but I think we've all seen exactly what Rogue does every time he loses a game in that situation. I'm just saying right now, we might need a break after this game. I'm just predicting. I don't have any info. Often he needs to change a keyboard out after a game like that. We've seen Rogue punch some desks very hard after that. I'm thinking against Zest, Glittering Ashes, 2021, 2022. I'm thinking about, you know, he's like, all right, I'm doing good. We're making Broodlords, getting ready for a Broodlord timing. And the Carrier Archon just moved over the top of him before his broods were done, and we saw his keyboard levitate. So I can guarantee you Rogue is upset about that. He thought, oh, you're turtling, we're gearing up for a late game. I don't want to morph Lurkers until I'm ready. We're going to make the upgrades, the spores, we're all good. He just had nothing except Hydraling to deal with the ground army. That's way too dangerous.
Yeah, that was one of the stranger games to watch and cast because of all the like subtle little adjustments that, like you mentioned, it was a defensive carrier build. It was like really, really weird. Like, it's super weird to kind of fake your opponent out with 5 carriers. But that is a little bit what happened. He didn't invest in those air upgrades. I still think he should have. Like, it's so cheap to get that +1 air, at least eventually. But it feels like it kind of broke the brain a little bit of Rogue there. But let's see if he can keep this going, because he is on now, I guess, advancement point for Vitality. It is Zoun.
So close to going down 0-2, but he started that comeback. And now this man, who had such good momentum at the start of the series and such a greedy last game, he got away with so much. To crumble like that is absolutely tilting. Let's see if he can find a foothold and start to control his fall off this mountain. In the bottom left, he is Rogue. It's so scary when you're in this situation, Steadfast. We've been here. You talked about his brain getting broken by the weird build Zoun did. We've all experienced this. I mean, we've heard it, right? On people's streams, pro gamers as well. They're like, what is this guy doing? A lot of times the words monkey, ape, you know, idiot, moron come out. Like, you know when like you just don't understand what your opponent's build is. And if you're a bit tilted or whatever, you know, maybe from the previous game, you start to get emotional. I don't necessarily think that was what was going through Rogue's head, but I think there was confusion for sure. I think you're spot on the money. Why weren't there air upgrades? Why did the carriers not try to move across the map? Well, what do I do there? What exactly do I get going? But I think at the end of the day, what ends up happening is Rogue gets away with some amazing hive timing, and I actually would have loved to see him commit fully to like a mass Lurker Hydra Viper push while just adding Spire upgrades. Don't even go for the Corruptors, because there's no air upgrades, number one, which maybe he didn't quite factor in, maybe didn't realize that, but also it's just like, if you get a big wedge of Lurkers early, it really does outrange all of the High Templar Archon army, and you can defend very well, but you can also, if you get a good position on their base, you force them to fight into you. abducting carriers ruins them, but also just hold position Hydras, shoot down the interceptors so quickly once you've got like 25 plus Hydras against those 6 carriers. So it's kind of dicey, you know, staying in that army a bit longer, but he'd already been so greedy. I would have liked to see Rogue just have a little bit more faith in the timing that was available to him. On the other hand, we should be, of course, praising Zoun, because it was a very patient build order on a really good map for turtling on 4 base. And to turtle and make a weird army, but then just very confidently shove across the map. A lot of players would have missed that window, but he found it just right.
And it's so interesting, too, because Rogue was doing a lot of things that dealt with exactly what Zoun was doing very well. But really the only thing he was missing was some way to just zone out or kill the High Templar. Basically just to protect the Hydras, because with no air upgrades, he was going in towards 2-1 upgrades for his Hydras, which 0-0 carriers against a bunch of 2-1 Hydras are going to do very well. The Lurkers themselves, there wasn't really an answer to them if they had come out. There was no Immortals on the field. Like, it just... that felt like a real brain fart loss.
Yeah, I think you're being totally fair there. You know, sometimes people are like, oh, don't say that about the pro player, but hey, we've seen Rogue at his best when he knows exactly what's happening. He knows exactly what to do to win. That last game was not it. But we've also seen Rogue, you know, he is the highest highs, the lowest lows of any world champion, any pro gamer out there in the past. I'm hoping this is one of those highest highs where he can find a foothold in this series and scramble back to a really, really good position, because grit is what's going to be tested here. And I don't think anyone's ever doubted Rogue's strategic genius. I think Rogue has some of the best late game understanding. He has some of the best understanding of his opponent's habits, of when to gamble, where to gamble, how much to take advantages. But over his history and his career, there have been doubts about his grit because of his hot and cold performances. And when he is having a bad day, sometimes they do start to slip away from him. I am hoping that is a Rogue that is long gone. I am hoping this is the new Rogue. The Rogue, who is once again going to go for a fast +1 melee. And on ley lines, a map that he's got a lot of experience on. We'll see what he can do with that. Very quick Twilight Council. I do think that's just for Blink, because Zoun loves a quick Blink. But it could go Glaives as well.
Yeah, this one, it's going to be the 2 Oracle Blink for that very fast tech, and that will enable... you can start getting on the map with Blink Stalkers at like 6 minutes. It feels... The map feels very small, almost regardless of which map it is, once those Blink Stalkers show up as early as they can with that 2 Oracle Blink play that we're going to be seeing here. It's uncomfortable. Now, obviously, these pro players are well used to dealing with it, and that +1 melee is going to really enable an excellent response, but Zoun actually adding 2 more gates here. Will this maybe be an 8-gate Blink play? He has not yet added a Forge, and that is starting to make me wonder, are we going to see a big hero-esque kind of all-in with this?
Yeah, at the very least, he's pretty heavily committed, even if he doesn't build the gate on the front. Now, Rogue stopped to build a lot of lings, all right, 23, but now he's gone back heavy into drones. And, I mean, it's good he's got a fast 4th hatchery, but remember, you need to stop right now and pump lings, or you're screwed. He sees the Stalkers moving out, and he's got not that much supply free. He's going to start ling production again. The more lings counter, the better. The more you counter, the better here. So there's no forward warp-in point just yet. There is, of course, a pylon on the front going up, though. And it's only a matter of time until that builds up. So these lings need to keep countering. The natural is actually the best target. Third's usually a bit better defended. Zoun's doing a really good job, though, of warping in at home. He has a shield battery there, and his Blink's ready, so these Stalkers can't really get caught out.
No, they cannot. Now that Adept is really well tucked in, we are going to see the Stalkers moving forward again aggressively. I do like this play out of Zoun with some momentum, with a situation where Rogue may be a little bit frustrated with how that previous game ended.
There's a slow bane counter getting ready in the top as well, right as the fight's happening. This is really good timing by Rogue. Is Zoun going to react in time? Oh, watch out! Lots of probes will be going down. 5 probes do go down. Doesn't micro it after those first 5, but still, 5 probes going down. Zoun's pretty all in on 50 workers. Now, of course, Rogue needs to survive, though. It's all about dealing with these Stalkers. They're very deep on creep. Honestly, if he can split half the Stalkers to intercept the Blink, this could be really big. You can see that. He's got a good wrap around the Queens, and Link's doing really well. The Stalker count is starting to go down a little bit, as is the Zergling count. 1 Oracle does fall. The Stalkers are still doggedly in his face. Remember, no upgrades on those Stalkers, +1 on the Zerglings. Another stasis trap does go down, unable to set it off. These Stalkers so damaged, but they're finding so much value.
That they are. The Queens using up almost all of their transfuse energy. We did see the Hydroden actually being built at the third base of Rogue, and it is starting to add those upgrades. It is starting to add the Hydras themselves. Zoun is retaining these Stalkers so well, and the shield starting to regenerate back up. Zoun hits the critical mass. Rogue can no longer defend, and Zoun will knock Rogue down to the lower bracket.
Wow, dude, that's crazy. That's absolutely wild. Zoun did take down Rogue 3-2 in the open qualifier #1 qualifying match. He forced Rogue to play through the second qualifier. Now here in the closed qualifier, the main kind of stage essentially, knocked to the lower bracket in the first round, our lone remaining Zerg in this qualifier, as obviously we already had guys like Solar, Shin qualify through in Dallas. Rogue really wants that spot, but this is a very deep field, and it's not going to be easy after dropping that first series. Zoun has just got his number right now, and I think after the previous game, this made perfect sense. Just on a sort of picking your build level, ooh, you look a bit shaky. If you make even a few small mistakes, if you're not perfect, this sort of attack is so hard to deal with. I think going up against an opponent who's already riled up and picking that build, very wise for Zoun. He finds Rogue just droning a little bit too much, and because of that, he gets overwhelmed by the Stalker all in.
Yeah, and it's such a sharp timing, hitting without that Forge. You don't even wait for your 7th and 8th gateway to complete by the time you're going for that. You are already getting in your opponent's face so fast. And now we do see some updates on the bracket. Cure. Wow. 3-0 creator. Very nice result for him.
Yeah.
Byun able to take down Riyadh, the TVT sniper, in the mirror matchup. Then that means we will be getting into Byun versus Zoun after this one. Cure, great result for him, but he is obviously going to want more. And this TVP, what do you think of this one coming up?
Oh, I'm so excited for it. Honestly, though, Gumiho Bunny, it's a shame because we don't get to see that much TVT anymore. Kalem, silly guy off racing Protoss all the time. But yeah, I'm sure that's a barn burner. So I really, recommend everyone out there check out the other streams as well and kind of see what's going on in those matches. Of course, we don't have as much of a chance to keep on what's going on. I think Cranky Duckling's casting that one right now. But you can see the lower bracket now, Riyadh, Rogue, and then to be decided, loser of Bunny Gumiho up against Creator. So a lot of non-mirror matchups and very fun matchups as well that I think can go either way in the lower bracket. Overall, looking at this qualifier, it is just so hard to decide who's going to go through. But of course, we've got another big PVT getting ready. The players are already vetoing. We're going to play a very quick break so we can get straight into that series. Don't go anywhere. We're going to be back in just a few minutes where we continue the road to the Esports World Cup.
Welcome back, everyone. We just concluded our first series of the day. Zoun taking down Rogue 3-1 in quite impressive fashion. Bit of a brain breaker in Game 3. Into that Blink Stalker all in Game 4. Really nice, I would almost say reactive series play. Playing the momentum and riding it into that Game 4 victory. Will he be able to continue that against the next opponent in the form of Beyond?
That's what makes Zoun so dangerous. He's a player who's very good in a macro game, but he picks so many build orders before the series starts. I call him Zest 2.0 kind of jokingly a fair bit, because I think Zest was the original Protoss king of just picking a build, not really adjusting too much in the game, and just having the most hyper-optimized, well-practiced, perfected build you've ever seen. The difference is I felt like Zest always had one weakness, which was falling off in late game and not really, he wants to win early, late game at the earliest. Zoun can play late game and do every kind of stage. So I think he did that really well, hit his timing attacks, even the Glaive Adepts, the heroic defense after the failed Glaive Adept in map 2. That's like the sort of thing. Those are the games that separate the very best of the best from everybody else. And if he keeps up that level of performance, he could do that sort of stuff in PvT as well. I have no doubt that Zoun goes through from this qualifier. But Beyond is, of course, going to force that out of him, right? He's going to have to show that sort of stuff. If Beyond's on point, he is very difficult to deal with in this matchup. Fundamentals are there, his aggression's there, and he's really good at, of course, just veering his drops barely around the Protoss vision, sneaking inside your base, getting inside, using the medevac pickup drop micro. And of course, like all Terrans over the last month, we are expecting boy pools. We are expecting some all-ins at some point that hit very hard and fast, because that is what the meta seems to be very focused on in this matchup.
Yeah, I didn't really talk about it, but I was thinking about this bracket overall. Obviously, with us starting with a ZVP, it didn't come up there, but the majority of this bracket, with all of the Terrans versus Terrans, with all of the TVPs, I feel like tank positions and tank positioning is going to be the name of the game for so much of it. Now, obviously, it's more so in TVT, but in TVP, we've seen so many two-base tank pushes and so many of these Cure-esque pushes that he kind of busted out in GSL. Lots of bunker walls. Beyond's been doing that for a very long time, even though the build orders were slightly different. And there are a lot of really great tank positions, even on these maps we see here. On Pylon, for example, they've got that low ground tank position that kind of threatens and gives you a jumping off point into threatening the line third. I really think it could come down to whether Beyond is going to be able to get those tanks set up, or whether Zoun is going to be able to intercept those pushes. Of course, that's, predicated on the idea that we actually do see Beyond committing to the tank pushes, but
he just does like mind drop into standard 3-Rax Raven every game or something. We're both just what? You never know, right? I mean, I think we're both kind of looking at this, and I feel like that's every Protoss is thinking about those tank pushes right now. So maybe there's an argument that going back to what would have been, I guess, more standard play is quite viable. Interesting maps though, right? With the way the vetoes work and stuff, normally I'm expecting a standard sort of thing is like small rush map, big macro map, smaller map, bigger map, right? And then you kind of veer towards neutrality. This series is smallest to biggest in a very clear delineation, which means both players want the small maps. That's weird. Normally, Protoss wants to put a little bit more space between them and the Terran, but Zoun apparently is like, nah, I like the small maps, the medium maps at least. I would imagine still that Pylon map 1 is Beyond's map pick. It is the shortest in the pool, quite significantly. It's got some brutal bridges and kind of siege locations like you were talking about on it. So I'm thinking we might see some earlier depth pressures from Zoun, lots of chronoed units. We may even see an early proxy second gateway. A build which was gone from the meta for many years has recently occasionally popped its head back up. Not to mention, of course, 3-gate delay the tech, still a very good build order.
Yeah, there's a few ways to play that one out. Of course, the first one we saw was that 1 gas. 6 Adept, the Adept Twister, as a parting kind of...
The parting build.
Yeah, but then eventually players realized you could still build the second gas, still mine from it, and still warp in those 6 Adepts, sometimes warp in Stalkers. We saw SOS try and bring it back a little bit in GSL to varying degrees of success. If your opponent gets really aggressive into you, it can lead to you having a lot more units than they're expecting, you crushing a push, and then all of a sudden you push across the map and you get some good damage done. Are you looking at the in-game chat right now?
I only just read the in-game chat, yeah. It's so funny.
Yeah.
Sorry for that. I just was like, oh, this is classic Beyond banter, right? Zoun asked for a 3-minute break a few minutes ago and Beyond just said, shut up. And Zoun said no. Good friends having a bit of banter before the game starts.
Yeah, it's nice to see. There was a nice little thread on someone was talking about on Reddit that I saw like last night, which is a rarity. Usually you don't have nice threads on Reddit. Usually they're the opposite. But it was like, you know what my favorite thing about the pro scene is? It's seeing the pro players interact with each other. You know, beyond putting Maru in a headlock, like just the like rock paper scissors that we've seen, just all the little banter that we've seen, and that's a great example of that right there.
Heck yeah, it's so nice to see. And this fan's riding high right now after a very good win against one of the players, a lot of fan favorites, especially we're hoping would make it through. In the bottom right side, it is Vitality Zoun.
And his opponent spawning up in the top left, definitely a fan favorite here. From the Shopify Rebellion, can he get those moves? It is Micro Jackson Beyond.
Cheekbones that you could cut yourself on. This man, very handsome. In the most recent patch, he did get heavily buffed. I just saw a social post yesterday, I think it was, where he's flexing. Man's been hitting the gym. The biceps have at least doubled in size. So cool to see. Beyond's been working out a little bit. I think that's very important, especially for these players who have, you know, a lot of wrist pain, shoulder injuries, a lot of these Terrans. I've always been a big proponent of just general lifestyle health is probably the most important thing. Like basically finding relaxation in your body, not just stretching your wrists and stuff. Obviously, like there are really bad mouse habits that lead to problems, but for Beyond, it's I think always been, you know, very admittedly by himself as well, something doctors can't find a physical cause, but he gets crazy tendon inflammation in his wrists when he is playing, and it's much worse on stage or on camera. So right now, an online qualifier, no camera turned on. This should be the sort of situation where he's very dangerous, where he can perform, and it's kind of funny because, I mean, we've seen it so many times, like Beyond against Raynor playing live events on stage. You can kind of see Raynor will just try to like stress him out with the multitasking and just keep playing even if he's way behind in a game, knowing that, you know, eventually you're going to wear Beyond down when he's on camera. But off camera at home, it feels like he's got unlimited endurance.
Yeah, he is one of those tournament grinders, those weekly grinders that will play 2, sometimes 3 tournaments in a day and win one, then get top 4 in another, and then get to the finals of the third one, and do it in the way that we fell in love with Beyond, with that insane micro, you know, like juggling units, just incredible stuff. The medevac micro, the cyclone micro, all that, all those Reaper grenades that are paired up, just brilliant stuff start to finish. And like you said, with no camera on him, this could be the kind of Beyond we see today.
I love the Hallucinated Phoenix opening. Zoun's one of the best at using this. It's something we've talked about as being theoretically one of the strongest openings in the game, using that energy recharge. It does come at a cost, and something we probably haven't talked about enough over the previous months, I know I haven't at least, is you are skipping a chrono for every 100 energy, right? Which it is not free. It does cost you, if you use multiple on it, it's 2 chronos. Every chrono basically gives you a probe of production time. You know, a little more than that technically. It's like a probe in a bit, but yeah, it's pretty damn huge to be spending it on that. On the other hand, seeing exactly what a Terran does for the whole early game, very powerful, especially if you track this medevac as it tries to move out. That can be so good.
Yeah, and that's exactly what we're going to see here. The Hallucinated Phoenix, no mystery here. That first Widowmine did, of course, deny that initial Hallucinated Phoenix, got the kill on that. Not going to be able to do anything beyond that. Now, we do see Beyond getting into the main base. Will try and snipe down a probe and will get it before he loses that Reaper. So it's a full scout, sees the Twilight Council, and he gets that probe. Double mine drop into the natural will be denied. Of course, with that vision that you get, it is really difficult to sneak these mines anywhere, and I do kind of like what Beyond does. Sets a little trap behind the shrubbery. but Zoun just doesn't chase.
It's funny, I've just never heard anyone call it the shrubbery, and I'm immediately hearing Monty Python and the Holy Grail right now. Like, oh, the Knights of Knee guard that one, do they? Like, fantastic. This is cool, though. This is the... I was for a few weeks saying I think Widowmine drops a bad build, because I'd seen a lot of defenses like this. Over the last 2 weeks, we've seen Widowmine drops do so much damage. Not necessarily direct probe kills, but just like wasting so much mining time. And that's against players who aren't as methodical or as used to using the hallucinated Phoenix. And it kind of felt like this early conclusion people came to in the start of this patch that, oh yeah, this is not good on this patch. Like, Widowmine drops dead. People have been finding success with it again. But Zoun, the guy who is doggedly fantastic at using those hallucinations, I think is showing us exactly how to shut it down. Really well done on the defense.
That was very close. Those Stalkers had their blink available, and that was a very low HP medevac. They almost got the angle on that. Now, can we check the vision of Zoun in the base of Beyond? Quickly on the... Did he see...
Yeah.
Okay, he did see the activated starport. For a moment, the interference matrix was started up by Beyond to sell the cloak Banshee. It was a single cloakless Banshee, though. This is something Maru was doing at DreamHack Dallas quite a bit. Very nice little play there from Beyond to kind of maybe fool his opponent. Zoun will now see that it is going to be a tank push, and it will be a little bit faster maybe than he was expecting. Banshee actually does find some value on the other side of the map. Very worthwhile Banshee getting 5, maybe even 6 probe kills.
Oh, wow. This micro, though, on the front is so good. He gets so many Marines and even trades some hit points with the siege tanks. This is a really good beginning to the defense for Zoun. And Zoun, he's on 4 gateways with charge almost finished, so good economic damage for Beyond with the Banshee, but I think the right call for him to just turn around and go home. If he continued across this map, Zealot Immortal was going to munch on this army. It was going to smush it. And Beyond pulling back, waits for stim, shields. He's also added a 4th and 5th barrack, so he's decided 2 base or die trying, baby. I ain't gonna give room for Zoun to get too ready in the macro game. I am gonna go all in on 2 bases. A very committed style, and one which Zoun, with his 55 probes already up, Stalkers out, Storm on the way, Immortals, Sentries, and Zealots at home. It feels to me like Zoun's in an excellent position tech-wise. The numbers do not lie, and the supply count does look quite good for Beyond.
Zoun had a golden opportunity right there. The tanks were out of position. There was a relatively small amount of bio in the main. If Zoun had blinked in, he would have denied stim, almost certainly. And that would have been a huge move. But as it is, Zoun said, I don't trust this. This feels baity, I think, is what maybe Zoun was thinking, and he didn't go for it. Obviously, you don't know which tech lab is researching stim, which one's getting concussive, which one's getting combat shields. But as it is, Beyond, now pushing across the map, has the 3 initial bio upgrades in the form of that +1, the stim and the combat shields coming online. You do see the Widowmine drop setting up. Siege tanks are going to siege up soon. This looks...
High Templar.
Oh, the storm!
Get some decent storms. Prism is out, but he hasn't had time to load it up yet, which is why these High Templar are struggling to get the big money storms that they really want to get. And even though he's got a good Zealot Stalker army, is it enough to overwhelm and defend this? The Zealots are there, the Immortals, the Archon morphing. Nexus taking damage, he's got to go. If Zoun wants to keep this alive, he's got to go now, and he's going to go for it. The Nexus so dangerously low. Stalkers blink forward and take out 1 tank immediately. The 2nd tank will fall, the 3rd one soon to follow. Zealot's doing incredibly well. Remember, if a Storm kicks in the middle of this fight, you could absolutely smash any reinforcing units. Great Storm on the Marauders. Red Point Marauders trying to get out of here. He wants to hunt these down, does Zoun. Great pickups with the Stalkers to dodge Marauder attacks, and he's going to hit those Red Point Marauders. Does get a few of them. A couple do get back to safety, but remember, Beyond is all in. And if you just keep making High Templar right now, gathering more energy, making more Zealots, the Zoun, you're not on a timer. Your 3rd base is mining. Terran, on the other hand, his main base is half mined out, and he's in trouble right now. He's got to find more damage. Zoun, counter-attacking, doesn't even need to right now, but he just realizes, hey, this way I have even more room to breathe. If I'm fighting on your side of the map, I could get you in more trouble. For me, it seems unnecessarily risky against a 2-base all-in, but I just admire the confidence. And that's what I always love, is watching these guys. I'm always thinking, is this necessary? Isn't there a safer way to play? And then I remember there's a reason why these guys are the best players in the world. It's because they know exactly how to thread the needle, how to just walk that line of overconfidence just right. And that's what Zoun's done. Does he have any more storms to fall back on? Looks like no. So he's going to try to pull away. And nice pickups to save those Immortals. Oh, one of them does get picked off, but Storm to punish. Beyond's army heavily overstimmed. That army does not look healthy.
I think that was the goal of Zoun, was to force one, maybe even two more additional stims, knowing that his opponent's medevac count wasn't super high, knowing that the medevac energy wasn't super high, and it ends up being a great call out of Zoun. He is, I mean, look at this, like, these units are still just trying to get healed up, even as the medevacs are being added on. We do see a third command center has finally been added on for Beyond. Oh, it is going to be a snipe attempt on the Nexus. No, he just moves in there. Zoun is able to get these units back in position. Nice target fire on the Stalkers, getting a couple kills there, but Beyond, even as he enjoys a 20 army supply advantage, he is still in a position where he needs to find more value.
Desperate is the situation. Liberators have joined, though. And I would say Liberators are the one thing that could turn things, because there's nothing to shoot up. 2 Stalkers, 2 Archons, very few units, but with Colossus almost on the field, +2 attack on the way for Zoun, and a beautiful zoning Storm already softening this army up. The Libs, though, do get a good siege position. Zoun right now, Zealot's engaging a little bit awkwardly. He's got to go all at once, Beyond forcing a very uncomfortable fight for the Protoss player. And giving up this Nexus might be the more mature play. Right now, Zoun does not need to fight this base, but he just bled out a lot of units and still loses the base. He's got to be worried about the Doom Drop in the main. You know Beyond might think about doing that. Zealot counter doing big damage. Same time, Beyond's army, Libs try to move forward. They're getting blinked on. Archon Colossus is there. He's still got a Storm Drop coming forwards. He's looking for the target. He lands a big one on the Medevacs and the Marauders. And Widowmine starting to clear that Protoss army. He's blinking back. There is a Prism nearby, but the Immortal and the Colossus stand strong. And damn, I am impressed that Beyond made this game as close as he did. It really did look like a desperate position for Beyond to be in, but he still made it hectic for Zoun. Zoun, of course, his 5th base will finish, which will inadvertently replace his 4th base. His +2 will come in, his Colossus count grows, extended thermal lance is there. Beyond knows the 2nd or 3rd wave of 2 base all-in has failed, and as a result, will throw in the towel. Too good on the early defense for Zoun, and hats off to him. That bad sheet came in. How many times do we see a shaky Protoss player panic and mess up their multitasking? Not Zoun. His Stalkers on the front picked off about 8 Marines and almost took down a siege tank. That was really good multitasking.
Yeah, that was some pretty clutch play out of Zoun. Not only was he able to snipe down those Marines as they were crossing the map and prevent a really dangerous siege position before that stim got set up, he also was able to save that Nexus not once but twice when it was really deep in the red, very low on HP. Picked his first attack timing where he fought over that 3rd base brilliantly, just got back in position, and of course used that shield battery to heal up the shield as well. The 2nd time, just overall excellent stuff from Zoun, and he is really on point today.
He's looking very, very, very good. You know, it's kind of funny because we are here already getting into the meat and potatoes of the 2nd round. 1st round between Gumiho and Bunny still going on. I see those guys are 22 minutes into game over on the Cranky Duckling stream as well. So, dude, we've got crazy TBTs going on at the same time as this. This is so exciting. It's such a good bracket. You know, it's been a good couple days of StarCraft, but it's really here in the final closed Korean qualifier where you're just looking at the depth of the oldest StarCraft region, the region that really showed the rest of the world how to play real-time strategy games competitively. These guys are so good, and the series is just getting started. In the top right side of the map, he started out highly aggressive, couldn't quite find the damage. We'll see what he brings out in map 2. It's Shopify Rebellion's Beyond.
And his opponent spawning down in the bottom left for Vitality. With a great defense, it is Zoun.
I love Zoun's play. I think what's really cool is he prioritizes blocking, Terran scouting more than most Protoss players, loves his wall-offs on the high ground, and he also loves prioritizing his own scouting. Here's a gas first for Beyond. Beyond does this every single time on this map. Beyond's eBay block rate on ley lines is absurdly high. He does this at such a high percentage, and I think Zoun's predicting it, but it's kind of a later eBay block. But no, he's staying on the low ground anyway. Zoun just knows. He's done his homework. Beyond has been a bit too predictable with doing this on this map.
Yeah, and this is really interesting right now out of, actually a couple interesting things right here. Beyond utilizing his opponent's pylon to try and get the SCV hidden and kind of keep it safe. Unfortunately for him, there was still an area where the 0.2, no longer 0.1 range probes workers was still able to hit it. But also that double gas opener from Zoun, definitely anticipating this. I think we're probably going to see that extra early sentry. This is something that I've seen Hero doing a lot of on this patch, especially when the energy recharge hallucination was very new. We saw Hero doing this in a lot of his games. I don't think I've seen it in the last few weeks as much from him. Zoun, though, maybe picking that build up here. We'll see. It could still be something like a Stargate, but I do expect we'll see an early sentry pretty soon.
Yeah, I think Zoun was actually the inventor of it. I think Hero copied it from him. I could be wrong. You never know, right? On the ladder and bouncing around, and these players no doubt put their heads together. But what I love about Zoun is sometimes he'll go Stargate. Sometimes he'll just play a blink opening off this, but you think it's something else. And other times you see a sentry, you see a stalker, you think, okay, it's got to be Twilight, and he goes Phoenix anyway because he's got so much gas banked up. So it's very hard to pick what he's going to do off this, and it just forces the Terran to either play a very middle of the road build, which Terran hate doing. Terran like to have sharp edges. They like timing attacks. They like to get in there and catch the Protoss off guard. But yeah, it kind of forces you to play a blind game, and Clem specifically really struggled against this. We spoke to him when he first played against it a month or two ago, and Clem was saying, yeah, Zoun's a friggin' pain to play against, man. He's a nightmare because you have to gamble against him. He forces you to guess what's happening. You never have all the information. You never get to know what's on his cards, and it's just more annoying. Where other Protoss players are a little easier to read. Question: is it Phoenix or Oracle? I think it's got to be Phoenix here to try and shut down a drop pressure, but I guess we'll see.
I mean, at this point, he could actually make that choice depending on what he sees on the starport. If he sees a unit being produced, he could go Phoenix. And technically speaking, he does go for the Phoenix first, but he could have waited just a little bit. We are going to be seeing that Phoenix coming out. This is very nice on paper for Zoun. If it ends up being that mine drop again, and you have 2-3 Phoenixes ready to greet that, oh boy, that is going to be a nightmarish start for Beyond.
Yeah, you want to get out of there immediately. I mean, it is going to be mostly a Marine drop, so 6 Marines in a mine I think is better because you can unload and defend from the Phoenix. But it depends how quickly, because Zoun sees it coming, he can gather his ground units as well. And if the ground units and the Phoenix are together, well, good luck escaping that. This is going to be very hard. We'll see if Beyond can salvage this position. And oh, notice if he can go out front with his Stalkers, he can also force him to boost into the Phoenix, thinking he's avoiding the actual army. So that's kind of cute. Stalker Sentry, though, a bit out of position. And the Phoenix are on the edge. There's a lot of dead space here. Stalker Sentry's already on the low ground. He's so confident in Zoun. Oh, but look at that! Immediate response from Beyond. He's going to be able to start unloading. The ground unit's trying to come in. Reaper is going to join, but it does get taken down very quickly. Marines and Widowmine's trying to fight. Widowmine does get grounded. One Marine has gone down. And look at that. Oh, hallucinating the probes. Does lose all of them to it. But you know what? Really great usage by Zoun to set off the Widowmine. Phoenix going to try and hunt down this drop. It's very damaged. Could pick off 1 or 2 more Marines, but the orange hit point Phoenix is very damaged. And he says, you know what? I'll let the Marines survive. The Medevac's the more important target, takes it down. Unfortunately for Zoun, he's so busy with this, he doesn't know about the tank, the Marines, the Raven moving out right now. There's a Cyclone behind it. How much does Beyond move out? Is it just an ambush on the Phoenix, or is he actually committing to a move out? A third command center behind it tells us that Beyond is definitely not committing all in, but he'd love to give off that impression.
This is very interesting out of Beyond. It is 2 barracks into a 3rd CC. We never see that. We see that 3rd barrack starting up now, but it's almost always 1-1-1 into 3 CC, or that 3 racks, and then eventually a 3rd CC, a little bit further from now. But then it's going to be double engineering bay. So what this will empower for Beyond is going to be a very fast stim, but still a really infrastructure economically focused play out of Beyond. Not as much as, a 1 racks 3 CC, no tech type of thing, or just maybe a siege tank 3rd CC. But this is still a really interesting little setup out of Beyond.
And Zoun here is going non-stop probes on the 3rd, which is now up. 6 Gate Zealot, no Forge. Templar Archives goes down as well. I think he really would love Beyond to move out and get ambushed. He does see the 3rd command center, so he's got the info. And I think at this point, you got to go Forge as Zoun. It's already very late. I do think armor would be exceptionally nice as a first upgrade, but I know that Zoun has never made armor first in his entire life. He hates it. He likes having attack upgrades, which sets him up better for the Colossus transition. And it's interesting, though, because, yeah, I mean, if you see a third CC, you can't expect Terran to move out, but you never know. Terran players don't like sitting at home. Beyond, it's an unnatural state for him. Even when he's playing greedy, he still often will want to unsiege and kind of roam the map. That'll give you a good opportunity to ambush him with charge, Zealots, High Templar, and a Robo coming in, of course. Prism is going to make the High Templar way more effective.
I really like where Beyond has put these engineering bays. If Zoun were to be able to scout the double Engie bay, I feel like we would almost certainly have seen a double Forge in response out of Zoun. As it is, though, he doesn't manage to get far enough into the natural to see that. Oh, and that missile turret plus the Marines able to snipe down the Phoenix. That is a big pickoff for Beyond. And yeah, once again, infrastructure-wise, I really, really like this setup for Beyond going into the mid-game. Will he be able to follow it up with anything? Because he is going to need to identify the Templar archives and get some ghosts out if he wants to have any kind of effective push, I feel.
2 more gateways on the way, so it's going to be 4 base, 8 gate. Blink coming in as well. Storm is, of course, finished with 4 High Templar out. And I'm so curious to see where this goes in the next few minutes, because Beyond's, by all means, getting away with his 3cc aggression. But Zoun's 3cc greed, I should say, but Zoun is had room to breathe. And normally a Protoss player with room to breathe is very frightening. But we don't really see a lot of pylons around the edges spotting for drops. We don't really see that many like observers for map vision. Yeah, there's cannon battery coming down. There is a Robo Bay transition on the way. I mean, there's definitely a timer where like Beyond does need to get active, I would say, before Colossus is added into this army. But we're going to see a bigger macro game than we did in game 1, that's for sure. And range libs, we saw in very few series recently. It's one of those things which I think if we see Gumiho later today in TVP, we might see a 3-base lib range rush, because it's just so underutilized that it will catch players off guard. Unlikely for Beyond to rush in that direction. More of going to be a Ghost Bio Viking composition. And Second Forge finally goes down for Zoun, but he's pretty far behind on the ups.
Yeah, this is actually kind of massive right now. If Beyond hits a 2-2 timing with a significant number of ghosts, doesn't even have to be crazy. It doesn't have to be like 10 ghosts, like 5-6 ghosts. That's going to be very difficult for Zoun to deal with. Now, Zoun is going for the double Robo Colossus. You mentioned that, and he does have that second Forge coming online. 2-1 upgrades now getting fired up. But there is still going to be a timing that Beyond will have with this setup, where he's going to have a 3-upgrade advantage. And even if you have like 4 Colossus against a very small Viking count, if your opponent gets a decent concave with those upgrades, a good number of medevacs, and lands the EMPs, the Protoss player is going to have a nightmare dealing with this. Really nice Observer on Siege, by the way, coming out of Zoun here. Getting both of them
map
away.
Control. Yeah, good map control for Beyond. It doesn't feel like he's going, right? He's just clearing up the observers, roaming, sharking around. He's waiting for upgrades. I think at the very least 2-2's got to be done before he forces a fight. And he's got the second starport, the 3 more barracks, 4th command center coming up. Beyond has got a lot of good things going for him in this game, but Zoun, he's got a Colossus out, 2 more building. When you talked about it before, 3 Colossus, 2-1, extended thermal lance. That's what Zoun's waiting for. Beyond, if he forced a fight right now, might have been able to like take him down with raw numbers, but you've got Storm and now 3 Colossus. I don't think there's that big of a window. It feels more like Beyond's going to be turtling for the next few minutes. I love that he's built turrets everywhere to stop prisms flying in the edges, and the second starport coming in not a moment too soon. 3-3 upgrades as well, started up. Beyond's going to just turtle it up and survive, and we're going to find out in a patient game like this who is more experienced. My instincts say Zoun, but we might find out that Beyond's been putting some practice into his late game.
I mean, I've always felt that Beyond's control is, second to none. We do see a lot of Zealots getting caught here on the right side. There's no planetary, meanwhile, on the top base. Zoun gonna push in here, does land some huge storms out of the Prism. Very nice. Anti-armor missile not hitting the meat and potatoes, mostly hitting those Colossus in the back. And Zoun will back away. Ultimately, it ends up being, I don't know. I mean, Beyond actually killed a lot, apparently, thanks to...
There's all the Zealots in the bottom right side, right? Yeah. So far, no big commitment. I wonder if Zoun goes Dark Templar to finish this game off, because it feels to me like he's starting to get rich. He doesn't have a crazy gas count yet, but as he's getting to max 3-2 upgrade startup, you could start doing the big Blink Dark Templar counter attacks. Some people like to go Mothership Tempest. I think that's a little dangerous, but I very much think as a Protoss player, you want to do something before Lib Range kicks in, and +2's on the way. Fusion Core started. 13 and a half, 14 minutes is going to be a scary moment in this game when those libs start to be building up. Zoun, very active. Beyond way out on the map right now. Oh, he's going to catch Colossus in the open.
That is a huge jump right there. High Templar trying to save the Colossi. One of them going down very quickly. Beyond runs straight through the storm. Recall going to try and save these Colossi. Will be able to get one of them out of there. Zoun just needs to turn tail and run with the rest of his units. Beyond getting a great jump. Zoun does manage the situation about as well as you could, but it's still some expensive losses. Zoun is transitioning into the double Robo Disruptor behind this, but as it stands right now, if Beyond hits that 3-3 timing, I talked about the 2-2 timing, he didn't find anything with it, but that 3-3 timing is an even bigger window for him, and Zoun would have a difficult time dealing with that.
He is dangerously deep on the Protoss side of the map with an army that does not look fully complete. That is not a maxed out army. I know it's pretty well equipped. 3-3's almost here. It's good to chip away, but he's got to be careful just beyond about overcommitting this deep in enemy territory. Oh, friendly fire disruptor does take out 2 of his own zealots, and only 1 High Templar in the mix. The Zealot Stalker, Disruptor, Colossus still with. There's 1 flanking Templar in the north. Flanking Templar in the north. Oh, it's going to come and get it, land the storms.
There was some pretty decent storms. They didn't catch the entire army, but it's enough to allow for a little bit of a continuous push. The army of Zoun is very aggressively chasing Beyond. It does have a 3 upgrade advantage right now, but he might not feel like he can hold this push position at the moment. The Vikings are going to be able to push that Colossus back. There was a Liberator there that kind of stabilized the position for Beyond. Zoun, without those storms, I do not think he could be doing this right now, but he is now going to drive Beyond all the way back. Disruptor connecting on a couple Marauders. That's a nice little pickoff.
Yeah, we really should be seeing High Templar rallying across this map. There is one coming forward that the energy recharge. Disruptors are going to land. Oh, pretty decent disruptor shots. SCV's being pulled off the line as well. He's got tanks and libs behind this. I don't think Beyond needs to keep forcing it, but he needs that lib range. And this is an upgrade as well as Caduceus Reactor that pretty much every Terran is just ignoring because they don't get to such a slow late game very often. And it's so important, even in these situations where you're a bit low on economy. High Templar have rejoined on the front. We've seen, of course, in the late game, a lot of players forget about the High Templar because they're not as good in your army because they get EMP'd. But when they come in flanking from behind to either stop the Terran counterattack or to flank him when he's trying to retreat, the High Templar are a god tier unit. They are so fantastically powerful. 4 Disruptors are now up with 1 Colossus, 33 Zealots with 3-2 upgrades. No +3 armor started. Definitely something Zoun will need to add. He's going for Plasma Shields right now. Libs will siege up. Gonna blink forward. Crazy blink into the Libs there. Zoun showing some confidence, but maybe a little bit crazy as a big storm does push Beyond back. Beyond's got to be careful about chasing. I think when Beyond's holding like this, I actually think splitting a double drop or just a pack of bio to move across the left of the map might be the way to do it. Maybe flank around, but Zoun's just going to try and take him out. The units are overstimmed. The libs aren't all sieged in the right direction. They are getting taken down. Zoun throwing away a lot of units, but he's breaking Beyond's position temporarily. Beyond cannot get a 5th base up. Meanwhile, Protoss solidly on 5-6 bases, mining a fair bit here. The Zealot Stalker train not going to stop. Zoun is down on supply, yet bullying the Terran. This is some absolutely ballsy play, literally and figuratively, but Beyond is holding on for now. Still 4,000 resources ahead in the units lost. Lib range coming in. Ship weapons +1 has finished. +3 ship weapons on the way as well. More libs coming in. If he can survive for just another minute. Zoun is down in army supply. It's just that the army is like rallying out of the buildings and not all together. Also, a lot of it's in medevacs that are necessary but don't necessarily help. In that exact moment, the storm does take down some medevacs. At the end of this, as the dust settles, Zoun has more of the map, but he doesn't have a big bank. He's down in supply, and he's going for the most expensive late game transition. His position is so fragile. If Beyond sieges a few libs on his bases or gets a drop into a mineral line, this could crumble. This is a house of cards for Zoun. And even though it looks good for him in terms of the fact that he's kept Beyond away from a fit, he's got all the tech and upgrades, it's just that bank and that supply count cannot be ignored. Zoun simply plays on a lower worker count than most Protoss players. This is really dangerous. Beyond might just survive and bring this back.
Yeah, and usually at this point, we see the Protoss on 7 to 8 bases. We are going to see Disruptor starting to push into the Terran army. One of them does connect there. Another one getting a decent connection, but not killing a lot of the actual units. There's that Liberator Harass on the top left in that nasty position. Coming through the ley line. Self-snipe on the Disruptor, barely getting the disarm there. Just in time for Beyond. And Zoun has played like he's been up 3 bases versus the Terran, when he's really only been up 1 for most of this, maybe 2. And now as Beyond secures a 5th and a 6th base simultaneously while getting some value on the top left, I am starting to become increasingly worried about Zoun's position in this game. A lot of Terran players, oh, that's a nice EMP. Very nice EMP. A lot of Terran players have been kind of struggling with the late game. Oh my goodness, Zoun now getting caught a little bit. Only loses one of the disruptors, but sheesh. Beyond's starting to really take control of this late game.
Yeah, I'd like to see the Zealots swing around countering the natural more while he sieges this low ground middle base. Beyond's just taking 2 bases at once, but Zoun's struggling to pressure him, struggling to deal with this. The Viking count's getting low, so a transition back into Colossus could work. One Disruptor gets focused down before it can fire. The other one completely whiffs. High Templar comes in, does land a good Storm. EMP stops it from landing another, though. And that means there is no Storm left on this map. Only 2 Disruptors. He needs them out here right now. This bio army is relatively small. Beyond punishing a Zoun and says, nah, mate, you thought you were the better late game player? Not at all. Look at what I've got for you. And just pushes through, finding now a 7,000 advantage in the units lost. That's crazy. That's such a big advantage, man. That is such a big advantage.
It is pretty huge. Once again, more so because usually when we see this kind of thing, you know, 4, 5, 6,000, you're up 2 bases or more as the Protoss. Oftentimes up to 3 bases more at this point. And I think that's what a lot of Terrans have struggled with. But Beyond, able to hold on very effectively. And Zoun trying to counterattack. He did find a command center, which is nice. He's going to try and continue forward, but this is a planetary, not an orbital. Beyond going to get a good chase down on a few of these units while avoiding that disruptor. Very nicely done with the reinforcing bio. Zoun does have still a decent base count, and he's rebuilding one of them in the bottom center. Beyond did not know about that. What would that be, like the 515 base? The after work base.
Yeah, that's the happy hour base down there. Did manage to survive.
Our base, yeah.
The Bio Ghost Live now pushes the top left. Beyond, he's just been so efficient in the late game. Beyond is so good at knuckling down in these games, man. Even if he's on the back foot a little bit, the Libs here are doing so much. The disruptors come out, but Zoun's army's a mess. Not able to find the mark. He's going to lose that top left base. And once these Libs are sieged, this is why you want to do something before the Libs come out. There's a reason Zoun was taking those crazy fights. He didn't want to let the Lib count grow. He didn't want to let the Lib range come in. But now they're here, and you are seeing a devastating swing in the outcome of these fights. Lib range, such a good ability, and Liberators, such a flexible, powerful siege unit, forcing heavy stalkers out of the Protoss, a unit that otherwise is barely worth its cost in these brawling fights against the Marines and Marauders. EMP as well, adding exceptional value and 11,000 resources lost advantage. Beyond showing if he can get to the Libs and the Lib range, this game turns upside down. I think there's going to be both a begrudging respect from Zoun for Beyond's late game, and Beyond maybe a newfound respect for just how ridiculously hard the game shifts once that upgrade kicks in. Couple of extra range on those Liberators, and suddenly Terran is wiping the floor with Protoss.
Yeah, that was really, really well done out of Beyond. There was a moment during the game where I think it was when Zoun was, I don't know if he was on his 5th or 6th base. I think he was still on 5 bases. I don't think he'd taken that 6th. He doesn't expand seemingly as fast as some of the Protoss players that I feel like I'm used to casting. The max packs, even Classic has been going for that very, very quick, like 7, even 8 Nexi. But you called for DTs. And I feel like if at that point, Zoun starts thinking about those blink DTs, you know, maybe warp prisms flying by, even though there's some well-placed missile turrets, a little bit more finesse with the play, as opposed to just barreling at his opponent with that huge mass gateway, reinforcing charge lot style. Maybe Beyond doesn't manage to get up that 5th base. Maybe he doesn't get up the double star port +2 ranged liberators. Maybe we're already into game 3 with a 2-0 lead for Zoun.
I definitely would love to see it. I think part of the joy of Zoun's PVT is he'll stop at 68 workers and just never build another worker for the rest of the games. Like, you know, that game I think he stopped at 75, which is like the most I've ever seen him build in a PVT. Very rarely does he pop up to 80, 85 workers and you know, utilize the 25 gateways and drowning your opponent with all the different splash damage. But I think it's good to mix that in. And if we see more turtling defensive play for Beyond, I would also love to see that. So absolutely agree with your analysis there, Dave. As we go into game 3, the series getting lit up here in the top left side of the map, representing Vitality. He is Zoun.
And his opponent spawning down in the bottom left for the Shopify Rebellion, playing that one out very nicely and outlasting his opponent. It's Beyond.
Persephone's an interesting map because you've got this left lane that kind of can just be used to doom drop the opponent's main bases. And then most of the fighting usually goes down the right lane, kind of natural to natural. And expansion patterns, of course, are going to decide a fair bit. Does Terran expand forwards towards the Protoss a lot of the time, whilst the Protoss often just expands away to the top right corner of the map? And, you know, blink in the main can be useful. Blink aggression, all that sort of stuff. We are going to be seeing a kind of forward gateway for Zoun, but no walling off the Reaper on this map. I mean, I think it is possible to wall off the Reaper. I think there is only one way into the main now. You've got like kind of that little lit up marker there on the high ground. I love that the map makers kind of tell us exactly where you can go up and down these days. They also tell you where to build your pylons though on the maps. And as we've seen, professional Protoss players ignore that marker, don't they?
They do, it's so often. Like all the time they put, and they do something funny where they put it 1 hex off, where they're like, it's like they're laughing at you. Oh, Zoun though, Zoun. Oh, thank you.
A man of culture and science.
Truly.
This is cool. I feel like, okay, so last game in the openings, we did see the double gas Sentry Phoenix opening, right? Get control of the game. I wonder what goes on here. It feels very straightforward for Zoun, but do we delay the Twilight to get a Sentry out, right, is the question next. Because the next 100 gas, if you go for the Sentry, great, early scouting. Problem does, of course, delay your Twilight Council a long time, but he's saying, no, this is the best style. This is the style I love using, and I really like to see it because I just feel like more often than not, when players do Phoenix openings, or the hallucinated Phoenix, I see them lose to attacks which they see coming and absolutely have the tools to defend, but they make mistakes, right? And that's StarCraft, no one plays perfectly. I feel like Zoun just has more practice at using these hallucination scouts, reacting to the builds off of how this Sentry messes up your opening and changes things a little bit. And as a result, we don't see him go down to these 2-base timings nearly as much.
Yeah, and I mean, we also saw it in game number 1 too, like the way he whittled down that very early Marine tank push, the one pre-stim, you know, that was exquisite. Stalker control, like very, very nice. And being able to whittle down that worker or that Marine count while the attack is crossing the map, it makes the Terran not only have less units, makes them feel less confident. Just in general, you're like, oh, my opponent like really was on point against this. I don't feel confident about leaving this army out on the map. It's a bad vibe. It fails the vibe check. Now, if this ends up being a 4 Marine Cyclone push, this kind of feels a little bit anti-Stargate-ish. Do you think that's maybe the read that Beyond has in this game? Do you think he's looking for the Stargate again?
Yeah, I mean, he's definitely building tanks afterwards as well, so this could gear into a very quick follow-up push. And as a result, Zoun goes 3rd gate and battery intelligent response. I think a very intelligent response. It is also well suited to running into Stargate, which, yes, he absolutely wants to be. Oh, he's actually still going to commit. Interesting. Cyclone does have its lock-on broken. Sentry does go down. That's a really good trade for 1 Marine. Does he get the Stalker? Barely gets to the battery. And that is an overcommitment for Beyond. Zoun with some very clean defense. will take care of all of this. And do you know how much he lost? Just one Stalker and one Sentry. Don't get me wrong, he built a shield battery in each base, but that's the respect you need. He saw a command center in the main base. He knew that his opponent's natural was incredibly delayed, shuts it down and builds a third. And this is what I have loved seeing out of Zoun recently. There's so many players I am seeing losing 3-4 Stalkers, 5 probes to these drops consistently, even when they scout it coming with a hallucination. Zoun is the guy who's like, I will go 3-gate double battery. And people will be like, oh, isn't that too safe? It's like, dude, you scouted a guy committing to a Marine Cyclone drop as fast as possible. Like, shut it down, then think about a third base and probing up in the next step. Zoun is so methodical at this. Now, on the flip side, if he messes up these early defenses, you're going to see the weakness of this setup in that his third's really late and, like, you know, he doesn't quite have a good setup because he's delayed the other tech, the things like the Forges, the Robos, the Templar Archives. But when he controls things correctly, which he did just now, Zoun gets off to a good start. And I feel like Game 1, Game 2, good starts. Game 3, so far, a good start. He is showcasing kind of the theoretical, in quotation marks, problem with the Protoss players really good at actually utilizing their scouting and defending just right. But Beyond is not going to be perturbed. He's still going to push across this map with 2 tanks and a pack of Marines. There is that pack of Stalkers. Can they see this? Oh, he's barely missing it.
Oh, just barely. He missed it with the Observer, but he sees it with these 2 additional Stalkers. Does he poke into the Xel'Naga Healing Shrine? That's a little dangerous. It's a nice siege from Beyond. Recall through the Healing Shrine. Oh, that was...
that wasn't amazing. Ugh. 2 Stalkers go down, yeah. A little ugly there for Zoun, but it funnily enough does actually deal with the push. The one Marine goes over there and does heal up a little bit, and the Stalker's still on the map. Zoun's not probing, he's afraid. So Beyond's done a really good job of push out, get a reaction, pivot to macro. Command center, SCVs, all that good stuff is being built at home. Beyond's a little supply block though, so his SCV production's halted, but as his depot finishes, I'm sure we'll see more SCVs starting up momentarily, as he clearly is planning on a longer game with that good third command center timing. Beyond does need to remember though, I mean, this is a big delay on his work account. He's trying to be sneaky on the map, that's where all of his focus is, but that was a long time without building workers, and now he finally, after about a minute, starts up some more SCVs. Does mean he's got more army though, so to be fair, you could say maybe a conscious decision just to be more aggressive here. It's kind of like a 2.5 base push.
Yeah, that's actually 48 SCVs seems to be the prevailing number, but we are going to see a double drop coming into the main base. Will depower a couple gateways here. Does not deny Storm, though. We are going to see a target fire on this Templar Archives, of course.
Wow.
Predominantly Marine Army has so much DPS with that +1 weapons, and Beyond, he did a really cool sequence here to get this drop into the main base. Does get it kind of trapped up in the top left, but that will occupy Zoun heavily. He pulled the drop off, waited to see if the Stalkers would try and blink on the tanks, paused those medevacs, saw that Zoun wasn't going for that, and then continued forward with the drop. Just a really, really intelligent way to go about it. Pushed
Zoun
on the front line.
The Widow Mines! Okay, good defense there in terms of the spready for Zoun. Doesn't quite land the big storm he needs on those Marauders, though. He needs one more storm on those. The Marauder count is very damaged, but they clean up so many Zealots for a tank and a few Widow Mines. Beyond taking some awesome trades. He's ahead 1,000 resources. Remember, he has the third up. He's adding the workers kind of intermittently, but he still is adding them against a 56 probe Protoss. Beyond is now ahead on the upgrades massively. There is no upgrade on the way
Forge
for Protoss. Templar Archives just... Oh my gosh, he didn't rebuild it till now? Oh no, Zoun's kind of screwed. These are 3 High Templar, or his only High Templar for now. He needs to keep those bad boys alive.
And we do have the Ghost coming in for Beyond right here. Now, this is a little awkward for Beyond. Zealots will find a good number of Marines and the Widow Mines. Widow Mines not burrowing up just yet. One of them does
clean up.
Actually, 2 of them manage to burrow. Ooh, drop on top of these units. Beyond is going to be able to avoid getting stormed, just trying to kite back with these bio units. And he recognizes there's no anti-air, just lifts up into the medevacs and gets out of there. He is buying time for the Ghost, and that is a big, big opportunity once those Ghosts come out. Oh, big EMP. Oh, is not able to kill it, but the storm coming out of Zoun is pretty good. He's got position now on his opponent's third.
Wow, he's still got 2 more storms coming in, maybe even 3 of them in there. There's no EMP right now. If he can get some storms on the Marauders or even on the SCVs, it could be big. But Zoun feels a little overcommitted right now. I'd love to see Zoun pull back, drop a fourth, and probe up. I think he's done great worker damage, but now that he's out of storms and his zealots are unupgraded, remember, I don't think he can find more damage. Double drop still hiding in the very back of the base right now. Oh, here we go. SCV's forced off the line. Zoun is going to lose all of his valuable tech units, but it doesn't matter. Actually, he's cracked it. He's cracked it. He has enough zealots. Down double upgrades. He broke through there. The power of the zealots catching him off guard. And I think something, there's so much going on. During that fight where Beyond kind of got separated, the zealots actually surrounded the rally and killed a lot of Marauders and Marines that were coming in from the south. And it was weird because the northern fight seemed a bit awkward. You saw Zoun unload a High Templar that didn't have Storm energy, and it kind of just looked at the Marauders, and then he picked it back up and dropped the High Templar that actually had the Storm, but by that point Beyond had spread, so he decided not to use it. You saw him just like loading and unloading High Templar, but while that was going on, it was a good trade on the south side. Double drop getting stuck in the back by the Stalkers. Really well done, and yeah, I thought Zoun was going to run out of steam there, but you can see what happens when there's like a fight going on for 2 minutes straight. It's like you're stimming, and you kind of look at it and you're like, man, these Protoss units aren't doing many hits, and then you're like, oh, the whole Terran army's deep in the red and getting one shot. Oh, right. Overstim is a thing, man. If you could just drag a fight out over a long period, it's really bad for the Terran.
Yeah, the EMP on the War Prism can be such a big play if you have like 2 Vikings, even 1 Viking sometimes, especially when it's deep in the orange. It can be such a good play because it shuts down that attack completely. Reinforcements are gone. The High Templar can't ferry around. You can't drop them. You can't save them. You can't save units against Widow Mines. It's a huge pickoff.
Yeah, man.
But if you don't have those Vikings, kind of bait. And he used that.
I think he beat it like a second time, right? I think there was like a second time. Oh,
yeah, and he never got the kill on it. Zoun played that because Zoun was in a really desperate position. You pointed out the lack of the upgrades. He was on 10 gates, no big probe count. He really needed to, if not win the game outright, get crazy damage done. And he played that line very finely. And it was just a really, really nice way to take that one down. But spawning up at the top right, sending out a very early SCV. It is the Shopify Rebellion's Beyond.
Oh yeah, I think we're going to see the sneaky rush build here. Does look like it's going to be a double proxy barracks. I would imagine proxy Marauder. And Zoun, a guy that loves going sentry. Sentry scouts everything. If you go sentry, you don't need to go for a probe scout, right? Steadfast, why would I do both? So there's a good chance he doesn't probe scout. Unfortunately, Zoun's going to go for the probe scout, so that's going to be really bad.
Yeah, and this is pretty easy to see once you get the probe in here, because your opponent won't build a second gas, and you'll see that there's SCVs missing. Sometimes this could be like some weird fake one racks expand weirdness.
Command center in the corner of the map.
So Beyond's done crazy stuff like that. He's manipulated his opponent's vision. But when you're this low on the worker count and when you don't have that second gas for a certain period of time, it can really only be one build. And Zoun puts the pylon on the high ground. That is huge. He is not going to commit anything to the low ground. This is such a great way to deal with the proxy Marauder. And he's just going to end up ahead off of this.
Yeah, you can still delay the natural a little bit and play this out as Beyond, but you can see how many workers he's already cut in his build order to get these barracks down as fast as he did. He's at 17 workers. Normally you're making an orbital at 20 supply. He was making it at 17 supply. So already down a couple of workers. The Zealot can come out. Obviously the Sentry plus energy recharge means your ramp is permanently unbreachable. And Stargate is of course amazing because Marauders cannot shoot up. So Zealot into Stalker. Shield battery does go down. And looks like we are going to see that Stargate momentarily. Now, question, Void Ray or Oracle? Because I've heard arguments for both in this scenario. What do you think is better?
Oh, that's a good question. Beyond has scouted the natural of Zoun, right?
Yeah, I think so.
Because he's like moving his Marauders around. And yeah, he scouted no natural. Okay. And I guess Zoun doesn't necessarily know that, but he saw this so early. I think Oracle, because it's going to give you more utility in a macro game, and it looks more likely like it is going to be a macro game out of this.
Yeah. I think it makes
I
sense,
almost would
right?
have preferred a Robo facility and a Prism very fast, but at that point, then a Cyclone can lock onto the Prism, and you're kind of putting all your eggs in one basket. I think I prefer the Oracle.
I think Robo is really nice if you proxy it, actually, right? I love the proxy Robo into proxy gate, and you just do like a 3-gate Robo, essentially.
Yeah.
Because they're so compromised, and it's so hard to defend that. And like even a single Immortal, they're like, I have 4 Marauders, and you're like, I have an Immortal with a Prism, dude. Like, get wrecked. Like, what are you going to do against this? So the factory becomes such a central part of the Terran early game now, as it goes for the Cyclone, the only anti-air unit, and it has to stay at home to defend the Oracle. Oracle will energy recharge, and the Natural is on the way. Twilight Council coming in behind it, so it will be, I think, just Oracle into Blink is the most straightforward way to play, and the Oracle should be able to confirm there's no all-in behind it. So this is kind of cool, right? It's like, you scouted my aggression, I'm just going to build 1 Marauder and float my barracks home. Doesn't even get concussive. And Zoun, he ends up with a very delayed expansion. Oh, that's crazy. Oh my lord, if he timed that to catch the Cyclone as it popped out, that is such a cool idea. I've never seen that.
And that would have almost been game winning if he had gotten that timing down, because that would have been absolutely no anti-air against an Oracle with like 100 energy. That would have been so much damage coming through. But as
It's so funny, yeah.
Oh my, it was like 2 seconds off, 3 seconds at most.
You like to do that, you know he's doing that in an esports World Cup qualifier because he's made that work on ladder. So like there is a replay somewhere in Zoun's computer of him freezing that Cyclone the second it pops and then killing 10 workers and it being game over. Like that's actually so cool. So I'm excited. I can imagine it in my head, but I would have loved to see the actual game. We are seeing a 3rd command center nice and early for Beyond. Super macro focused. He will be turtling to the later stages and no doubt taking a bit of, I think, confidence after ley lines where the late game looked good for him. I really would, if I was in Beyond's corner though, I'd be like, cool, I like this strategy. Good job. Great transition off the all-in. Let's rush range libs. Let's not delay the range libs so long, you know. I really, like a lot of players will be like, I have +3 ship weapons, 3/3 upgrades, building armor, 43 medevac, 16 ghosts, 12 Vikings. They're like, you know what, should I start lib range? And they're like, I'll build 6 libs, then start lib range. I just want to see it earlier because Zoun could not deal with it on ley lines. He looked really lost in terms of like, oh no, I'm not really preparing for this stage of the game. If this goes late game, that's what I'll be barracking for from Beyond. But he's once again going to be playing against the Storm mid-game, which Zoun really not believing in the Colossus openings right now. I think this might be because the boy pools are so common and Storm is just a little better against those.
Maybe that makes sense. That makes sense on paper. Did Zoun ever see the 3rd command center of Beyond? He has not. Oh man.
Ooh.
Beyond is so good at the building placement, so good at zoning his opponent out. This is similar to what we saw on ley lines. It's now obviously Zoun got the scout on the 3rd CC, but if Zoun knew about this 3rd CC here, we may have seen a 3rd Nexus, 2 minutes ago. We might have seen a 3rd Nexus. We might have seen a quicker forge, maybe a double forge. He still does get that very quick storm, and that can be a very powerful weapon. But when you know there's that fast 3rd CC, you know those 2 barracks are there, you can surmise that the starport isn't going to be done until, well, about now. And you're going to have a lot of freedom on the map. Well, just a lot of freedom economically to kind of do whatever you want until that 7-minute mark or so.
I hope we see Storm drop harassment steadfast. I think that's a good way to help equalize in these scenarios where you're kind of like, hey, I've got my Storm drop ready to defend a push. Well, if you go and storm their SCVs, you can obviously equalize that 3rd command center economic boom. And he is going across the map, so it looks like he wants to come in behind the Natural. There will be a siege tank in range. So if he doesn't pick up the 1st High Templar quickly and it takes a 2nd siege tank shot, it will go down. Small thing to keep in mind. And as you pointed out, only single forge, no 4th Nexus started. Worker count very low for Zoun. Zoun really needs to get some damage, and with those Stim Marines nearby, it's a little dangerous.
Ooh, this timing coming in at a very opportune moment. The hot pickups are good, but it's only 4 SCVs. The split from Beyond was phenomenal. Wow, that looked very promising, and then just ends up with a bunch of orange SCVs.
Yeah, if he gets a Zealot in there, it'll have a good time, but until then, not much actual damage, no real impact. Zoun, way behind economically. 1-1 upgrades are finishing, the upgrades are way ahead. Beyond has the better setup. But remember, he's given a lot of room to Zoun. He doesn't know what Zoun's situation is. We look at the numbers, and I would say like almost like, okay, dude, just barrel like sometime in the next minute. Just like start pushing before he can catch back up. He doesn't have that info. So Beyond might just well wait for 2-2. Might wait for, you know, a lot more things to go on, maybe even a fourth command center. And he's going to start walling off the front. Cyclone's trying to deny the scouting. Ghost Academy goes down. And there is going to be the beginnings of that robo transition on the other side as well. Cyclones luckily get the stasis trap vision with that scan that caught the observer. And this keeps Zoun relatively blind as well. Zoun hasn't had an abundance of map vision in these games, so that does give Beyond opportunities to potentially like dive a drop in the main, push the right side, get a snipe on the fourth base, get in, get out.
Yeah, there's I mean, there's so many important aspects of a game of StarCraft 2, especially in TVP. The vision is so important against a player like Beyond, who is so willing to go for the multitasking. Now, Zoun has done a really great job of keeping that singular Oracle alive, but it doesn't have a crazy amount of, you know, stasis traps on the map. They've been picked off here and there. We do see Zoun doing a diligent job of trying to throw them down, but there's not that kind of dominant vision that you might want to see out of Zoun, given how this has started. As I say that, though, he's got that observer now set up on the left side, Zealot set up on Beyond's fourth, and he's set up a ring in the last little bit of vision around. It may not cover the entire map, but it does actually ring the opponent very nicely here. And just as I was kind of being like, oh, Zoun could work a little bit more on the vision, he sets up like a perfect surround on it.
You know what's really cool? We're talking a lot about all-ins, aggressive Terran strategies. All the aggression is fallen flat. Zoun's done such a good job preparing for all those strategies. On the other hand, Zoun has not been prepared for the macro games, and he's falling behind in them. It's not like he's dead by any means, but he's falling behind in games where he's got supreme map control, and he should have a lot of vision. So Beyond's actually doing a really good job of changing the pace up away from Zoun's strength. I feel like we're seeing Zoun just down in supply in so many of these situations, and he's so slow here to probe up to 73. He's like, oh, you know what? I think I'll be greedy. I'll go 73 probes. Terran's been on 74 for the last minute, you know? Like, as Protoss, you're meant to be up in workers. You're meant to be ahead in base momentum. But his fourth base, yes, it's been up for a little bit, but the fourth command center is already almost done. He does have the Dark Shrine this time, which will add a little bit more, you know, of depth and problems for the Terrans, but he doesn't have a lot of gas banked up. And even though he's got a decent army on the front, it feels like Beyond has everything he should need to defend. Of course, execution is still going to matter in that fourth command center. Could be a bit of a weak point as he moves out to take it.
Yeah, we do have this spotter Widowmine coming in. EMP does hit the Oracle, but it's after the revelation goes through. Now, this Widowmine will give a little bit of advance notice. We got a siege tank sieging up. Big blink forward coming in on top of this small Bioforce. Gets both medevacs and a good amount of those units. Zoun taking a very nice little skirmish to start things off.
He's going to have to be a bit more patient about securing this expansion is Beyond. And this is a really important slowdown because, as we said, Beyond's had an awesome work account. He's still building workers, which is probably too many at this point. Tank is a little exposed there. Wow! Realizing that tank, yeah, it's worth trading a couple Stalkers for that because that tank is just giving so much ranged firepower to Beyond. Removing that, there's only one left. Beyond thinking about taking care of the rocks in the middle, just so that he can potentially get some surrounds. But the power of Zoun's army being out, being forwards on the map, showing its strength. Warp Prism, of course, is there as well. He's still got High Templar inside. Vikings plus EMP could shoot that bad boy down. Keep your eyes on that Prism.
Manages to land some big storms, but he loses the Prism and the High Templar. There's another Templar behind this with full energy here. Two more somewhere on the map. I'm not sure if they're with the army or not. Nice feedbacks. Very good control right there. Oh, but he unfortunately storms down his own observer. I feel like I've seen that so much recently for some reason.
Yeah, it's kind of funny these little things pop up. Heat of the action. Lots of stuff going on. Zoun still got a forward position though, so one big mistake for Beyond could cost him this game. His units were a little overstimmed, and Zoun said, let's punish it. Unfortunately, blinking into a concave of Marauders. Many Protoss players have felt the pain of that in their times. Of course, Zoun very quick to remax. He's got more money right now. Lots of command centers trying to be built. Beyond needs to focus everything on defending the here and now. And he's very low on Vikings and medevacs. He's only got 2 medevacs right now. What in the heck? He's lost 4 of them. dude, this is a huge problem. If Zoun just keeps headbutting, he might actually be able to break him. And Beyond's not going to be happy about that. He should have had more healing here, but his medevacs were getting sniped. And he's taken some big losses in this. The shield's quicker to regenerate than the bio right now with only one medevac healing. You can see that Beyond disciplined on his stims. He realizes if he stims one more time, his army is just almost knocking itself unconscious. Few medevacs do arrive on the front. They may be able to save the day as 4 command centers are getting close to finish. Beyond gearing up for the late game. Zoun still looking to break him on the front. We have not seen the Dark Templar pivot, but he's set up for it. Blink Dark Templar is almost finished. And if he can save up a bit of gas, Zoun could hit that left side with 10-12 Blink Dark Templar and unravel Beyond.
Oh, we might see an attempted flank coming in with the disruptors, but Beyond sees it first, jumps on it. We will see Zoun now trying to take the fight with the main army. One storm was good, but the EMP denies the next one. 3-3 not quite done yet. It is 2-2 versus 3-1. Colossus are going to be able to reign supreme with the Vikings going down despite the low HP on that one. Beyond, it feels like I look at his army and it looks much smaller than 91 army supply. I suppose a lot of it must be in production right now. Also, those medevacs out of juice is a big problem. Beyond, though, as he completes 3-3, this does get scary for Zoun to stick around with this army because 3-3 versus 3-1, your army units are not going to stand up in those long, drawn-out fights to the sustained Terran firepower.
No, not at all. And Zoun, I mean, he's still not going for the Dark Templar move. He's kind of in a one-track mind. And the thing is, the longer this goes without him winning, the more Beyond gets out of the danger zone and towards the safety zone. Right now, Beyond's still in the danger zone. He's still got a lot of supply and production. His worker count's been a bit too high in this game, but his Viking count's growing to deal with the Colossus. He goes too far forward, and those Vikings almost fall. One Stalker does go down, but I'd say you're okay with that trade as the Protoss. Zoun doesn't care about every Zealot and Stalker. He just cares about getting rid of the Vikings so his Colossus can reign supreme on the ground. Command Center has to pick up here. Beyond taking some damage. And he's going to still try to hold position. +2 ship weapons almost here. One Colossus does go down. The Vikings are exposed up front. The Stalkers take a few of those out. 12 SCVs go down. That's actually so good for Beyond. I feel like Beyond's SCV count was ruining him. He's got 6 orbitals. He does not care about losing a few workers. He needs more army to make sure he's safe. Gets rid of the Disruptor barely before it lands. Second one comes in. Does get dodged. He's trying to commit to the fight. There's a lot of Archon Zealots. The Colossus do go down. The Bio Army trying to fall back. Zoun had a pretty good first fight there. But the tail end of it? No, great tail end of it for Zoun. Gets rid of every single Viking. A disaster for Beyond. And I gotta say it, I know I mentioned it earlier, Steadfast, I gotta say it again. I think libs and lib range stabilize so easily in these situations, and I think it's just one of those things. If we could get out lib range, it would change the course of this game. But now, Beyond's lost too many units, and he's stuck rebuilding. I think it's gonna be really hard for him to survive. Zoun is so confident in these games. No multi-prong, no prisms in the main, none of that. It is all about the front-on overwhelm, making the bio overstim, peppering him with splash damage, and getting the command center. What a good snipe.
That was a very nice snipe right there. We do see Vikings being added back in for Beyond to try and deal with the Colossus. Storm is pretty nice. Zoun has been really keeping the pressure, unrelenting on Beyond. And even though he hasn't been expanding as fast as many of his other, like, Protoss, I guess, counterparts, we are seeing some phenomenal pressure, and it is really keeping the like onus on Beyond to be very, very patient and cognizant of not overstimming, and it's making this very awkward for Beyond. He's having to give up ground constantly to
He's overloading
storms.
Overloading Beyond, like, it's just too much. Trying to constantly EMP and snipe every single High Templar while dealing with Disruptor shots, and then there's another High Templar, and another High Templar, and another Disruptor. It's this constant intensity of it, and Beyond can't keep up with it. He lands another great EMP there, but then whenever, you know, oh, wait, going, maybe Zoun pushing a bit too deep here. He's out of splash damage. Continuing to push in here without splash damage. Maybe a bit of a crazy choice is Zealots off in no man's land, but oh, he lures Beyond in and lands the flanking Disruptor. The Zealot reinforce the Colossus. 14 gateways of StarCraft Protoss reinforcing units, getting on through that, and Zoun gonna be able to do so much damage against a Beyond who is very broken this game.
That is true, but if we look at the gas bank of Zoun, it is very low as well. I do think Zoun can keep pushing and will potentially be able to break Beyond. Zoun still has 2,000 minerals in the bank. And Beyond has kind of lost that huge super bio force that is just so hard to break when you're up at, you know, like 100, 120 supply of Terran. Zoun does have all the initiative right now, but he's been mining so little gas over the last few minutes, and it will make replacing those Stalkers a little difficult. It is going to be mass Zealots here. Beyond going to have to kite back. I think maybe, actually he does have a big focus on Marines. It's 17 Marines on the field.
Yeah, he needs
trying to get it done with Mass Gateway, man.
Needs the Marines to deal with those Zealots, right? Marauders on their own are going to struggle with the damage output, but
exactly.
Marine count, more mineral efficient, and just great damage. It's a good ball with the Medivac. Zoun's taking a terrible fight, I think. I mean, it's so weird because one good disruptor shot, not to mention the Terran army getting overstimmed could be a problem, but 10 Medivacs now. So the Bio army's actually healing way better. And Beyond's ahead in the supply. It's a 7-base Protoss. Beyond is barely trying to lift this command center down to retake his third. Yes, he has a 4th and 5th on the left side, but this is crazy. The fact that Beyond is surviving in this game and Zoun's still not using that Dark Templar tech. He doesn't have the gas. He doesn't have the gas. And now he's going to lose all of his gas units. Oh my lord. Okay, so many disruptors go down. One disruptor and a few stalkers survive. Beyond's army is just so small though. Every time he chases Zoun, it allows the Zealots to get a much better fight, but the EMPs are so good. The Bio's so good. +3 armor never got made. Oh my gosh, I didn't realize +3 armor never got made for the Zealots. It happened in the previous macro game at the start of the series as well. It's happened again. It seems like a bit of a habit here. Zoun forgetting that final armor upgrade. And when you're just headbutting Zealots into Bio, that really costs you. I'd love to see another High Templar come in. I'd love to see Dark Templar harass. Unfortunately, he doesn't have any gas. He only took 2 more gas guys earlier when you mentioned it. I thought he'd take 4 or 6 gases. I cannot believe Beyond is going to weather this storm. Zoun's doing a really good job of hammering at him, but there is something about the simplicity of just hammering on the front where if Beyond starts dodging the storms, EMPing everything, dodging the disruptors, sniping them down, we can see these games turn around.
That we can, but Beyond just took a fight into a bunch of cannons, defensive storm there, and some stalkers and disruptors. We are going to see a target fire on one of the disruptors. It's not the one that fired, so it gets a good connection, and Zoun off of that small defense and that small overcommitment from Beyond will be able to re-even out the supplies once again.
That was really bad for Beyond. Yeah, you said he committed into a fight, and then the DT distracted him as well. If he kept retreating, I think he gets his ball back up and gets like a really big ball of units. He's been very good at dodging the disruptors, but he's still got to survive. And how many orbitals? He's still on 5 orbitals, so he only lost 1 this game. He's had to use a lot of scans, of course, but mules are helping keep him alive. He's trying to retake these gases. He's going to keep poking forward in the front. Beautiful EMP. Protoss was not ready to fight there. The Dark Templar standing behind this army. Not in the fight right now. Marauders chasing Beyond doggedly, fighting his way through. He does not want to go to that lower bracket. Remember, the winner of this series will be going through to that qualification best of 7. And the disruptors pick up and save. Nice save on that Warp Prism. Libs are coming in, dude. Fusion core's being done. No Caduceus reactor for the medevac. No lib range. I understand Beyond's been kind of under the gun for the last few minutes, but one of those upgrades would be nice. He can't afford the gas right now, though. He just can't. There's no way he could justify it. Good EMP to catch that Dark Templar. Kind of budget detection in that scenario. That is so many Zealots. If one good disruptor lands, it's lights out.
Yeah, because you're so Marine focused, of course, they do get one shot at once. Get target fire on the disruptors.
Whoa!
Huge Ruptor shot for Zoun. We are going to see Beyond trying to micro back against this. Does get kind of around a corner. Makes those have a difficult time, but the storm. Man, this has been such a banger of a match. It has been constant fighting for so long here. Zoun is doing such a good job of the Disruptor High Templar micro.
A lib harass is about to come in. I love that that's happening because it's just been Zoun focusing only on the front. Unfortunately, it's misclicked, so it's not actually sieged on anything right now. It is just standing there and threatening the pros, but not actually on them. Beyond does notice he repositions it right now. That liberated distracting Zoun. It's always been Zoun initiating. I mean, look at this. Now it's Beyond who initiates. Gets 2 heights at two disruptors. The Zealot Stalker there struggling against the big ball of Bio. Beyond's efficiency is starting to get really good. He's almost 5,000 ahead of the units lost. The Stalkers blink forward, take out some medevacs, but he had an abundance of those, so I think he's okay with that. EMPs land on the Stalkers. The Stalkers have used a blink forward, which means those expensive units do get focused down on the retreat. The Liberator on the left side still has not been dealt with. Even during all of that, it did not get dealt with. Finally, finally, there are some Stalkers there, but the Lib has already gone to re-siege. Bio on the front trying to take a bit of control. Beyond giving himself some map control is so nice because now he's got room to fall back. If he wants to go look elsewhere, he can retreat his army. And oh my lord, the Liberator's going to take out 3 Stalkers.
Oh, barely gets to the corner. Oh man. Beyond is starting to make this one happen. You can see the stutter step in the last couple fights has gotten a lot cleaner. It feels like he has started to enter a bit of a flow state and starting to kind of believe in himself a little bit more in this match. Zoun is now pulled his entire army, or at least a vast majority of it, to that top left position. Gonna rely on the defensive storms here. I don't think Beyond has realized what Zoun's just done. Zoun moving very fast in on this planetary. It is low on minerals, but Beyond still needs that base. This will be a bit of a base trade coming in here.
2 command centers going to be sniped. That's huge. Two command centers and 17 SCVs. I mean, that is absolutely massive damage for Zoun, but Beyond's army is scary. Planetary over there getting focused as well. He's going to run towards it with the bio. Disruptor's trying his own. Oh my lord, a big disruptor lands. But guess what? The Planetary does survive, and you're going to lose a lot of disruptors for this. The Stalker Zealot not even trying to defend their disruptors, and that's going to cost him, man. It feels like Zoun's army, he needs High Templar to try to slow down these advances, but the armies of Beyond are moving so quickly and reclaiming areas of the map, so he is hanging on tight. This top left side of the map is the most important base for Zoun. He needs to defend this base, otherwise he's running out of minerals. He's mined out his side much faster than Beyond has, but oh, Storm on the mineral line. Nice move there for Zoun.
Oh,
Nice.
that is 4 and then 5 SCVs going down to the 2 storms. Very nice job from Zoun. The worker count is significantly in the favor of Zoun, and the economy, look at the income right now. Beyond is barely mining. He is going to get jumped. The Ghost very much exposed on the back line of the army as Beyond tries to get out of there. Very big problem for the Shopify Rebellion Terran. He still does have a big army. He's going to try and dive one of these disruptors here. Will get it. Dodges the other shot and may find that second disruptor. Is this going to be enough to keep pushing?
This is crazy. High Templar coming in from the wrong angle. Storms its own observer and nothing else. This is a real big problem. Zoun has had such an advantage in this game, and I have to wonder, you know, I feel like maybe keep trickling Dark Templar, keep Zealot countering would be good, but you've got to rebuild the core of the army for Zoun, and it's just so hard because he's been on such a budget. He's got mass Zealot, but so few Disruptors and High Templar. And Beyond goes forward, focuses the Disruptor down. That is crazy that he keeps getting away with that. The Zealots, the count is high, but it's a lot of Marine Marauder Ghost, and EMP is available, but the Storms!
Oh, that was a big storm, but Beyond still has the medevac count. It is quite high. They are low on energy, though. We do see another storm hitting a lot of those Marauders. Zoun is chipping away at this army of Beyond, this huge bio ball. Beyond could try and make a run at that base, but it would leave his one base exposed. Deep blink forward coming in from Zoun. Does he have the units to go for this fight? I'm not so sure. It will bully Beyond back, though, and give the high ground to Zoun. He says, this is mine. It's over, Anakin. I have the high ground.
Dude, on the right side, the Zealots cleaning up that rally point. I can't believe it. It looks like Zoun may have got a winning position. I say may have because this game has been very hard to predict at all points. It's going to come forward. Lots of High Templar. The Disruptor's there as well. Disruptor does land, as does the Storm, and that is going to be that. A Storm and a Disruptor pairing up. The army is so weak. If he corners Zoun, Zoun will stand and fight. Zoun's already got the better army, in my opinion. The Storm's bashing through the Marauder Ghost and Beyond. It looked like he was in a decent position, but he got those 6 Ghosts caught on the low ground in the middle before. His army got separated, and it felt like from there, Zoun was able to pounce and start to find the damage. Zoun will get a hard-earned 3-1 victory over Beyond. A 27-minute map 4 to close things out. Holy moly, Steadfast. I didn't realize my air conditioning was off for that whole game. I am hot and bothered right now. I'm like, oh my gosh, what is going on? I'm losing my mind commentating that.
That was like 18 minutes of non-stop brawling. That was a phenomenal game out of both players. I kept looking at that and thinking, man, Zoun's army, he doesn't have that +3 armor. He doesn't have Colossus. He's got mostly Zealot Stalker. Yes, he's got the initiative. He's consistently attacking, but there's no like massive gas bank. He doesn't have a huge base count. It felt like dancing on a razor's edge for like almost that entire game. But the High Templar Disruptor control out of Zoun was so top-notch. He just never gave Beyond the breathing room that Beyond needed to run away with that game, to find the base snipes, to get what he needed done. And Zoun now finds himself on the verge of qualifying to EWC.
That's crazy. I mean, he looked so good in his series against Rogue, so it's not that big of a surprise, but it's crazy the way these games have gone so far. Of course, we can see on the other side of the bracket, Cure is up 2-0 over Gumiho right now. Gumiho did manage to take down Bunny 3-1. Cure, I guess, probably having the answer to Mech, I would imagine, from what we've kind of heard about going on that other side. But yeah, it's kind of cool to see. Lower bracket. Wow, Riyadh with a 3-1 over Rogue. Who saw that coming? And it seems like hot and cold Rogue, this is maybe one of those cold days. Very unfortunate for him as the chances to qualify for the World Championship are getting lesser and lesser. But Riyadh now coming in as an underdog in this qualifier, having a bit more of a chance.
Yeah, that is very nice for Riyadh. Unfortunately for Rogue, as he is one of those first two players out, he has no chance of making it into the global play-ins. I wanted to point this out at the beginning of the broadcast. We already had 2 of the Korean Zergs qualify through DreamHack Dallas. Rogue was the last Korean Zerg that could do it. He was the only one that could do it. There might be someone at Stars Agora that's going, but I don't think there's any Korean Zergs that are going that aren't already qualified, unless I'm mistaken. I'll double check that after. But just say it with confidence and people will believe you. But this was the last chance, and now Rogue's out. So we've got Solar, we've got Shin. We'll obviously get at least one of the Basilisk Zergs from EU and maybe another one. But this might be it for the Zerg lineup, potentially, into EWC.
That's crazy to think of, man, because, yeah, I was thinking, what about Stars Agora? But, yeah, he's not on the lineup for that tournament, so that's going to be really tough because now you don't get the seed into the closed qualifier. That is the last chance for Rogue. And I mean, it makes sense that we would see the Zerg, I think, signups or qualifiers slow down after a sweep at Dallas of them doing so well, right? And Shin and Solar getting those spots looking fantastic. But now it is going to be the Terrans and the Protosses still continuing to fight. Zoun likely to fight Cure if he can finish off Gumiho. It is indeed some Sky Terran against Mech Madness. Battle Cruisers and Vikings are fighting over there. We're going to find out more and get into that next match with the winner of that up against Zoun coming up in a couple of minutes. Thank you very much, everybody. Don't go anywhere. This is the road to the Esports World Cup.
2, 1, go. Three, two, one, go. Three, two, one, go.
Four Protoss, 2 Terran, 2 Zerg. That's who we have qualified to EWC so far. Another Protoss or another Terran will join them. One of Cure and Zoun is about to punch their ticket into the Esports World Cup. Cure, a player who came 5th place at last EWC, I thought would be a shoo-in to make it in. Now on his last chance, he got knocked out of GSL. He is not going to Stars Agora. He has to qualify through this event. Zoun, a player I didn't really have as one of my top picks to make it through this one. He is now just one series away from making it through. he can still make it through GSL, but obviously he wants to make it through right now if he can. Looking at this, looking at what we've seen out of Zoun so far, what are your thoughts going to this one, Pig?
It's crazy, dude. What else can I say? It is absolutely crazy. Yeah, I really feel like Zoun, especially, you were bringing up just before the breakout, he did 2-0 Cure recently in GSL. And what a crazy turn that is, because Cure was one game away from beating Hero in Season 1 of GSL, one game away from getting that Esports World Cup spot, and then can't quite get as deep as he'd expect in Dallas. And he steamrolls the other Terrans here. But the question is, can he deal with Zoun? Zoun is presenting a very unique problem. A man who is able to shut down early Terran aggression, but also compete in the macro game. A player who doesn't let Terran get to late game. He stays in their face and keeps trading and keeps attacking, doesn't let them get to the range libs. Does Cure do what Beyond did in that last game and try to do it a little better? He hasn't had the benefit of being able to watch it because that Beyond series was going on simultaneously while he was dealing with Gumiho. So he might have glanced at the VOD quickly, gone, okay, this is kind of how Zoun's playing today. But realistically, you need to be happy being scouted. You need to be happy with very few secrets. There will be hallucinated phoenixes galore. We know this. And you're going to need to dance a very fine line when you are pressuring between figuring out, is it a hidden Phoenix build? Is it a Blink build? What are you going for? As well as never getting surprised by Storm, because we have seen storm after storm after storm for Zoun. It's going to be pretty consistent. You've really got to be on high alert for that danger.
Yeah, and it's tough because those storms, those disruptors are constantly flying at you from every angle. You're getting blinked on. Zealots are charging at your bio units. And then a storm comes in from the left side. Then it comes in from the north. Then it comes in from the south. Then a disruptor flies out at the same time. Then another one that was with the original army comes in. And it's focusing so much attention from the Terran in more directions than you can possibly look. And it just feels overwhelming to watch. I can't even imagine what it's like trying to play against it.
Yeah, this is something where it takes just an ability to roll with the punches so very well. We are seeing the maps there: Leylines, Last Fantasy, Tokamak, Persephone, Maganatha, Pylon, and Torches. So Last Fantasy coming in the best of 7. Glad to see it. Not sure which player is opting for that, but I would imagine it is Zoun. It's interesting. Tokamak after that. Okay, wow. Yeah, Pylon getting left very late. I really was expecting to see a little bit more Pylon as such an aggressive map for Terrans to be taking that and just kind of getting in the face and doing the SCV pulls. And like, think of builds that are crazy, like Cure doing the 5 barracks Marine Marauder no medevac all in that he was doing in GSL, right? Where he's like, hey, I have tanks, Marauders, Marines, 0 healing. Every stim is irreversible. Like that sort of build, really good for Pylon. So if we get that deep in the series, we might see that come out. And the meme healing shrine that doesn't have the air blocker, not until the final game there on Torches.
Yeah, this one's quite interesting. So this is a best of 7. And the way that we go about this, because we do have a 9-map pool now, which I'm a big fan of just in general, is both players pick a map before either one of them can ban a map. So that is why Last Fantasy gets in there. It was in fact Cure's map pick. He did pick that one. Zoun picked Leylines first. And then, you can't ban it out at that point. It's already been picked. It's already in the pool. Zoun bans Ultra Love with his first veto, and Cure bans Incorporeal. And then from there, yeah, we get a couple of interesting things. This is something I've kind of thought about a little bit with the mentality of planning out a series. Sometimes it feels like it could be a good strategic choice, a good tactical choice, to wait for a later stage in the series, maybe the 5th, the 6th, the 7th map, for that map where you're like, okay, I feel really good about my particular strategy on this one. Maybe my opponent will be a little bit more mentally worn down. Maybe it's a 3-2 series. Maybe I'm down. Maybe I'm up. Doesn't matter. It's going to be something where maybe the mental focus slips a little bit, and that aggressive push that they might know I'm doing, they're not quite as on point to defend it.
Yeah, especially if it's a multitasking heavy situation, right? Like Widowmine hits one base, Lib hits another base, Marine tank moves through the middle. A picture-perfect Zoun, rested, calm, precise, probably handles that, but maybe deeper in the series he might not deal with the three-prong as well. It's going to be so fascinating to see how it goes. Ley lines to kick things off. The map is loading. The countdown is done. We'll be hopping in that momentarily. A PVT best of 7 to decide who gets the first of 2 Esports World Cup qualifier spots that are on the pedestal for today. 3 more spots, of course, through to the closed final wildcard qualifier as well. And the top right side of the map, representing Vitality, he is Zoun.
And his opponent spawning down in the bottom left. For Team Liquid, it is Cure. And yeah, I cannot express how surprised I am that with how good Cure's last several years of SC2 have been, how the last kind of just a stumbling block in the last maybe 2 weeks or so, and all of a sudden he is down to just one chance to make it to the EWC, to the Esports World Cup. Now at this point he is guaranteed to, even if he loses the next 2 best of 7s, he is guaranteed to make it to that closed qualifier, or sorry, to that global play-in. But this is still a very awkward situation if you do end up having to go there. Now, as I said, he has 2 chances, so even if he loses this best of 7, he goes directly to the next one and will get a chance to, you know, mentally recuperate. Now, Indy did point out right here, we saw a late gas. This is very interesting here. Not a Barracks immediate gas behind it. This is something I've seen Terrans do a little bit more, messing around with their gas timings. And I've even seen some players, Future in the Americas qualifier, did a no gas 1-rack expand in TBZ. Now that's obviously very different, but it's nice to see some of these less common openers.
Well, we were talking about the no medevac all-in, right? And this is what Cure likes to do that build off, where he goes for the second barracks, he gets the factory, and then he adds the third barracks, and then he just pumps Marine Marauder tank, often 1 Cyclone to begin, right? To deny enemy vision as much as you can. And then he even very often commits to a 4th and 5th barracks. Now, you don't need to, right? Going for the 3 barracks siege tank, there's the chance to do a big push. You can add gases on your natural. You can add engineering bay, add a starport, still turn it into a more normal follow-up, just off a ton more Marine Marauder early. But very likely, you see a hugely committed, somewhat all-in push. And interestingly, Zoun has been playing Sentry very early all day today. Changes it up, goes for Twilight Council, double Adept here. A bit more of a classic Max Pax-esque style. A build order which is very solid, very well-rounded, but it's going to struggle to identify what's happening because your scouting is a little delayed. I do wonder if after starting Blink, maybe 3.5 minutes, 4 minutes, maybe he warps in a Sentry and then does a hallucination. Because if he waits for the Robo, the Observer takes forever to get that information.
I mean, that's very possible. It wouldn't be the craziest thing. I know, for specifically Max Pax, he was never the biggest fan of the setup. This is a really nice jump. Oh, there's no building in the wall. I was like, man, why does he go away from this Adept? The Adept's going to be forced to cancel its shade, right? Or it's just going to cancel it and run away. There was no wall right there. And this is going to be a dead SCV, a retreat out, a delay on the factory. Just a teensy little bit. I think it was maybe not a delay on the factory, but either way, very awkward for Cure. And ultimately, Zoun gets away with the unit after getting a full scout on what's going on.
Yeah, and he was building a second reactor there, and he cancels it afterwards because if you're doing double reactor, single tech lab, it's such a delayed push. So he might go for and put the barracks over on this factory tech lab next. We'll see if he lifts that, and then go for immediate shields, and he might actually try to pull the boys and go really early the moment Stim and Shields is done, because Zoun, having seen a reactor, is going to think, ooh, you're going to push me with an insane Marine count a few minutes from now. And the double tech lab hits faster because that combat shields, you don't have to wait nearly as long for it.
And there is that hallucination you were calling for at around that 4-minute mark. That is a very good follow-up scout from Zoun, because this plan out of Cure, this double fake, was a brilliant one. But now that it's been spotted, Zoun has the opportunity to say, okay, well, I need to be maybe a little bit more prepared for an earlier push. As we say that, though, Cure, upon being scouted, throws down an engineering bay. Maybe there's a chance we see a starport behind us. I'm not 100% sure. We'll see. He may be kind of.
Yeah, I think he's gonna fake move out. I think he'll move out, but he'll go home. I don't think he'll actually commit to a push. It's always hard to read Cure because he understands the mind games that you have to do when your opponent scouts this much with hallucination. But yeah, he's got the third gas, the fourth gas, the engineering bay. Like starport is inevitable here, and I think it's necessary to try and keep Zoun on his toes. Zoun's got probes at 45. So you're in a perfectly fine economic position as Cure right now. It's just the lack of medevacs really does hurt. And I am surprised that starport hasn't gone down just yet since... There we go. Okay, starport finally does start up in the main base. Cyclone looks for the observer. Gets it.
That is a really nice spot right there. These Terrans these days are so good at figuring this out, at finding those observers on the field. We do see the Templar Archives going down despite no additional units being added on here, or probes, I should say, being added on by Zoun. No forges as well. And it's even a third command center coming in from Cure, so he is really selling a story to Zoun, and Zoun, despite some excellent scouting, has definitely bought that story. We do see a very suboptimal skirmish right there out of Zoun.
Yeah, he clicked his Stalkers back and then looked away, but the last Cyclone lock-on attack aggroed all the Stalkers back in when he thought they were way out of range of the Terran, and that last Cyclone rocket basically made all the Stalkers angry, and they ran in on their own and got 3 of them killed. So very unfortunate for Zoun, who's already a bit panicked about an attack that's not even coming. That attack's already turned around to go home, and he's going to be like, oh, where is it? Oh, where's the army? What's going on? And it's like at this point you realize, oh my lord, I haven't probed my third at all. He was faking it. And this is where Cure is so good at StarCraft. It is making it look like he's being aggressive, and he's actually macroing. And making it look like he's macroing and actually being aggressive. And the reason is he toes the middle line so well. He's so good at doing a mixture of everything he needs to, and then just like leaning a bit more in one direction, this way or that way, at the correct time. And he has really represented a very different style to what he's actually done. Excellent play here by Cure, who's even going to shut down the hallucinated Phoenix. We are seeing an upgrade advantage. I'd love to see him start +1 armor to continue on that. Meanwhile, Zoun has 8 gateways, has Storm, has High Templar. It's still a good army for him. But, of course, behind him the upgrades and the Warp Prism not quite out just yet.
Now, yes, exactly. Now, I will say Cure, he just now is popping out his 3rd and 4th medevacs. That is not super ideal against an opponent that has Storm, especially with one of those medevacs almost going down. You're just trying to kind of skirmish on the map here a little bit. That siege tank having some damage right there. I feel like there might be a story there with possibly some friendly fire. It does get repaired up, though. We don't see it going down. Zoun, it looks like he has now identified fully that Cure is playing this big macro game. And he's adding on, that second forge, that Robo Bay, that 4th Nexus. But Cure has gotten a really significant amount of time where he had a nice economic advantage. And if you look at the income graph, it doesn't feel great for the Protoss player to have a 3rd Nexus done so quick and basically have no bump.
That's it's pretty damn powerful there. Can he convert it though? Protoss splash damage is the great equalizer if you can land it correctly. Ooh. Storm's waiting in that High Templar Prism. We'll see if he can get towards the Robo Bay and double forge that he's now going for. Zoun's main army looks very small. That is ridiculously outnumbered by the Terran. Cure's just going to shove it. Storm's too far out of position. Finally, they come in and some great Storms on the flank. But as always, that buys time. That didn't actually eliminate any units. 1 Marine went down, the rest will heal up. Cure still has a massive supply lead. And Zoun, I don't know if he can defend this 4th base. Obviously, you don't want to give it up for free, but he's in trouble right now.
That is a big mine shot on that War Prism. Of course, a Widowmine does not kill a Prism from full HP, but it knocks it down to 20 hull. And even if that is on full shields, once again, that is a scary prospect. Cure now adding on a Viking. I don't think it's actually to deal with this Colossus that's coming out. I think it's actually to deal with that Prism. This pre-spread from Cure is very nice. Zoun looking for an angle with the High Templar. Not going to really find it here. We will see a little skirmish coming in. Storm on top of mostly just a siege tank. Not going to work super well. That second Storm is quite good, but the pre-spread is too good from Cure. Zoun has to retreat back.
Good storms, but not great. And with so much bio pre-spread on the ground, the Zealots are going to have a lot of heavy lifting to do. Great storm in the north. Gets a whole big pack of Marines. Really well done by Zoun, but he's just outnumbered. He's outmanned. He's outgunned. And the bio still has room to pull back to that tank. Great storm comes forward. It's a bio for Cure, trying to force the issue. He is maxed out, so I think he's willing to throw away a few units, but now that they're so wounded, he wisely does clean up the pylons and pull back for a bit of healing. Zoun has a new base down south. He's on 77 workers. There is a reality where Zoun brings this game back, but he has to keep replenishing his High Templar and keep looking for those good engagements. Stalkers in the north do get isolated. Still got a Storm Drop available. Unloads it, loads it, unloads it, loads it. Oh, the Ghost just click on the War Prism. Oh my, EMP into right click. Such a nice move. And without the storm there anymore, Zoun is down in the dumps. His Zealot counter actually does crazy damage to Cure, but Cure has the target in his sights, and that is killing the Protoss army, annihilating this base and winning the game right here, right now.
And with an over 50 army supply lead, that is going to be a very difficult thing for Zoun to stop. The Colossus are powerful here. With no Vikings, with a low HP army, this is scary for Cure, but there's just not enough to keep those Colossus alive. One of them gets taken down. The other one is getting shelled away by the Vikings. It is going to fall. High Templar joins up again. It's energy recharged, but Cure is already pulled back behind his sieged up tank. Two Immortals do pop out. It's a little Zealot flank coming in on top of this army. The feedback, I think, does land. We see a decent little storm. Zoun trying his darndest to clean this up, getting good little Zealot flanks, but just doesn't have the numbers.
And there we go. Nicely played by Cure. A fantastic mind game and opening that is famous for doing one of the most deadly committed all-ins we've ever seen. And he plays around that mind game because Zoun keeps scouting him. Pivots in a slightly different direction, gets scouted again. Pivots again in a slightly different direction. And with the Cyclone to limit the depth of that scouting, so he was often only getting a glimpse of what was going on, Cure is able to keep him in the dark and then just fake out that push. Zoun did not have the read on what was really going on, and that's a big wake-up call, because I think if that was a committed push, we would be seeing a very different outcome. Zoun was so well prepared to shut down the two base all-in, but the transition play, that quick third command center, very well hidden by Cure.
Yeah, and what a game plan out of Cure in so many ways. One, obviously having that build ready to go, tailoring it for the GSL from before, but then playing into the almost like a sets up for just like a huge haymaker punch, looking like a transformer with the rockets behind the elbow about to launch it into his opponent. And then as it gets spotted, he turns into this Muay Thai like Shaolin monk and like goes underneath his opponent and throws him into outer space. And you're like, what did you just pull off there, man? And it's like, and then he just looks at you, turns back, winks, and then just mouths mind games, doesn't say it, and then walks into game two. And you're like, who are you, man? He's like, I'm the best TVP player of all time.
Cool guys don't look at explosions, man. They just win, win, win. And that is exactly Cure there. Stim, 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 win, win, win. Despite the low metavacs in the mid game, he just kind of totaled up well when he needed to, got his big attack going when he needed to, and Zoun was a bit outgunned. But now we're going to be going on to, actually, it is the Terran map pick as well. It's going to be Last Fantasy. I cannot wait to see what goes on here. We have not seen enough of this map. It is a weird map. It's a 3-player map filled with speedy zones in the middle. And the top left side, representing Vitality, he is Zoun.
And his opponent spawning down in the right side at about 347 for Team Liquid. It is Cure. You know, that part of the day where it's like, you got one more meeting, you're like, I just got to get through it, and then I get to go home, but like, you're not quite there, you're kind of feeling the blues, but you're getting there, And Cure, he is certainly getting there with that game one victory.
It's funny because I'm like, the kind of clock face base locations make so much sense to me. It's like this universal thing, but I'm realizing just in this moment, I'm like, is it actually universal anymore? I'm like, I don't know. Do kids these days know what a physical clock looks like? Like with where the hands are? Like, I remember distinctly being like 7 years old and being like, man, it's really hard to remember how to like read this time. I can only imagine if your eyes are glued to an iPad or a mobile phone all day that it's even harder. So who knows? We might have to be like, I don't know what's more universal in the age of internet. You're like the bases at the bottom are like the comment section or something. I don't know. It's very it's gonna be harder and harder, man, to give those base locations.
Yeah, how many skibbities is the 330 base location? You know, how do I measure that in Zoomerisms? I just don't know.
I don't know. Well, I feel like Q has definitely prepared some hot riz for this one, but it's hard because there's actually an air blocker on the outside of this map, so you actually can't yeet your opponent's air units off into the skibbity riz. And I'll stop. Don't worry. I know the cringe was building, but I myself have a limit where even I can't handle it any further than that. It is going to be a scout in the wrong direction for Q up against the double gas for Zoun. I've seen a lot of Phoenix builds on this map. Haven't seen a lot of Phoenix Colossus from Zoun. Wonder if he brings out his Phoenix into charge. I mean, it could be good. The third base for Terran is kind of out there in an awkward spot. There's a lot of weird Terran pushes that could come. It's hard to defend your own third base with a very static style. I imagine as Zoun you expand along this left side of the map and it's your main base being open to Doom drops that's your main weak point.
Yeah, this is a really interesting map because the speed zones in the middle obviously are really great for taking engagements with fast units. We're more likely going to see that with like Ling Bane, for example. But charge lots, obviously, units that like to flank, that like to melee units that like to attack from any angles, really enjoy fighting in the middle. But a lot of times we don't see that middle utilized by kind of, any push. So maybe we'll see Cure try and sneak a tank push up on the right side, siege up from the low ground, and do the little pseudo, sometimes elevator, sometimes not. You just kind of slowly siege up. I saw Clem do this a bunch when these maps first came out initially. Oh, look at that out of Cure. A little fake swap.
Hot swap there. I love it. I love the pretend to swap and then just land again immediately. Of course, it'll get scouted like 20 seconds later because scouting is so non-stop as Zoun is going to just go in there. And cool thing is he could even send a real Phoenix across and it doesn't necessarily reveal that he's playing Phoenix unless it gets hit a bunch because, you're used to Phoenix flying around scouting everything. It's going to be Tank Raven. Twilight Council comes in. Yeah, this looks like Phoenix Charge. I like this style. I mean, it makes sense. It's a map where it's going to be a bit more awkward. You want that more mobile army to take the third. And Zoun's usually pretty good at transitioning off this, not just over-committing to it. He's going to move out and take a third base about 420. And the Terran going up to the third barracks as well. Raven, very weak against Phoenix openings. If it ever gets caught out, it gets shot down very quickly. Only takes 7 Phoenix to shoot down a Raven. So it basically just disappears nearly instantly to 2 or 3 Phoenix. But if you keep it safe, anti-armor missile can be a big game changer.
Yeah. Even just auto turrets in the fight against the charge loss to soak those charges, to just keep the bio force from getting hit. Obviously, the impact damage is no longer a thing, but anytime you can avoid the zealots from closing in on your army, that's going to be a good thing. Now, we are going to be seeing the continued tank production out of Cure. He doesn't even know about these Phoenixes yet, unless I'm mistaken, let alone know that it's a charge follow-up.
Raven!
This looks good, and there is that Raven. That is a pretty good reveal for the Phoenixes. Flying into a mineral line that is pretty exposed, going to be able to find so many SCVs. That is an amazing start for Zoun.
Takes almost no damage as well. Really well done. Very nicely done. And remember, this is Cure's map pick. Zoun losing his map pick at the start of the series is always a bit of a bummer, but it's a best of 7, and there's a lot of room for pivots and shifts in momentum this way and that way. Templar Archives and Forge coming in behind as he probes up his 3 bases, and I think seeing the 3 tanks, quite a lot of Marines, he does have to be wary. Once these medevacs get on the field, there could be a good push, but at the same time, Zoun is just hovering with his Phoenix. He'll see anything the second it moves out. He's interestingly not been probing that much. He's still like very careful as Zoun. Like he's adding 1 or 2 probes. Now he's adding 3 probes, but only temporarily. So he's still on high alert. I think he's still a little paranoid that at some point Q is just going to shove.
And it is that 5 racks once again out of Cure. Now the only question is whether this will be an SCV pull or whether this is just going to be sustained aggression with this. But Zoun, I mean, he is very well set up against this. He's got that storm very quick. Has he already used the energy recharge is my question. Cure trying to use the fact that the Phoenixes were harassing the main to sneak his army out and set up with this big, nasty siege tank position that I was talking about before. Oh, gotta be careful with those Phoenixes. Does keep them alive.
Good he sees him though. Storm is there now, and one good storm to start this could be massive. Zealots go really far in front, but I think that's worth. Bait's a bit of a stim out of some of the units. Cybercore in the gateway going down is pretty much a given. He's already going up to 8 gates. Probably needs to build 1 or 2 more if he's mostly warping in Zealots here. Remember, there's no blink in this game, and with only 4 Phoenix and 2 Stalkers, your anti-air capabilities are pretty limited. As Zoun, I love the Zealots going across the map. Too many players have been way too slow at countering recently and letting people just rally and mass up these Terran armies. But this really gets something done about it immediately. Great pickup though. Q is going to go in the main base, and that's going to force a big response. Trying to elevate. Phoenix not going to get much damage done on that. Pulls the Phoenix back. He's got to wait for the rotation up into that main base. The Bio is going to get the Templar Archives down. Good snipe there. And that is really big. Phoenix not really getting on top too much. He's going to try and pick up the tanks from the high ground. Ooh. He's got so little damage down here, but Psystorm on top will help as it does push back the Bio, gets rid of the tanks, and that's a good cleanup for Zoun. He needed to get rid of those tanks, or this was going to become an untenable position the longer it went. But he's rebuilding his Templar Archives, rebuilding his gates, and it feels like he's staying very solid. He just needs to do a slightly better job of maybe tracking the army and making sure he doesn't get redropped in the main, which, oh my gosh, Doom Drop. This is the same way Cure opened up game 1 of their series in GSL. Didn't go well for him there. Can he do better this time around? Recall did not get used. It could get used right now, and indeed it's going to. Cure playing a desperately all-in style.
That he is. It is going to be the recall coming in here. The storm's not dropping. I don't even...
They're getting blocked. They're getting blocked. The High Templar walled in by the Stalker on the left side. The other one on the top didn't have energy, and the other one was on the wrong side of the Nexus. Zoun's building placement is incredibly awkward, walling his own units in so they can't move around his buildings. And this is something that does cost him. I think he could have had an even better cleanup, but I think it's good enough. Storms going down in these Marauders as they unload. Zealots warping it on top. Bio unloading into Storms is absolute mad dog energy. Doesn't get to morph the Archon in time. Is Q making this game messy enough? There's no Storm banking energy right now. He needs to keep making High Templar, fill them up with energy, and get those back on the front. But with so few Zealots to support is a problem. Cure is all in. He knows he needs to keep doing damage, but there's still 9 gateways up. Oh, I thought he depowered a few more or something, but 9 gateways, that's a lot of production, man.
Yeah, and there was 1 High Templar warped in. It just got energy recharged. Cure did add on a Ghost Academy during all this. 2 base Ghost. It is very expensive, and that does slow down your other bio production, of course, because, I mean, well, you really can't afford full production and 3 Ghosts at a time on just a 2-base economy. Cure, is that a lifted? That's his lifted main CC. Yeah, that is flying over towards that 3rd base, and that will give him a boost in economy for a little while, but that is not the kind of thing you want to be doing long term. That is...
He's prolonging the all-in, right? It's
exactly.
like
he's prolonging.
He just sold the 3rd part of his soul. Like the very last part of his soul has been sold just to give him 1 more minute in this game where his income is vaguely competitive with Zoun. And to be fair, I mean, Zoun hasn't made a Colossus transition. Very hard to do that. Does have Blink up now, which will help him with the anti-air a little bit. I love that. Loads up a triple drop, then realizes there's an observer watching. Gets rid of it, and then immediately unloads. I love the Zealots on the sides. I think this is very wise for Zoun. You know, the 2nd Forge, the Zealots. He's also adding an armor upgrade, which is very nice to just add a bit more depth. And that 4th Nexus in the bottom left side. Question for Zoun is, does he think this is a 3rd command center that's floated out? Because he is still adding a probe hero there. It feels like maybe he doesn't realize just how desperately all-in Cure is.
Possibly not, and he's committing a lot of Zealots to the counterattack. Now, they will get immense damage. Ooh, this Storm drop coming in. Civ Storm coming in. He does lose the Prism and the Templar, but that is so much damage on this army. And 2 fresh High Templar ready to go. That's a nice EMP, hits both of them. Energy Recharge about to be back off cooldown. It just comes off cooldown. There's a Templar just warped in. It gets EMP'd as well on the top.
Oh, no.
Ooh, that one Storm.
Zoun needs to pull out. It's a 7 SCV all in. But wait, he gets the Storm with the flank. That's enough. That's enough. That is massive there. The Zealot Warpin comes in as well. I was like, dude, I can't believe Q is actually beating this army, but the flanking High Templar comes in and keeping your Templar spread across the map. This is the reason why. It's so when you get in trouble and the Terran commits everything, you do that select all army, you pull it back, and there is always a stray High Templar with a lot of energy banked up that comes in from an odd angle. Terran isn't expecting it from there, and that's when the biggest size storms land.
And he needed that huge size storm. I think you're correct. I think Cure was doing it up until that last High Templar came in from the backside. Outstanding from Zoun to have all those flanking Templar ready to go, and to have that last one ready. Cure taps out. Zoun evens the series at 1 apiece. But considering how this was going and how much damage Cure was taking, the fact that it came down to that last storm, oh man, what a series we've got already.
Intense, dude. Intense. Cool to see Last Fantasy as well. I think the Phoenix Surprise did really nicely. Zoun is showing us today the reason that I love his PvT. It's so dynamic. His vision is so complete. And it feels like when he doesn't make any big mistakes, there's like a helpless feeling from the Terrans who are up against him where they're like, come on, man, how is this fair? Like, there's just, here's hallucination, here's Phoenix, here's Stalkers, here's Zealots. He's very good at also working the multiple angles, the counterattacks, the harassment, coming in and picking off SCVs with his Phoenix, spotting where the drops were coming from, calmly dealing with those big Doom drops in the main. And it's weird when you're with the Zealot Phoenix army, because I was thinking, how do you get rid of these tanks? And he was like, apparently 4 Phoenix, 2 Stalkers, and a Psy Storm, all I need from that high ground to clear that tank position. That was really good confidence from him. I was thinking, like, you've got no range damage, like, you just can never deal with it. But he did the math in his head, figured it out, and realized, hey, I can actually get rid of this very well using my spells.
Yeah, did a truly fantastic job there. Because without the Phoenix lifts, that is going to be a very, very different story. And honestly, maybe Cure wins right there with that push. But here we go, getting into game 3 on Tokamak. Spawning down in the bottom left for Vitality, it is Zoun.
And the top right side, playing Terran for Team Liquid for many years now, looking fantastic in game 1. Game 2, couldn't quite make his all-in work. This is Cure.
And these games have already been so good in this Korean qualifier. I'm honestly, I mean, obviously, you know, StarCraft 2 is just, it's a game where not everyone can win. But I'm honestly sad looking at the quality of games we've seen I'm won't see necessarily more of them, you know? And I'm just stoked, and I really hope this one goes the distance, this particular series.
Me too, mate. I mean, both of these players so far showing that they do belong in that Esports World Cup. Zoun especially looked great in his PvZ earlier today as well, so excited to see what he can cook up for us. Cybercore before Nexus. It's a no scout build for Zoun, so you could argue a little greedy here, but I think a bit of calculated greed mixed in is just perfect. Really good style. Obviously, Reaper expand for Cure as well. No SCV scout for him. Tokamak's a big map, man. It's quite large. There is obviously a lot of dead space to work with. We have seen some bunker pushes. I've seen, a few bunker roll-ins on this map. We've seen a few tank pushes. Zoun seems immune to early aggression, though, at the moment. And that's kind of the dynamic that I'm seeing in his matchups against everybody. Doesn't matter who he plays against. So I think game 1 was fake aggression and then get greedy behind it. It is another Tech Lab start, which does give him the potential to do something similar here.
Yeah, it's quite interesting. Cure is not a player that opens up with these early Marauders very often in his matchups. This is someone I think of Byun, who does this a lot more often. But it's interesting to see if he can get more value out of it, maybe. Obviously, in the previous game, not game one? Game one. Yeah, it did not catch the Adept, but then he used the information Zoun gathered against him, and just the mind games got really elaborate from there. So I don't think he's going to be able to emulate that again. Oh, what is this? Oh my God.
He's saying, look, I can't hide anything from you, right? You just see everything in my base. So, it's kind of funny. I was talking about this in a PvP we were casting 2 days ago in the Asian region. I was saying, how do you surprise someone because when you're both players are scouting with hallucinations? And I was kind of joking, and I was like, well, you take a corner base. Clearly you go for a secret third in the corner because it's the only thing you can possibly hide against hallucination. And I was not expecting this in a TVP. And now obviously it's a light poke here, and then he's just going to try and kind of pull off the same thing he did in game one. Hey, it looks like a 2-base all-in, but actually I'm macroing on 3 bases, and he can drop all of his mules in the corner so that his main 2 bases take a lot longer to mine out. I'm really curious to see how he does this. Wait, he's on 4 gas. You playing mech, mate? Is this battle mech with a hidden corner base? What?
This is... Oh! Look at that. Apollo calling the mech. Called shot right there. Damn, this is so cool. Cure is so cool.
He hides it just barely. Well done, well done. That was really well done. He's not going to know about it for a little bit longer, and every second that goes by is good. Now, Cyclones, of course, a bit stronger at the moment than some would argue they're meant to be. EWC has not made a ruling, the Esports World Cup, to play on a patch to fix that Cyclone cooldown timing. Not sure if it's come up at all, but yeah, I wonder if it's just because like the Cyclone isn't really dominant, and it does allow us to see mech a little bit more. So I wonder if there's talks of leaving it on purpose or something like this. But right now, basically the Cyclone, its lock-on cools down very quickly. That being said, I think there's an argument that's too strong against Zerg. Against Protoss, if the Protoss doesn't get surprised by this, I have to favor them. Like, that being said, it depends on the Protoss player, because it really feels like some Protoss players never lose to mech, and others will bash their head against a wall fighting into bad positions, and just because they have so little experience against it. And you think, oh, they're pro gamers, but I've seen top Protoss players run into a brick wall and just like blink into Cyclones with Magfield and tanks and Widow Mines and get butchered. So I do think usually the best plays revolve around Zealot Stalker, denying the 3rd base. So wait for Terran to take a 3rd, get a Prism in the back, swarm the front. Problem, he's never going to have to take the 3rd until super late because he's got the corner base. So this is actually genius.
It is really intelligent out of Cure, and it's super neat too, because if this was a regular barracks timing, Zoun might look at this and say, well, these barracks are late. Something's missing from your base, but you're not as used to factory timings per se. And this could look as well like Cure kind of delayed this. It's a lot easier to get lost 100%. In the sauce and forget about that missing money.
You're totally right. I don't think anyone would put that together, because how often do you play against mech in this matchup? It's so hard to, even in a normal game, it's hard to realize the minerals are missing for the command center. But if you're playing against mech you don't play against, you're like, yeah, well, I don't know, dude. And it's interesting. Storm's coming in. I think Storm's amazing against mech. It's great against Hellions, Widowmine, Cyclones, and it's just so flexible, right? It's so fast paced. So Storm's always a good thing. Also means if they do pivot air, you've got feedbacks for Banshees and things like that. But for now, the work account for Zoun seems incredibly slow. And that's like, he's building cannons in his bases like he's trying to get ready for Banshee harassment. And I feel like, where's the 4th base? Because when I'm playing against mech, I'm thinking, I need a fast 4th, I need a fast 5th, all this sort of stuff. And he feels like, well, you're 3rd so late, this looks like a big 2-base all-in. So Zoun's like, well, why would I go past 60 workers against a 2-base all-in? But now he's going to see him move out to start securing an expansion. And Zoun, if he doesn't start macroing up and get to 5th base, you know, 4-5 bases, 80 probes, he's going to have to be way more efficient than a mech player, which, whilst possible, is very difficult to pull off.
Especially when that mech player is set up. When the mech player doesn't have that big supply, doesn't have that 3-base economy, it's a lot easier to start trading and start whittling down the numbers. But Cure is effectively on 3 bases already, taking a 4th now, while Zoun thinks he's on 2 bases, taking a 3rd. So the math is just going to be, if Zoun has experience against mech, like limited experience against mech, it's going to be even more off-kilter. The more I think about it, the more I'm in love with this play from Cure on a conceptual basis for so many reasons. One, how game 1 went with the like double and triple mind games. 2, the hidden base into the mech. This is just so cool out of Cure.
It's so good against the way Zoun's playing. Zoun showed the same weakness against Beyond. Storm Drop comes in. Great Storm Drop, 5 SCVs, a whole bunch more damaged. Could maybe go back for more later. But yeah, I mean, Zoun has shown that he likes to figure out if there's an attack coming, and then he hard cuts economy, builds massive army. And we've seen this how many times? I've seen this with Zoun against Clem and other players as well, where he's down 30, 40, 50 supply against Terran in a macro game without much fighting happening. This is like, actually, now that I think about it, it's a repeatable, exploitable point, and it tells us Q has done his homework. Oh, he moves on top before letting his units attack, so he doesn't get an attack warning. Zoun loses 6 Stalkers before the fighting starts. I mean, Zoun is so outnumbered. He's 40 army supply down against a mech player. He's got the Storm Drop. Can he land some big ones on the Hellbats? Good spready so far. Hellbats do get thinned out a little bit, but the tanks are sieged up deep there. Stalkers do blink forward. Is there enough? Oh my gosh, those tanks and Cyclones shredding through these Protoss units. The Cyclone Hellion doing so much damage. That Immortal does pull back. Q is still up 50 supply. He's on 4 bases. Zoun doesn't realize it. Zoun is like, what? How do you have so much stuff? Well, I saw you move out to take a 3rd. Little did he know, there was an incredibly fast 3rd command center in the corner of the map this entire time. Zealot, Stalker, Immortal trying to break through, but the Hellbats clear the Zealots, the tanks and Cyclones clear the Immortals, and that is an exceptional push for Q. Remember, Q's rally not as strong usually, but he's just so far ahead in supply. It is absolutely the right call to keep reinforcing this position and just keep on hammering home.
And the 2-1 going to be coming online for Cure as well. This is already such a strong setup. It is just going to get stronger here. Zoun struggling so far down in supply, and Cure just keeps pushing. The Smart Servo's done, going to be able to morph those Hellbats at home to deal with a Zealot counterattack. Cure knocking his opponent back down to 3 bases while still on a 4th base himself and taking a 5th command center. This is so cool. This
is awesome.
This feels like a build that Cure came up with for the GSL finals of this season and didn't get to use there.
Protoss getting taken down by mech. We didn't even get to see like mass Cyclone, you know, getting abused or anything. It was just pure clever mind games taking advantage of Zoun's overreaction to the lack of a 3rd command center, or at least what he thought was a lack of a 3rd command center. And the Zealot flank can't do it. Zoun, I hope he rewinds that game, because otherwise he's going to be wondering, how the heck was I so very far behind?
Yeah. Oh man, what a game plan, series plan out of Cure. This is so cool. Cure is so cool, man. God, he's my favorite. He's just my favorite. I just love Cure.
He's a cool guy. I like Cure as well, man. It's just nice to see him mixing up the styles. And I remember there was a point where I think it was Zest many years ago was like so hard to beat in this matchup, and he just always would have like 0 units. And then just as the Terran push would come, like Storm would kick in and 12 Zealots would warp in and he'd crush it. And I remember after like a week of Zest crushing Cure in every single cup, Cure started doing some of the worst timing attacks I have ever seen on paper. And every single one worked, because he's so good at identifying how the Protoss player is playing and going, okay, so if I show you a build that should hit you at 8 minutes, but I move out at 6.5 minutes with a kind of bad unit set that I shouldn't move out with, that's going to get you. And he figures it out, and he's really good at figuring out these off things. And in this case, it's kind of the reverse. It's, you're really worried about 2 base all-ins. I'm going to keep hiding 3rd bases. I'm going to keep threatening and doing things that look like I'm being aggressive off 2 base, that demand a hard response, and then catching you off guard. And Zoun, is going to need to check his corners. He's going to need to scout around the back for third command centers. And it might be time for the 2-base all-in to just come right back in for Cura and say, are you maybe going to be a bit greedier now after losing 2 games to greed? Maybe. So we might just see Cura kind of zigzag between greed while feigning aggression and then actual aggression, because that's just going to make it really hard for Zoun to read what's happening.
Yeah, I don't know. It's there's still a lot of series left to play. Still a lot of opportunity for builds that have been, I guess, cooked up to show themselves, or possibly standard play. There's even time for Cure at this point to do maybe a fake out, maybe a throwaway build, just to throw Zoun even more off. But let's see if this player can keep the series even, not let it get out of hand for Vitality. It is Zoun.
And in the other side of the map, the blue Terran representing Team Liquid, it is Cure.
And I talked about having a throwaway build. Well, Proxy 2-Rax Marauder is not necessarily a throwaway build. It is a build that, when you're up 2-1, I actually really like it in a best of 7 a lot, because let's say you lose this game. Okay, cool. We reset the series on... Now, the only thing is this is Cure's map pick, so that's a little bit less fortunate, but it is going to keep Zoun guessing, keep Zoun thinking that there is going to be a proxy coming, and will Zoun go for the 1-base response against this again like we saw against Beyond? That is the question on my mind.
I think you have to. I think it's the best response. For years, we've seen Hero always take the Nexus against it, Max Packs as well. Mm-hmm. And we've seen a lot of Protoss players, they go, how are you meant to stop this build? It's so unfair. And I've always just kind of shaken my head and gone, guys, come on, like, what are we doing? They're like, well, I saw Max Packs defend his Nexus, why can't I do it? I'm like, stop, you're not Max Packs or Hero. Be a sane person, defend on the high ground. Your opponent built their production outside their base. Like, there are levels of all-in, and this is the most extreme level of all-in. You want to be as safe as possible against this. Classic was the first guy who I saw consistently go for the high ground Stargate response. It's so good, it's so solid, it's so safe, and it just, Terran feels so bad in this situation that they've been scouted. Floating those barracks back home across this map, they take over a minute to float home. It's an appallingly bad follow-up that the Terran finds themselves in. So I love this setup for Zoun. I think it's a really good one. And he's just going to go Zealot Stalker to start, but I think with the shield battery, he should be fine to defend.
Little adjustment that Zoun has made between this series and the last one. As a response, last time against Beyond, he went for the Stalker before the Stargate. This time, he got the Stargate before the Stalker, which means he is going to have those air units that much earlier. Now, unfortunately for him, he doesn't quite have the gas for it. So maybe kind of outsmarting himself a little bit here. Cure, though, never made concussive.
Yeah, he's cancelled it, but he actually built a lot more units than Beyond did, right? Beyond built 1 Marauder and went home. Cure actually committing pretty hard here, but with the shield battery, he realizes, nah, he's going to shuffle that weak Marauder to the back, but no concussive, which means he can't tag the units. No command center on the way just yet. He's going to continue. There's no sentry. There's no sentry. The Oracle isn't ready. The Marauder's diving, but oh, the battery is so good, and that was an overcommitment if I've ever seen one. You said throwaway build earlier. Those were your words, Steadfast. Well, apparently Cure had that mindset of, yep, I'm going to take every risk available, hope to catch my opponent with his pants down being too greedy, but Zoun read the game correctly and was playing safe. The Oracle's going to fly in now, and that is going to spell disaster.
Yes, it is. This is extremely good for Zoun, and yeah, that's just going to be GG getting called. I was talking about throwaway build in the sense of, like, we do something a little bit wild.
Well, we saw something
maybe took it a little too literally on that
one. Cool. I mean, I like the idea, but yeah, Zoun's been pretty good about probe scouting at the right times in these series, hasn't he? Which, for someone who loves to go kind of very early sentry builds, you'd think you might catch him going for a no scout 19 Nexus a little bit more or something like that. I think Zoun's been very good about randomizing his build orders and just making sure it's hard to pick what he's doing. I think, like, for instance, this is why if you always do a certain build on a certain map, it's a terrible weakness at this level of play. This is why I always talk about Beyond on ley lines, how he needs to stop engineering bay blocking, because you can't do the same build on the same map 95% of the time. There are players who never check for engineering bay block, who send a probe to their natural exactly when his SCV comes in every time on that map because they know how he plays it. And Zoun, it feels like people are trying to catch him out, and they're not finding it, right? Zoun may be randomizing his builds enough, varying things up enough that there's no easy counter here. So I gotta say, the man seems rock solid for the first like 8 minutes of the game.
Yeah, he does. It's funny because I do feel like that is kind of the opposite of most Protoss players right now in this particular matchup. It feels like for the most part, they're extremely good in the late game. And there's a little bit of an exposure to some of those 2-base SCV pulls, the 2-base tank pushes, the 3-base no gas SCV cuts. Like, that's what Maru basically, won DreamHack Dallas off in his TVPs.
100%. Well, we'll see if this man brings in any more kind of 2-base Maru style aggression, or is it back to greed again because he's already used up 2 sneaky greedy builds? How many can he have left in his pockets? To the bottom right side for Team Liquid, it's Cure.
And his opponent spawning up at the top left for Vitality. It is Zoun.
Last time I saw Zoun look vulnerable in this matchup, it was last time he played Clem in a big series back at Pigfest, and Clem just out multitasked him really hard. It was just one of those things where it was just, I am going to just drop in 3 places at once for the entire game and constantly dance on the edge of like losing my whole army and risk it, but like you overwhelm you. It's one of those things where like he kind of manhandled Zoun in that series. But I also looked at it and said, I don't know if anyone else can do this. Like, I don't think even Maru can win this way. Like, it was such a Clem mechanic APM multitasking overload style. I was like, yeah, I mean, Clem can kind of do this to just about anyone, but I don't know if it really showcased a specific weakness that a guy like Cure or someone else can take advantage of.
Yeah, it's just play like Maru, just play like Clem, the old adage of like, just surpass human limitations. Just lift
better than
God.
Lift like peak Arnie, man. Just like why can't you sprint 100 meters in 4 seconds? Like what do you guys? Come on, just teleport. Come on.
Why do those baseball players keep missing the ball when they swing? Are they stupid? Why do they only hit it a third of the time?
Marine into factory bunker, very standard, very safe opening, and I guess this makes sense for Cure. You can't keep necessarily hiding what you're doing too much, so I wouldn't be surprised to see a more standard, just build like a Hellion, use that to poke around and maybe kill a probe going at the third. Potentially go for like a single mine drop, or even actually empty medevac. I think is actually quite decent against Zoun, where you just kind of make him follow the medevac with hallucinations and worry about it, and you're really not caring about it, but you're just putting out the idea that you are like being a little aggressive when you're actually not really having any intent to do so. You're wanting the second and third barracks down, stim and shields, and I guess actually one thing we haven't talked about, Zoun hasn't been getting aggressive with blink stalkers much at all, and very rarely does. This is one weakness a few players have, like some of your more defensive Protosses, whether it's like a Showtime or an Estrella sometimes, where Terran players can just build one tank, or sometimes no tanks, go straight to stim shields, like put your barracks in the tech labs, just have earlier bio medevac map pressure than you would if you played super safe. So I wonder if Cure feels like he can maybe cut that corner at all against Zoun.
That's definitely a possibility. You like you said, you can unlock some sick, nasty stim shield timings, first couple medevacs on the field like a minute earlier by cutting those tanks. It's very exposed when you play against max packs, but there, like you said, there's a lot of players, and I think you identify correctly, Zoun is one of them, that doesn't really seem to want to force the issue with those blink stalkers. And I don't want to get too into it, but I feel like it kind of represents the issue of why we haven't had as many Protoss champions is there hasn't been like a fully complete Protoss player that can do everything. You know, like
Oh yeah,
all
like
the styles, do
yeah,
all
like
the things.
if you could pause the game at certain points and you like put like showtime in, and then you pause it, you put hero in at another point, and
Exactly.
you put stats in, right? Like the dream Protoss player, because it's so hard to play all those different styles, man. Well, we've got the drop coming in, but good defense so far. Oh, he does save it. Okay, good pullback by Cure. That could have gone very bad, but he saves the units. He hasn't committed too much to this. He's got the second barracks, the third barracks. He does build a Cyclone, which is interesting. I think this is purely just to like shut down observers, help poke back stalkers when he is moving out, right? So you've got that like just annoying long-range firepower, and he is going to build a tank behind it, but with a good second and third barracks timing and a Raven, and that third base is a little delayed for Zoun, as he did go blink, third gas, 3 gateways. He's got the prism out, can put on some pretty decent blink pressure, and it is going to be a very standard game from this point.
It's going to be really funny if this is the game where we actually see Zoun, you know, go up to like 12 Blink Stalkers, 4 Stalkers and a Prism into the main base, you know, uses this opportunity on Meganatha to kind of blink from the line third down to the bottom. It'd be really funny if that's what we see, but it looks like it might just be that 4-Stalker hit squad. Now this mine, I mean, this, oh my God, with the Cyclone here and the mine, this is very scary for Zoun. He needs to identify it immediately, and he does.
He sees it. Good scouting. And he'll set it off as well.
Okay.
Oh! Does lose a Stalker nonetheless, with the Siege Tank and the Widow Mine firing one at the same time. Hard to focus on picking up both at once. And, I mean, he gets a little bit of damage, gets a Widow Mine, but of course the Stalker is more expensive as a unit. Hellions going to go in for a bit of a scout and see some gateways. Will he scout the Templar Archives finishing? Yes, he will. Very nice scouting. Third command center goes down behind this for a Cure. And it's a 6-minute third CC, so it's like a very balanced style for Cure, and it's been enough of a standard opening that it kind of like supply-wise, numbers-wise, this actually looks really good for him. He's up 15 supply, he's got all of his upgrades coming in. I feel like he's slightly ahead in this game.
Yeah, and this just feels like Cure's, man, I always love Cure's early game because it's so clean and crisp. And it feels like he hits all of his unit timings, all of his supply depot timings unbelievably sharply.
His macro is so consistent, right? It's otherworldly.
Yeah. And this just showcases it. That's all I wanted to say. It's like
it's beautiful. He's unshakable. Yeah. It's there's so many times where other players freeze up and get tunnel vision. Q never does. No tunnel vision for him. Even with this attack, we're watching, we see everything. I don't know if he's going to commit or not. I have no idea.
Yeah.
And that's what's the beauty of it. Protoss player can't figure it out either, because you never know. He will, based on what he sees here, make that decision on the fly. And it looks like he doesn't like what he sees, so he just turns around. Very, very good. You know, look how delayed the Forge is for Zoun. It's because you don't know, is this army going to push in? If so, I don't want to be wasting money on an upgrade. Widowmine trades for a Stalker. Again, very good trade. Third command center is now finished, which is nice, and will be floating on out there. So he's going to be, just rallying on out. Ghost Academy comes in. Supply still looks good, but look at this. Zoun is identified. You are playing longer term games against me. Fourth Nexus, second Forge much earlier here. I like this. Oh, these Widow Mines, mate. They've been nasty.
This was Cure's trademark play, was split pushing constantly, always threatening with medevacs on the map, and then planting a mine. He used to do this all the time back before mines had to get drilling claws to have cloak. But look at this, even now, still showing shades of that such frustrating play, and he's gotten a couple of nice little mine shots off of it. And now this Prism is as much a liability as it is a strength for Zoun.
All right, 4 Zealots come in, get themselves an SCV, a couple mules and a Marine, pull the whole army back. It's not a bad trade. I mean, cost for cost, it's obviously not super positive for Zoun, but you waste mining time as well. So it's a pretty even trade, and it pulls your opponent's attention around. I like the activity. I think I've loved the fact that Zoun is very consistent with trying to do this sort of stuff. He's now cut a big corner in terms of army production. His gateways have not been producing very much, and that's a good choice as long as he can survive this next minute. Like, if he can get to the 10-minute mark, I think Zoun's chances improve massively. But right now, Cure has a huge army. Ghosts are on the front. and he is moving forward, barreling towards the 4th base. You've got to try and control space with only 2 High Templar and the Prism, 3 High Templar in total. That Prism is so vulnerable.
Very nice little bait right there from Zoun. He put the Prism forward. It does draw out the EMP. He avoids it preemptively. Nice movement there from Zoun. I don't know if he was purposely trying to bait that, but it works out as a bait. That's a decent little storm. Ends up dropping a second one that's not as great. It kind of zoned the army, and then he dropped the second one. This is really interesting for Zoun, by the way. We've got disruptors being added on, but also the extended thermal lance. Little flank attempts being set up here. This is a strong pushing position for Cure. Oh, nice little dodge on the disruptor with a hot pickup, but the Marine was left in the cold. Oh, nice.
Good dodge. His dodging's really nice. Cure is so far back. He's trying to bait Zoun. Like, he's not shoving in. There is no urgency for Cure. Look at how much he's trying to bait him. He's keeping his Marines back, his Ghost back. He's ready for that Zealot flank from the south.
Viking
He's going a bit further forward now. Is he going too deep? Storms are landing. Zealots are going to go. Zoun's going to pull the trigger. He's lost every High Templar, so it's purely Zealots and Disruptors now. Can he land? Decent Disruptor shot, but nothing to write home about. Second one does land on 3 Marauders on the north side. The Stalkers blink forward, taking out some Medevacs and Vikings. The Disruptors are empty, though. Empty Disruptors waddle into the front of the fight. One more Storm does land. The Medevacs take the worst of it. A lot of Medevacs actually go down, and chasing really doggedly here is Zoun, but he's only got Stalkers and Waddle left, and that was absolutely him chasing too far. Way too far there. Disruptors exposed, but it does survive. Zoun has a 5th base building up north, 2 Colossus building, and I think overall that's actually decent for Zoun. Yes, he's down in the units lost trading, but remember, he's going to a 5th base. Where is the Terran 4th command center? It's floating out there now, I believe. It is finished in the Terran base, but it's not up and mining yet. And Zoun has shown if he can get to Colossus in the midst of all this, he's got extended thermal lance, that's good. Unfortunately, he's under so much pressure, he can't afford 2-2.
It is important to note, though, that Kier also delayed his 2-2 to really add oomph to that push. He didn't shove in super early, super hard until the fight fully broke out, until Zoun committed himself, but he was committing to it from an infrastructure perspective. He just started that 2-2 recently. It is still going to be a big timing advantage for him. Oh, Zealot run by on the bottom side. We'll find a very exposed mineral line once again. A couple of Widowmines did whittle that down, but did not stop it entirely. Zoun got one magical disruptor shot in that fight, and without that, I think Cure has already won this game. It was a
decent-sized storm
shot.
did just land as well. Sorry, there was a decent storm that just pushed back the northern army. So Zoun, like you said, he buys himself space with the Zealots, and in the north storms the army. Didn't kill much, but he just pushed it back, right? It's all healing now. And now if he gets to the tower, suddenly you've got Colossus, Disruptor, Storm. You've got the trifecta of splash damage. Lib range is still quite far away. Cure does break down the rocks to close down one angle. It's hard for Terran to finish Protoss off on this map. The big rush distance hurts Terran a lot, and the warp inability for both counterattacks and reinforcing anywhere on the map are going to be really powerful. If Zoun can get some gateways out in the corners, some pylons out on the edges of the map, especially over on Cure's side, if he can control the watchtowers as well, I think this becomes a massive mobility advantage to the Protoss player. And taking a 5th for Terran, you have to take it in the middle. I think the 5th base is okay. I think base number 6 onwards are near impossible to hold on unless you've already got complete map control. So Zoun, he's going to take charge of the map now, but 2-2 is kicking in for Cure. And we'll see if he can hold on. That 3rd base, not a planetary.
This is a very unfortunate anti-timing with that 2-2 push completing just as Zoun gets to the ramp and takes down those Widowmines. EMP tries to land. Does hit on, I think, a couple of units. That's a good EMP there. It does deny the Guardian Shield. There's still storms available. Disruptor's going to kind of zone this army back, but really nice unit movement from Cure, avoiding those Disruptors very cleanly. Zoun does have his 2-2 on the way. Oh, getting left in the dust, and they will go ashes to ashes, dust to dust. They
have to get replaced as well.
Yeah.
That's a big problem if you don't replace them. There's a big problem a lot of Protoss players have. Zoun normally doesn't have it, is they forget to replace High Templar because there's just so much going on. You're already managing your Sentries, your Disruptors, your Colossus. He warped one in, but he does need to keep making sure they're with his army. They're spread around the map. Ghost coming forward again. High Templar exposed. Gets, oh, wow. 3 feedbacks. Really nicely done there. Beautiful play by Zoun. Zoun's going to go for the counterattack right now. He's got some Disruptors and some High Templar at home. I don't know if that's enough to hold on against this army advance. High Templar are mighty exposed on that the defensive side. Planetary goes down here on the other side. High Templar come forward, but they do take EMPs to the chin. Disruptors there. It's going to get EMP'd as well. And this is looking like a big push onto the production. Remember, Zoun has recall, but he hasn't used it just just yet. Zealot's breaking into the base. He's on top, but so is Terran. If Terran can get rid of the production or the next side, that'll be big. That Forge so exposed right now, depowering the production. Pylons going down, as are the SCVs. Both sides taking massive damage. If Zoun's going to commit to this base trade, he should rebuild tech in the top right now. If he rebuilds his Templar Archives and a few other tech structures, he'll be much quicker to rebuild. He's got the money, he's got a lot of probes on the map, and he is butchering the Terran base, but he's not rebuilt anything, and that's a problem. His tech's going down. He's missing a key opportunity. His Cybercore's down. His Templar Archives, his Twilight Council are both dying. He's not rebuilt any tech. Zoun with thousands of resources in the bank, but he's missing an opportunity here. Terran did not have that opportunity because he doesn't have any corner bases. His only SCVs trying to run across the map are getting hunted down. They just got cleaned up by Zealots. This is looking quite good for Protoss in that he's taking out all the production while rebuilding in the top right, but the lack of a Templar Archives or any other building like that is a small issue. He's only got one High Templar alive on this map.
This is really important as well. The engineering bays, despite all of the production going down, oh, that's a big storm on this army. Cannon's going to get some additional big kills here. Zoun pulling back from this base. He does have some static defense that will go down. No Forge rebuild. Oh, no, there is a Forge rebuild. Okay. Oh, that's actually very, very nice. Or unless, did the Forge not die? Never mind, we see a cancel on a ton of gateways in the top right. Zoun says, okay, I cannot hold this base. He elects not to recall, which is interesting.
He's trying to, he's trying to chase the buildings down. He knows he's got money to rebuild elsewhere, but it is costly because he just built a lot of pylons there as well. And I do think it's so weird because he's got 34 probes. I think Zoun realizes if he resets, he's got a better position. He should probably take one of these middle bases, or maybe both middle bases even, rebuild somewhere on one of these fresh bases. He could also think about taking care of this army. Stalker's trying to go up to the command centers. One's there, another one in the top right as well. There is no High Templar. It's just three Colossus, 3 Disruptors. There's 8 Vikings, 5 Libs. Terran army with the right EMPs absolutely could do this. Likewise, 1 or 2 Disruptor shots ruins your day. If he kept 1 or 2 High Templar alive, it'd be a different story, but right now it's a very close game. Army supply, though, does go to Protoss.
That's a Blink 4, does snipe one of the Vikings. EMP tries to land. Guardian Shield going off. Liberators will siege up on top of the army, trying to kite back against the Colossus. 2 of them going down very quickly. Cure avoiding the Colossus fire extremely well. Will kite back very well. Zoun's army kind of getting melted, and the bio stimming forward once again. Vikings could have landed to potentially pull off those units, but Cure has won the fight decisively enough. And now Zoun has no choice but to go guerrilla warfare. He's got 3 Disruptors somewhere on the map. Where are they?
Oh, no! Where were they? Yeah, I was like, isn't something missing? What's going on in this battle? Oh, no! That's such a disaster, mate. Oh, I mean, he's still got some Stalkers. He's still got some Disruptors.
Oh, there's no barracks.
Flanking balls? Flanking balls?
Oh, Disruptor. Oh!
Well, they're just going to get hunted down now, though. No escape. Not against the guy with Q as micro.
Yeah, I don't think so. And that's both Disruptor shots that were available getting used up. There's a sentry here. Maybe you can drop a force field. That's not going to save these Disruptors. 1, 2, 3 go down. Stalkers trying to flank this army. Are there any ghosts left over? No. So there's no EMP to kill this observer. But even if Zoun can see this, Cure can just keep moving around the map, sniping Nexi. Zoun does still have a lot of money in the bank, but it is getting dwindled down even as he mines more.
I mean, no one beats Cure in a scrappy, messy match. We have seen him so many years. Best player in the world in TVP for various moments in the last 4 years. And yet almost every series has at least one game where he looks like he's dead. And he just makes this crazy sort of comeback in these messy, down and dirty situations. Cure has so much experience here. He's going to go back after the gateways and the tech in the main base, making sure army can't be rebuilt. Single Marine is going to find this base down here. It's such a small handful of Protoss units. But, oh my lord. What a crazy late game. And I think Zoun was not sure he was going to commit to the base trade. Otherwise, absolutely rebuilding like a Templar Archives and mass pylon in the top right or something, and then just recalling to defend that base could have worked so well, right? Yep. As it is, he's outnumbered. He can't beat Stim Bio with this, surely. Like, Blink Micro is good, but so many medevacs, even though they are low on juice. 36 army supply to 27 is kind of close, though. I don't know. It's really close. It's like, maybe if Zoun can just get that Nexus, that'll unsupply block him. He can warp in about... How many gateways does he have powered right now? None. Okay, that's a problem.
Well, it's
got to sneak a probe into the main.
it's not just that, it's the fact that there's still Blink Stalkers alive. That was a great little sequence there from Zoun with the force fields, with the unit movement just in general. We are going to see Zoun once again giving up this base. The Nexus on the right side is done, so he's going to be able to continue mining.
That's so smart.
Marine, will it be able to actually deny the pylon? Not the first one. It will deny the second, and will start shooting at this one. Zoun, those Stalkers are worth an unbelievable amount of money right now.
They're so vulnerable. There we go. One of them goes down, but the Zealots jump in. They find a good trade. They catch a bunch of these units. The Vikings are a little too far behind. You absolutely called it. Those Stalkers are doing so well. I can't believe it. I really thought Q had this in the bag. But dude, the Zealot Stalker Sentry Micro getting down and dirty. Zoun forgets about his disruptors just to build the hype. What can I say? This guy truly is the next hero. You know, he makes a little slip up to get us excited. Then he does some perfect Stalker Micro, starts warping in Zealots. Oh my lord. And that is huge because there is no mining right now for Cure. Cure does not have mining. Zoun's got a full binding base on that right side, or at least 11 probes. He's still out there. He's repowered some gateways. And what do you have? 3 Marauders, 4 Medevacs? I cannot believe it. You need to get in and take out the economy, and you can force a draw. But the win condition is completely gone for Cure.
Well, something very funny just happened. He just dropped below 15 supply. He's now able to build an SCV, which means he can actually build a depot and technically restart. The problem, of course, is that his opponent has still 14 probes. Sorry, 13 probes. 13 probes. I was looking at Kira's army supply. I had that completely backwards. Yeah, this is still going to be unbelievably difficult, especially with Zoun mining, well, basically a starter economy, but having the ability to re-access this setup. We are going to see that depot completing. Oh, but it's an interception on the drop, and Cure will end up getting chased down. There's the fully loaded medevac. It goes down. GG is called. Zoun puts himself on EWC qualification point. Guerrilla warfare, baby. He gets it done.
Indeed. Damn, dude. That was absolutely wild. This is crazy. This series has been absolutely off the chain so far. Really high level play for both players. I do wonder if either one's going to ask for a break. I feel like these guys are just gunning game to game to game right now. They seem to be enjoying it. They seem to be feeling the momentum, but Zoun there, I thought that one had slipped away, but he ends up getting it. Good commitment to the base trade at the end of the day, as he did have a lot more money. Really well played on Maganatha. The next map is going to be Pylon, a shorter, rushier map, a map where either player could get in the other's base incredibly quickly.
Yeah, this is I mean, this is the map we talked about with that ledge for siege tank pushes, and now here we are, game 6. Cure's down 2-3. Will he go for a starportless siege tank push? Will he do something completely different? Will it be, you know, a 3-1-1 with 3 tanks? I don't know. I'm very interested to see what is going to happen here on this potentially final map in the series, or whether we will get that decisive game 7.
Crazy, dude. Absolute madness so far. And well, these players are fighting as if their life depends on it. And it turns out when you are fighting for a spot in the Esports World Cup, well, it's kind of important. It's kind of a big deal getting into that World Championship or not. And we've had, of course, a very compressed sort of season where everybody is just having a very intense month of StarCraft. We've had ups, we've had downs, we've had highs and lows. You talked about how Cure was so high a few weeks ago and has now had a few weeks of unfortunate downward spiral in terms of his results. It does look like he's stabilizing here. The series is getting so action-packed, so very close. But Zoun is just proving to be such a difficult problem for him right now.
Yeah, and I mean, Zoun is just playing unbelievably well in this qualifier. Like, he's ratcheted up his early game to the point of feeling almost indestructible in the first 7 minutes of the game, first 8 minutes of the game. And it's come at the cost of some of the macro. And in many of the games, it's led to some, you know, 30 or 40 supply differentials going into the mid game, going towards the late game. But the control of the units has absolutely backed it up. And now he is just one map away from qualifying directly into EWC. But can this man force a game number 7. Spawning down for Team Liquid, it is Cure.
And a man who may have lost his balls in that last game, but he found magic with Sentry Stalker, Zealot. Beautiful play at the end of that last game. He's got momentum. It's Vitality Zoun.
Man,
it's so funny how you can lose track of such an important unit and then play so perfectly right afterwards. That's grit, man. A lot of players, they fall apart when something goes wrong, they play worse.
Yeah.
I always admire a player where something can go really bad and then they can play extra perfectly afterwards to make up for it.
Yeah, the hero factor. You know, you're down 10 army supply. You move into the middle of the map. You take a terrible fight. Your opponent gets a 60 army supply advantage. You have like 8 stalkers, 2 cannons, and a shield battery, and then you hold off an 85 supply army and you win the game. And it's like, how did you do that? And he just winks at you, blinks the stalkers perfectly, and disappears.
Probe Harass going to come in at the start. Cybercore into Nexus for Zoun, and a 1-Rax expand for Cure. I do like 1-Rax expand. I think it's a little better than the double gas in general against the sentry openings that Zoun loves. He sees everything you're doing, so that the surprise factor of a double gas is just not as useful, and he's so good at defending the early aggro. This way, anything you do that's aggressive, that Zoun reacts to, you can just pivot away from. You don't need to commit to it as much, and you've just got that little bit of extra flexibility. Interesting that he has CV scouts. I guess he just wanted to confirm what the opening was and see if it was a double gas or not.
Not 100% sure. Maybe he wanted to mark the... Maybe he wanted to mark the position of the Gateway and Cybercore before the Reaper arrived to make a decision on whether he wanted to go for like some kind of push to exploit taking down that Gateway and Cybercore early. I'm not really sure. It's kind of the only thing that I can think of off the top of my head.
Yeah, I mean, well, the double gas build, right, with the very fast tech is something where the Nexus is a lot later. So maybe just seeing the Nexus and then checks the gateway placement as well, like you said, just to confirm that as well.
Oh, maybe, yeah,
well.
maybe just incidentally
Yeah.
checking the gateway.
Yeah, maybe as like a little bonus. Twilight Council does go down. Sentry's going to scout. Command Center comes up. Factory there. Reactor. Lots of good stuff going down as the chronos drop on the probes. I think this is correct for Zoun to lean into his economy a little bit. Keep scouting, but be just a little bit greedier than normal, because Cure has definitely shown a preponderance towards late game. You know, late mid-game, late game, not as much shoving going on, and if you force this sort of play out of your opponent, best to prepare for that stage of the game that he is competing with you in.
Yeah, and Cure has not attempted a whole lot of early game harass or aggression. And where he has, it felt very lackluster. This Reaper is going to... that was a bit of a weird probe pull right there from Zoun. It felt like he was trying to hide something that wasn't there. Oh, he does end up dropping the force field. Wow, okay. And he gets the kill. Hellion runs by in the natural. I was just trying to talk about how this has not happened at all. And then, you know, the little bit of harassment. But this is not like a commitment
Wait, he didn't even lose a probe. Oh, that's crazy.
He didn't? Yeah, he saved everything. It was very nice. The shield battery was able to keep everything alive. This is probably the most harassment Cure's done all series in the early game. He's been very light on that harassment, relatively speaking.
Yeah, he's going to go for the Widow Mine drop, second and third barracks. He's going back to very traditional TVP right now. Starting to build tanks, expect a Raven, third gas. Cool. Very traditional. I like it. He's going to struggle to get into that main. Zoun's positioning is just picture perfect as always. Ooh.
Oh, he's going for it. Okay. That's fantastic for Zoun. That's...
Yeah.
At this point...
Good micro.
Yeah. You just want to clear up those mines as quickly as possible to get back to mining, I feel like. Just sack the 2 probes as fast as you can. Getting the medevac, getting 100%. Both mines, not having to keep those stalkers in the main is... I would say, even with the lost mining time, that's still good for Zoun.
Ooh, okay. We just saw the Raven queue down the right side of the map for Cure. He's going to go hide for some auto turrets. Waiting for the second tank, maybe even a third, before swapping the barracks over. +1 weapons, nice and early. So it's that standard setup. Storm once again for Zoun. Loves his Storm openings. I mean, we've seen just him get so much respect for a Prism and a few High Templar. It's got harassment potential. It's cutting off any 2-base all-ins from Terran. Great play for Zoun in this series with the Storm openings. Comes in, he's going to see the 3rd command center as well. Keeps sieging, unsieging. Oh, does he leave just before he sees it?
Oh,
He did see it just start.
as long as he clicks the wireframe or pings the wireframe. Oh, he comes back in anyways and sees it. No problem.
Yeah. I guess he left it just as it started, and he was like, "Wait, what was that?" He goes back. Oh, it is. It is a 3rd command center.
Yeah, it's always
Very good info.
to double check for sure.
It's not like it's a big reaction when you see this. It's just kind of a small difference between normally you might cut probes a lot more to make army and tech. In this case, you're going to be usually a little more focused on closer to non-stop worker production, and also thinking about a 4th nexus starting like a little bit ahead of time. It's not something you're rushing to. It's still very similar build, but it's just you're a bit faster on the probes, a bit faster on the 4th nexus. 4 Stalkers out front looking to damage any Marines, but the Marauders are up front, which is good. Does focus them, doesn't quite manage to take out that Marauder.
Yeah, just gonna end up getting healed up by the medevac. Always a little frustrating when you're that close. Oh, looks like a feedback was used on that Raven.
Nice.
I don't know. Do you like that? I'm always of the... Like, it reveals the Templar tech and it doesn't get the kill.
I think in any other situation than these two, I'm with you, Steadfast. Like, I just think it's so obvious he's playing Storm every game at this point. Kira knows, he knows. 9 times out, any other 2 players playing, I am 100% like, hide it. Why would you reveal it so early for like 1 auto turret? Who cares? But I like this because like these players are like, hey, look, masks off. You know what I'm doing. I know what you were doing. This is kind of about execution and just tiny details now. And we're going to see, can this bio tank push deny the 4th? I think he can. He's going to get a great position. And he's gonna have to give it up.
I'm a little surprised Zoun. Well, I'm not that surprised. I mean, the pocket 4th does make sense. It cuts off the potential of this, kind of leapfrog tank push. Little Zealot run by will slow down the Ghost Academy. Kira did this. I think this is a 2nd game he's done this where he just kind of puts the Ghost Academy just like out front of the natural for some reason. We are gonna.
Yeah.
Oh, hold that thought.
Oh, he's gonna go for it. Storm on those Marines would have been so nice. Oh, he didn't see it. Dude, those Marines were all stuck in the tiniest corner. If he landed that 3 seconds earlier, that would have been an absolute bloodbath. But Zoun misses his opportunity. And that's a nice little poking attack for Cure without overcommitting. Now, you talked about the top, why not expand to the corner? Well, that top right corner actually got blocked by a Marine, which is great. So he was going to go for it. I think the corners are awful on this map. I don't know. The whole side lanes are so claustrophobic. You can't get to these areas. Like there's very scary one-directional pushes. So, I mean, if you've got the range advantage, I think those corners of the map are really nice places. And a Terran does tend to have the range advantage. Obviously, Colossus can turn that around a little bit. You could argue Stormdrop has some of the longest range. But it's definitely an awkward situation. And Zoun forced to take that top right, which means he really should be fighting for like center-right map control and not letting Cure get an army up to that corner.
Yeah, I mean, as long as you can hold that watchtower, you can really control that space nicely. But obviously, that's easier said than done on a consistent basis. And it ultimately is going to be a double expand here, as Zoun's like, well, it's time for my 5th base as well. Like, I do need to keep the macro going. We're going to see a little jump attempted coming in from Zoun. Does snipe a medevac with the blink forward. Not a bad little move. And will kind of stall Cure out immediately.
Yeah, like Zoun not having the 4th mining is a pain, but he never builds that much income anyway, so I really don't think it's that alien of a position for him to be in. There's guys who want to rush 8 gas. For them, this is really bad. For Zoun, he doesn't care. He's going to sit on 4 gas for a long time no matter what. Doing some decent blink micro, doesn't lose too much, just 1. But this is a lot of ghosts in this army. Colossus tech is not here yet, and dude, Cure is finding the moment to push once again. How do you deal with this? Like, EMP and Vikings are going to ruin you. If you go anywhere near that with the Prism, Prism's looking for it. He can't get it. I think he maybe should give this up again.
Oh, he does have that sneaky High Templar on the left side. Zoun's been so good at having these High Templar in awkward, uncomfortable position. There is the drop into feedback, but he does end up getting EMP'd. Zoun will lose the Nexus, no cancel. And I mean, even now, 300 minerals down drain for free is not ideal. That High Templar is being so patient on the left side, and Cure is starting to clump his army up. This
Oh my
could
gosh,
end up
oh my
being
gosh.
so big.
That High Templar, they see each other, but no one's noticed. And here we go, big fight happening. But he's forgotten about that High Templar on the side, and Zoun pulls back. I'd love to see a bigger Zealot counter. It's a few Zealots coming in, but there's a bunker already up. As long as he repairs, that should be an easy defense there for Mr. Cure. Cure with an excellent series of pushes here. Funnily enough, the trading isn't that far in his favor, and the Zealots of the hold position actually get a fair bit of damage. Stalkers do come out, some good blink micro to minimize the splash there. Only taking splash damage, in fact, and is going to have to rebuild that fifth. You can tell Zoun's a little excited. He misclicks it the first time, quickly corrects that, and does place it perfectly. But dude, we are seeing such an intense series because Cure committed a lot. It's a very late fourth for him. His 2-2 is very late. But he's found so much damage on Zoun. He's slowed down Zoun's growth so much. It's such an odd situation because now we go to the later stage. We saw Zoun struggle against Beyond in late game, but in this stage, like early late game, boy is he scary when he starts battering you with Disruptors and Colossus and Immortals and Storms, and he'll just shove over and over. He's got 10 gate production. He's got a Storm drop up front. He flies it in and gets it killed.
That is a really nice Viking missile turret EMP combo. Very expensive for Zoun there, losing that. And I mean, I feel like you got to rebuild that Prism immediately. But, oh man, oh, he knew that missile turret was there. That's very unfortunate. Sensor tower on the left side will spot this army over here. Scan does find the observer as well that was looking for this army rotation. Zoun's got to be very careful. This is an army that is looking to surround that Protoss force. Oh, the flank. Oh! It's a massive storm. Another one comes down. Cure will get over there, but can Zoun follow it up with an initiation?
Dude, Cure in such an awkward spot. He's going to get out of here, mate. What's he doing fighting? Oh, no, he didn't think there was an army behind it. His army just gets ransacked. Absolutely savage. And Cure, he needed to pull back immediately after those storms. I can't believe it. A few good storms. Zoun catches him off guard, and Cure stands and fights like a mad lad with his army deep in the red. He's got nothing left. There's so few units here. It's a pack of Marines and a handful of Ghosts. He's got to try and survive, but right at this moment, Zoun has got him on the ropes. Luckily for Cure, Zoun does not have a Warp Prism. High Templar coming in from the sides right now. The army is still fighting in the natural. He's got a rally building out back as well as out front at the third. The Zealots are going to go into that base on the left and try and force him in, but you've got such a scary Protoss army on the doorstep, and oh, the High Templar derps in. Bit of a mistake for Zoun.
Yes, it is, but there is a full energy High Templar in the natural. SCVs at the third going down. Storm will zone the army out, finding some damage. It is going to be a big flank on the Colossus with the Vikings, and all of a sudden, Cure getting a wraparound on all of Zoun's army. Zoun
Oh my.
is going to lose everything. Cure.
It's go time.
It's go time. Yeah. Up 40 army supply. It is time to go. He catches 2 Disruptors in the middle of the map.
Oh my lord.
Monster pickoff for Cure.
I cannot believe it. Oh, that is the sort of mistake you cannot afford right now. Zoun, I think he's got to keep countering with the Zealots and giving up bases. The Storm is really good. He's trying to do a frontal engage, kind of a crazy choice right now when all he needs to do is buy time. He knows that Cure's economy is butchered, but he's panicking after losing those Disruptors. Zoun needs to stay calm right now. He's still got the advantage, but he needs to buy a moment of time to rebuild. If he can just keep making army for another cycle or two, he will just outmass Cure. So many Disruptors coming out. Cure, he's on a timer. He needs to punch in right now. Cure, he's down in supply. His army supply is still only barely ahead of the Protoss. He's going to force that big fight. Lots of medevacs there, lots of Ghosts, lots of bios. Stepping so nicely. The Disruptor shot, one of them does land on the bio there. He couldn't see it underneath the medevacs. Another one comes forward. Decent spready, but dude, a Marauder, a Ghost, and a Viking all go down to that Disruptor shot. Zoun just has too much Protoss on the dance floor, and he is going to close out an action-packed series, and he is looking to secure his spot in the Esports World Cup.
What a display from Zoun in this one. Absolutely stunning display of PvT, and there is the GG. Punch your ticket, Vitality Zoun. You're going to Riyadh.
Wow. I mean, it looked like he was losing momentum in that game, but you cannot give this man an inch or he will take a mile. That High Templar saw that army on the bridge, He was watching it and he realized, hey, wait a second, you're not monitoring that army. I can land a Storm. And he is now going to be going to the Esports World Cup. What a fantastic run through Rogue, through Beyond, through Cure. I think it's not even arguable. He had the hardest bracket here of all the players in this qualifier, and he got through with flying colors. So really just excellent play by him. I'm rewatching the replay right now with those Storms ambushing, and I am just flabbergasted at how devastating those were.
On such a constant basis, too. And it was like we saw it in the games versus Beyond, that game 4, but there were so many instances where High Templar come in from the most bizarre, unexpected angle. Even for us, we have full vision, and we're like, where the hell did that Templar come from? That happened like 6 times. And Zoun, I mean, sure, he missed a couple of them. That one on the that was kind of sitting on the left side, and the one that ran into the planetary fortress, but the dividends he got out of those High Templar were immaculate. That was just such a well-played game and well-played series by Zoun.
Yeah, I mean, he played proper Magic Protoss, right? We have seen so many players fail to do that, but he has done it so well. Hallucinations, Phoenix, Oracles, Templar, using all of the Magic and the entire patch. And that energy recharge ability, that battery overcharge, got removed. A core Protoss ability, you have to utilize the new ability to find success, and he does it so well. Riyadh did take down Gumiho after taking down Rogue. What is this run? Dude, looks like Riyadh wants that other spot. He is fighting so very well, but we've got more games coming up. We're going to hop into that lower bracket. Obviously, Cure is now the final boss of the lower bracket. You're going to have to play him in that final qualification match. Let's see who can get there. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with more matches in the lower bracket.
chase you. If you scream, I'll whisper. La-di-da-di-da-da-da. This is all you ever wanted. Take it all, you deserve it. This is how we're gonna end it. La-di-da-di-da-da-da. Take it all, you deserve it. Take it all, you deserve it. Giving back the freedom you want to destroy. And my power's way too strong for you, so try. 'Cause you can't dominate and know something in his eyes. There's a storm within, but it's written in the skies. Let it break me till it's over. Don't let it shake me, no. Won't let it make me go under. Won't let it make me go under. So now it's time to fly. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me. No one will ever get left behind. A million more before I've tried. Won't let it break me till it's over. Won't let it shake me, no. Let it make me go under. Let it make me go under. So now it's time to fly. So now it's time to fly. Nothing's gonna stop me now. 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 Nothing's gonna stop me.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are going to be hopping right in mid-series because guess what? We've got Beyond in the top right side of the map representing Shopify Rebellion and winning a pretty epic couple of games so far in this series against his Protoss opponent.
Spawning down in the bottom left for Al Qadisa, it is Creator in the blue. Yeah, so this is kind of a funny little match. Obviously, it's a very important match for both players. They are both looking to still punch their ticket into the EWC Direct, and they do both still have a chance to do so. But funnily enough, we will be following the loser of this match as they will be going into the 5th, 6th decider match going up against Gumiho. So whoever loses this match will still have one more chance to follow, to make it into the play-ins. Winner will, of course, advance on to the lower bracket semifinals. And winner of that will go on to face Cure. We'll cover that match, the final qualifying best of 7. But after this one, we're going to be covering the match to decide, see who still has a chance to make it through the global qualifiers.
Right, that makes sense. Yeah, I was trying to figure out the exact numbers, and it definitely does make sense now. That is why we are going to be doing that. Very important match, of course. And the last game, I've only seen the end of, or part of that. It looked like Creator was just hammering him with Tempest Disruptor in the late game. Did you catch the end of that at all? I missed the last fight.
I did not, unfortunately. I saw the kind of a bit of the mid game, and I saw that Creator had a supply lead, and I have no idea how it got there. But obviously,
yeah,
if it went to Tempest Disruptor, I mean, Creator is kind of unique in the fact that he was willing to go for that. There's maybe a couple other players that are willing to play super late game that style. Estrella is certainly capable of playing the very, very like shield battery cannon Templar Tempest style. Every so often Classic will go quick carriers into Storm and Blink. Well, not quick carriers, but he adds on the carriers and then plays Storm Blink supplementary. It's very rare to see players playing that style, though, so it'll be interesting to see if we get there. Creator is going to shade forward aggressively, doing a little dance with his Adept. This is still a nice play if you can delay the orbital, even just by a couple seconds, as long as you save that Adept.
Yeah. You know, it's interesting because Creator does have such a distinctive style. I sometimes joke that he doesn't know that they took away shield battery overcharge because he is just so defensive a lot of the time, but he's so good at it. Like, he will hug his bases and wait for you to overcommit. And then in the late game, he will take control, right? Or the mid game sometimes if he's feeling a little bit more frisky. But definitely a player who likes to chill defensively, really focus on the defender's advantage and try to win that way. Hellion will come in, see the Robo and Gateway timing. And there's a Stalk route, but not much else. Creator not using any Sentry in this map. We are going to have that Medevac coming out for Beyond. We'll be sending a Marine drop across the map. Cyclone behind it. I think after seeing a Robo Extra Gateway there, it doesn't tell you too much about is there a third, is there a fourth gateway, you know, just how safe is the Protoss being. We know this is as safe as it gets, right? You'll probably see another pylon, a third gas soon, but having this many gateways in a Robo, you usually are pretty well defended, but a surprising angle for this drop might find a few probes.
Yeah, usually this kind of a drop comes into the main base, I feel, a lot of the time, but Yun going for the natural here. And with the Cyclone showing up in the middle of the map, getting a unit kill there, Yun finding a little bit of value. Creator, though, does jump on top. It's good micro on the medevac, baiting Creator in. That's a lot of damage on one of those Stalkers. No shield battery here. The Cyclone shows up, kills the wounded Stalker on the other side.
Oh, my lord.
Probes in a brutal position.
Whoa, Beyond just going ham. He might have it, dude. This is crazy damage. The Marines did so well there. And Creator taking way too much damage on his Stalkers. Oh! Tragic. That is a tragic tilting loss there, Steadfast. I mean, that is crazy. But we came in at the end of an epic series. Creator smashes a big late game on ley lines. Says, I'm not done yet. And then he is done yet, because Beyond, all it took was a Marine drop coming from the one angle that he did not have covered. Cyclone coming on the front to join that up. And kind of sad to see Creator's chances of qualifying directly to the Esports World Cup going down the drain. But of course, it does mean we will be following him into the match against Gumiho in the next one to see who can get that spot into the play-ins, whereas Beyond is going to go onwards in the bracket to face Riyadh. Beyond beat Riyadh 3-1 in their first match, so Riyadh gets a chance for vengeance. Winner of that faces Cure, so it is all Terran players left in the lower side of the bracket fighting for that second qualification spot, but Creator and Gumiho first of all to decide who's getting the play-in spot.
Yes, exactly. And that is an extremely important match coming up. That's a little devastating for Creator, honestly, especially considering the fact that you just said he just won a really long, drawn-out game number 3. After being down 2-0, he won a apparently very close series versus Bunny that went the distance there. Creator obviously has always been a very emotional player. All of this is to say that I hope we're giving Creator a little bit of a break after that one. I know that we just came back from a break ourselves, but obviously we do not want to rush the players. This is one of the most important tournaments of the year. No, this is the most important tournament of the year. This is the most important tournament of the year. Qualifying to EWC is so big for these players. Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's like, is this specific qualifier the most important? No, but it's the qualifier for the most important tournament in the year. So it's kind of big. It's kind of the thing that's on everybody's radar, and obviously it's what the players are competing for. If you don't manage to make it in, it is, rather painful. I mean, you look at the current qualifiers for the tournament. We have Zoun, Trigger, Firefly, Hero, Classic, Clem, Maru, Shin, and Sola. It is already a very, very big, set of competition there. A bunch of very well-known, powerful players, and a bunch more that will still be qualifying from, of course, this season's GSL, right? We've still got that Season 2 GSL spot. We've still got the Star of Zagora spot. And, of course, we are finding out who's going to be joining, of course, guys like Zoun, who we saw qualify just before in flying colors. Can anyone here take down Cure? I'm not quite sure about it.
That is an answer that we will have to find out. Cure has looked... Yeah, well, he didn't drop a map to anyone not named Zoun. But for now, we are going to send it to that short little break, and we will be back after that with Gumiho versus Creator for the final slot into that play-in. This is the road to EWC. Stick around.
One by one, you always come back like a curse. Lurking in the dark, your soul is blind. You lie, time and time again, and I am not your fool. Not this time, 'cause I'm the wiser of us two. I'm the one of light, the antithesis of you. If you shoot, I'll take you. If you run, I'll chase you. If you scream, I'll whisper. La di da di da da da. This is all you ever wanted. Take it all, you deserve it. This is how we're gonna end it. La di da di da da. Take it all, you deserve it. Take it all, you deserve it. Giving back the freedom you want to destroy. run, I'll chase you. If you scream, I'll whisper. La-di-da-di-da-da-da. This is all you ever wanted. Take it all, you deserve it. This is how we're gonna end it. La-di-da-di-da-da-da. Take it all, you deserve it. Take it all, you deserve it. Giving back the freedom you want to destroy. And my power's way too strong for you, so try. 'Cause you can dominate and know will you survive. And not this time, 'cause I'm the wiser of us two. I know one of life antithesis of you. The fire in my heart will only grow. If you shut the gates, I'll burn them down. I am 1,000 steps ahead of you. You'll see soon. If you shoot, I'll take it. If you run, I'll chase you. If you scream, I'll whisper. La-di-da-di-da-da-da. This is all you ever wanted. Take it all, you deserve it. This is how we're gonna end it. La-di-da-di-da-da-da. Shoot, take, chase you. If you scream, I'll whisper. La-di-da-di-da-da-da.
Welcome back, everyone. We are going to a new best of 5. This is basically a play-in qualification match between Gumiho and Creator. We're looking at winner making it into that closed qualifier, that last chance qualifier, for lack of a better term. And loser, unfortunately, will be going home. This is an important match for these two.
It massively is. It is so important. And it's a matchup which historically has been very even between the two players. You could see from the maps there that it really is something where I keep saying, why aren't we seeing Pylon earlier? I thought Terran players would want to be rushing a bit more, getting in there fast, taking the fight to their opponents. Finally, we're seeing Pylon coming out in map number 1, which is going to be exciting. I would assume that's Gumiho's map pick. Creator likes big maps, likes space. Creator's the sort of guy who says, give me Maganatha, give me Tokamak, give me Persephone, give me space between me and my opponent. Gumiho is not a guy who just pulls the boys and goes all in, but he is a guy who will throw layered of odd aggression that is hard to predict against his opponents. And I haven't seen too much of his TVP on the most recent patch. So number 1, how much is Creator using the hallucinated Phoenix? I haven't seen him use it as much as someone like Zoun. On the other hand, how has Gumiho adapted to the modern meta? I have no idea. We are, of course, about to find out how it goes. Up here in the top left side of the map, playing Protoss, it is Creator.
And his opponent spawning down on the bottom right. It is the god of mech, Gumiho. Well, we probably won't see mech in this series. We've already gotten that
so
treat,
bad
though.
with team. Yeah, I mean, we might. You never know. We already had it earlier today, right?
Yeah.
I was just thinking, I'm very bad with the player, teams. A lot of them have been picked up by teams very recently. So it is Alcacia for Creator. I think you said it really nicely before. It sounded confident, at least. And the other one is it SAUL Esports for Gumiho? I'm not 100% sure on how to pronounce either of those, actually. Something I got to work on before we get to the big Esports World Cup. Hopefully, I'll have adjusted to all the new signups, and obviously everyone trying to sign the best players they can, I guess, before the tournament happens, because you do have the club tournament as well, with massive prestige on the line as well as prize money, and that's a big thing which all the teams are competing for. Like, I mean, we had Clem actually basically, have a massive impact on the winnings for Team Liquid in previous years as well.
Yeah, I believe Team Liquid got 2nd place in the club championship, which was like, I think it was $4.5 million or something. Like, it was an obscene number. It was so big. And that was, massively because he ended up winning the StarCraft 2 event. For Gumiho, it is Seoul Esports. But I think you've got it right. I said Alcadisa. I think you're right that it's Alcacia. Alcacia?
I don't know, man. I think your one sounded so confident. I was like, oh, I'm pretty sure he said it right. Alcacia? Yeah, maybe Alcacia. I'll have to, of course, correct that once we get into our next tournaments and stuff. But we've had these teams signing players so far, so, we are a little behind the mark on that one. But, so it's Soul, though, you said. So it's just the 8 is a Soul, is an O? That's, okay. I'll go with it.
I mean, I guess you could have fun with it and just be like, oh, it's Seol, or Satol. But that's not really how that works so well. We do see the Reaper giving the slip, but it ultimately will get taken down by this Adept. It's a full scout into the main base. Good job from Creator to save his probes. It really looked like he was going to lose one, maybe even a separate one. Ultimately does keep all those probes alive and does get the chase down. I did like that last little grenade out of Gumiho. Knocks a bunch of those probes back. I like to call that one the middle finger grenade as you're dying.
Okay, this is cool. The building placement for Gumiho, I mean, the Adepts are coming in. Obviously, the Cyclone will be out. So he's got to leave as quickly as possible. Cancel once he sees the tech lab and get out of there is what I would want to see. And Creator sees it and will be backing away. But yeah, the building placement for Gumiho is kind of cool. It's like he's already setting up the kind of blink ledge. If you blink in, you're not going to be able to run around the right side of his buildings. Mm-hmm. And Cyclone Pressure is going to come out and hunt for any units that are straight on the map. It's very quick 2nd and 3rd gateway for Creator. Creator, no doubt, traumatized after that last game against Beyond. He did skip the battery in that one, got punished for it. It feels like there shouldn't be much of an opening just from skipping a shield battery if you are going quick 3 gates, but as you can see, because he focuses on his probe so much, his gateway timing is not that fast. Ooh.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Well, that ends up being a Cyclone for a Stalker, which is not the worst trade in the world for Gumiho. It is a better trade, of course, for Creator, but I did not think that Cyclone was going to get the killing blow on that Stalker. That was kind of an interesting little interaction. I'm used to the lock-on, but I suppose the regular attack is a projectile as well, so as long as it's fired up before it dies, it'll get the kill.
Are we going to see very quick Storm or Robo Bay, I wonder? Because it's 4 gas for Creator, so he's clearly wanting to tech before 3rd base. We're seeing that more and more because of all those 2 base all-ins. And we are going to see the Widowmine drop come in. Stalkers aren't in position, so it's going to get a good disruption. All right, and there are multiple targets there. Oh, nice burrow, unburrow micro. Gumiho being as annoying as he possibly can. And he does end up firing, and he's going to do the little hot swap. Oh, he's being so annoying. Very nice play there.
Oh my God, Creator. He's letting the probes go back to mining. He needs to...
Yeah.
Oh, man, that is so much lost mining right there.
This is one of these things where the Terran players are so good at this now with the juggling. You just cannot give them a second target, right? Like, it's just... You cannot. They will always take advantage at this top level and just keep changing targets to stop it firing and saying, hey, please come back to mining so I can actually get a big boom boom. Comes in for the redrop here. Only 1 Stalker, 1 Adept. Once again, there's gas probes there that he could target on, and does actually let it fire. Still gets 2 probes, though. Pretty good disruption from Gumiho. Is his wall off ready for the Stalkers, though? He's got the Marine set up. A beautiful semi-wall on the natural, so if you blink on the tank, you can't retreat very easily. This is a really good setup position, but the gas is exposed. Creator taking advantage on Pylon.
Yeah, this is a really, really nice position to utilize these Blink Stalkers here. Obviously, you can do what Creator did right there and blink out the top side. There's also the ability to blink over that little chasm and blink to the line third. Now, you need to do so kind of individually with the units. It can get a little awkward if you try and grab a bunch of Stalkers and blink out all together, but there are options with that very, very large natural expansion. Gumiho is already ahead in workers, by the way. Creator is taking a 3rd Nexus off of this Storm play. Ooh, bit of denial on this stim. He shouldn't be able to, even with how exposed that is.
I get so excited whenever I see a stim getting shot, even though there's like 20 Marines and a Marauder there, no chance. Dude, the Cloakless Banshee, dude, you mentioned, you know, Maru kind of popularized this recently. It's been really annoying, and it's so good because you see almost always the Protoss player like either build an extra observer or leave the observer at home for it. Because if you do get surprised by Cloak Banshees, it's such a problem. Sometimes we've seen players react by building a bunch of shield batteries, 1 at each base. And here we go, move out, Marine tank Stalkers. Hello, Creator.
Oh no!
Mate.
Oh, and the boost forward. Beyond, is that you, Creator? Oh no, he loses another Stalker.
Oh, this is crazy. This is actually really kind of crazy right now. This game's becoming a whirlwind. The Stalker counterattack caught some Marine Marauder moving out, but does he have anything at home? Charge is not here. Storm is great, though. That's going to make Gumiho think twice about it. Or he's just going to keep shoving, maybe. Gumiho may be saying, you know what, even more doggedly, let's get in there before you have any units to support this Psy Storm. Marines coming forward, combat shields and stim both done. Medevacs are there. Beautiful pre-spread. And that's such an awkward spot because Creator's unit count's so low. That pylon going down supply blocks him. So he's got to go. He's got to save this Nexus. I don't think there's a chance to just let this go. He's in a tough spot, though. Oh, he loses the sentry before the fight even starts. Tanks doing some pretty good damage. Great Storm on the Marine Marauder. Zealot Immortal does clear the tanks, and that Storm drop with the blink forward. Looking pretty damn slick. I got to say, Creator's Prison Micro are quite nice indeed. How many Stalkers will he lose for this? Looks like he clears the entire Terran army, even gets the last medevac. I'd say that's a good trade for Creator, who keeps his 3rd alive. He is down on probes, though, and that is where the problem may lie in the follow-through. This is what's so weird about playing Gumiho Steadfast, is like, he'll throw the kitchen sink at you, and then he'll have this economic advantage, but like he'll have this lull. And if you can counterattack and take advantage of the lull, this is how I always watch him play Hero, and it always feels like he's got Hero on the ropes, gets this lead, but there's this gap in his army in this like little moment, and Hero counterattacks and gets in there and just rips his feet out from underneath him. But if Creator is a little slow on counterattacking and lets Gumiho gather his forces, oh, Gumiho's moved out. He's moved out. This is not the time to be moving out. He's about to get caught.
He is going to get caught super hard here. Tanks in the medevacs. We got Stalkers chasing in from multiple angles. It will end up being a bit of a liability for Creator, as those are not units for fighting. Oh man, this looks
weird.
very awkward for Gumi though.
Yeah, he's going to leave one tank behind. He picks up everything else. He's going to drop across the ledge, drops back on the other side as well, realizing, hey, wait a second. This is that weird corridor I was talking about earlier when we were watching Pylon. These corridors are so claustrophobic. They're so hard to get your army to. The long-range units do pretty well. The Stalkers blink across. I don't even know if that's a good move. Like, they got a medevac, but then a few of them died to the tanks. Gumiho actually gets a bunch of his units to safety. I gotta say, that looked like it was going to be a game-losing situation, getting caught outside his base. The fact that he stabilizes, and now he's got some libs at home, not much anti-air. I think he can chill out and survive.
Yeah. Gumiho is one of those, or sorry, Creator, I should say, is one of those players that tends towards going for the Immortals more than your average bear. Really nice jump here from Gumiho. Oh, Storm on the bio and the natural. And since Liberators were made, there are no medevacs at home, which means that there's no healing. Oh my God, that Stalker can do... Oh, that was a huge opportunity.
Gumiho has to take a deep breath and just say, calm down. We cannot F2. These guys have to wait in this dead space for the next 5 minutes. Like, you just leave them there. Do not touch them. Leave them on hold position. And do not use the select all army button for the next few minutes. He's floating his third out. He had a great worker advantage before, but he hasn't been able to use it. So Creator did a really good job of getting map control, chasing down some army, getting his own fourth base up now. There is a slight upgrade advantage to Gumiho, but that's fading. Gumiho never started +1 armor, whereas +1 attack is about to catch up for Creator. Creator's still on this kind of Storm Drop Immortal Zealot army. 4th Immortal building, 4 High Templar and a Warp Prism. Really interesting setup. And I think as the 4th base establishes, I have to favor Creator's army. And I mean, he is the late game guy. He's the king of late game. Gumiho more of an aggressive guy, wants to get in there and disrupt things and hit you and finish you off. But he's also the guy who believes in the power of the Liberator. And I was talking about this earlier when I think it was Beyond was refusing to kind of go for the libs, even when he was turtling to late game. He was like, only after I have 8 command centers will I think about a fusion core. Gumiho is one of the rare players who sometimes, even before his 4th command center, will go 6 gas pretty early, take a fusion core, go range lib. This is not that game, but it's something to keep your eye on because he's a player who really believes in the power of that hyper-mobile siege unit.
Yeah, and I think it's such a good play to go for in so many situations. And at the start of this base trade, or this kind of weird, not even base trade, this weird situation that Gumiho kind of tried to force a little bit of a base trade, it was a good move. But now, because he cut into his medevac production, it makes things a little awkward. Will he try and utilize these Liberators to go for a push in the very near future? If he can't, it's not like Liberators are bad units. They're better when you have either a lot of them or you're using them to reinforce a push. And right now they're just kind of sitting there. We'll see.
Well, he's going. Yeah, it's so interesting. He's making drilling claws, ship weapons, and cloak for ghosts. Gumiho really, truly is the guy who's just like what every Gold League Terran player. The units we want to use, but we can't make work. And he makes them work at pro level. Like this is such an odd set of prioritizations right now. Drilling Claws Widow Mines means they're permanently invisible, right? Even after they fire, which means the Protoss needs more detection. Genuinely annoying for Protoss to deal with, gives you a bit of map control, but on the other hand, I mean, there are often observers in the later stages and stuff. How often are you going to get the Widow Mines out there? Also, you don't have a factory on a reactor. It's on the tech lab, so you're not building many Widow Mines for this upgrade. But it's like these little niche things that could give Gumiho the edge if Creator's not ready for them. Right now, he has almost no observers. Actually, has no observers on the map, no mobile detection. So it's kind of cool. It might like delay him a lot at some moment with his Widow Mines scattered all over the map, and he's realizing, oh, I need to go back into observer production.
Well, and it's really interesting too, because with Gumiho prioritizing the Ghost Cloak as well as that Drilling Claws, he is going to be heavily incentivized to be sniping the detection. Like this is just a really interesting setup here from Gumiho to try and like double down on a very specific game plan. And a lot of that game plan is going to rely on annoyance. Now, there's a couple things that you can do against this without even using detection. Or, well, specifically observers. Obviously, Oracle can revelate. That will provide detection, but it's easier to keep alive, I would say, than the observers. Well, observer speed is also going to be very handy. But the disruptors. Disruptors can hit Cloaked Ghost, even if it's not ideal. They can hit Widow Mines, even if they're not revealed. This is something that is like very... This feels like almost playing against Creator's mentality more than anything. Where he's like, I'm going to try and tilt you with this.
It's so interesting as well because we know Creator likes to play Tempest Disruptor. He's not as big on mixing Storm in late game. I think this is a really big hole in a lot of Protoss players late game. I've been very vocally critical of this. I think Zoun is one of the best in the world at always like adding the High Templar back in constantly, whereas a lot of other players forget to do that. I'm curious to see how Creator does it. Just because in that late game we saw earlier against Beyond, it's mostly Tempest, Disruptor, Stalker, not a lot of High Templar. And if you go heavy on the air, Viking, Lib, Storm is so good against that because it's your anti-air splash damage. It's such a good ability if you can land the spells, and as you scatter them around the map, very hard for Terran to move. On the other hand, right now we've got, great upgrades, Lib range, 3 more command centers, Widow Mine starting to slowly scatter their presence, Lib Harass coming in, Gumiho's looking for an opening. Just looking at overall army comps, there's still such a meaty ground army. 5 Immortals, 2 Archons, 3 Colossus, 1 Disruptor, 6 High Templar, 3 Sentries. The problem with Creator's armies is, and I actually love them, like I prefer his army to what most Protoss players do in late game. It's so tech unit heavy and there's so little meat and potatoes. It's like 9 Zealots. He does have 13 Stalkers. Most players at this stage, especially Zoun we've been watching, what does Zoun have? He always has like, 36 Zealots and then like a scattering of those spellcasters. Creator's almost all spellcasters, so if he manages it well, lands his spells correctly, it'll be good. But notice the way he scatters his army across the map in these little sections. There are moments where he does it perfectly, micros everything just right, and it's like, it's the best Protoss play you've ever seen. Other games, it gets overwhelmed because there's like 5 fights happening at once, and if you're not microing Disruptors, High Templar, Sentries, those units are really bad value. So we'll see what he can do as Gumiho starts playing that annoying style. Drop comes into the main, the Libs being a bit of a nuisance, not really finding anything just yet, just kind of forcing some responses. Libs get dealt with by the Stalkers so far, double drop gets dealt with by DT, Zealot, Storm, Warp in. A couple probes go down, and he kind of gets a scout, I guess, on what Creator's going for, but no real serious damage. Okay, it does allow him to get to the top right. Question is, will he get trapped there? Remember, these corners are isolated. So Creator's splitting his army to come around from both sides, and now seeing the army coming from him, he's pulling his whole army back together. Storm, Disruptor, Colossus zoning out. No Libs to save this right now.
That was a really nice storm to start there. We do see Force Field trapping his big storm on the Vikings coming in.
Wow.
Creator.
This army control.
God, this is fantastic.
It's so well played. The way he's microing, and the Immortals there. Big Marauder Busters. Oh, Scan does take out the Dark Templars. Bio Army just feels too small. There's DTs on his third as well. Gumiho's taking massive damage to Zealot DT run bys in his natural. And wow, Gumiho finally, after 17 minutes of like very kind of sit back sort of play, other than a tiny bit of early harassment with Widow Mine drops, he kind of just chills. He says, okay, let's go. Let's get across the map. Range Libs, little double drop that was hiding in the corner of the map, and loses a bunch of units. He's rebuilding them, but he says, okay, let's get the corner base. Creator just pounces. Creator, he just went right on top. He didn't rebuild his probes as well. He felt, I've already got bank. Let's replace those 9-10 probes with army. And he cut the army off, sent the Zealot DT in. Gumiho did not have a lot of Libs up, did not have the defense ready just yet. So Creator takes a very nice game one.
That he does. There was a lot of things he was doing to set himself up for the late game very well. He was getting those double forge upgrades. He got the observer speed. He got prism speed. We saw it a little bit. He had that 1 High Templar on the main base for defense. It kind of matches what you were saying, where he likes to have a really small but highly valuable split up army to try and cover all his bases. Quite literally, covering all his bases. But it is vulnerable in the sense that if you don't do everything just about perfectly, you are investing so much. So you don't oftentimes have the money to restock. You can't easily replace that army the way you can replace 36 zealots or 15 blink stalkers or whatever, you know, like it's a much more, I don't want to trade. I want to grind you down. I want to overpower you with stronger units, with better units. I do not want to grind you down slowly with cost inefficient trades that drown you in Protoss blood. I want to use that superior tech to take you out.
Yeah, Creator's like, he's like a supreme artist, you know, but like he's like, his art, he lives or dies by his art. Like he's like, I want to make the most advanced sculpture you've ever seen. And sometimes he's just not happy with it and it crumbles and falls apart. It's too perfectionist and you see his reaction. He's raging and whatnot. When he pulls it together, it looks so perfect. But it's such a contrast from like, we watched Zoun qualify earlier today. And Zoun is just like, lots of zealots, lots of stalkers, a couple of these splash damage units, and I'm going to keep hammering the front, and lots of just like lower quality units, but I'm going to get the job done. This man down here, he tries to have the most perfect army, micro it back and forth so perfectly. He did it so well in game 1. Let's see if he can keep the momentum going into game 2 in this series. It's Creator. Playing, of course, for Alcancia Esports.
And his opponent spawning up at the top left with the gas first. For Seoul Esports, it is Gumiho.
Gumiho has so much soul, dude. It's the perfect team for him. It really is. You just look at the way Gumiho plays, and Gumiho has been a guy that has inspired Terran players for a long time. You're a player who really likes learning interesting things, utilizing interesting upgrades, tools, having builds that have really clear, clever consequences they're trying to force. Gumiho's the guy to practice. If you like clicking fast and trying to just play mechanical, straight up Terran, you like, you know, go copy your Clems, copy your Beyonds. If you want to be the guy who tries to do the really clever, special prepared strategies that just make your opponents confused, Gumiho is the guy you want to study and look up to. And he's been one of the guys I've probably copied the most build orders off ever, as a guy who's bad at clicking, who's bad with his multitasking, who just loves the joy of seeing Gumiho do things like drilling claws and cloak on the ghost. Did it do anything for him in that game? Not at all. But he tries different things, and especially his early and mid game is exceptional. I do think he's going to try and avoid late game against Creator, though. I think, you know, if you're going late game, it should be an early late game timing. Or I've already talked about the lib range rush a lot, and I don't want to harp on about it, but I think that's kind of the latest window as Gumiho, where you're in your element against a guy like Creator who's played 1,000 late games. I mean, his ideal is every match doesn't have any chance of finishing before 20 minutes. Gumiho, you're going to excel in that 8 to 12, 18 mark range.
Yeah, I think Gumiho is a player that likes to create and thrives on chaos, and we've seen that at some of his tournament runs where he's beaten many players that, you know, are world championship level players. Like I remember the game he won versus Serral. Well, I thought we do see the Reaper. It's going to get the scout here, but it will get deflected, and no probes going down once again. But that one game on, I can't remember the map off the top of my head, but it was the one
Ancient Cistern?
Ancient Cistern. He killed the spawning pool. Yeah, you knew exactly what I was talking about. Yeah.
It was such an epic game.
It was such an epic game, and like Gumiho is capable of turning on the jets and being that super fast player, but he saves it. He saves his energy for those kind of matches, and I don't think he can do it every single game in a tournament. I think it's I don't even think Clem can do it every single game in a tournament, to be honest. But
yeah,
it is cool to see that even
Command center upgrade.
Even like that, you can see Gumiho bust out that, like, you talked about it earlier, grit. That gritty play.
Yeah, the ability to just keep fighting in those hard situations. And it's interesting because, I never think of Gumiho as the mechanical Clem multitasking style player who's just so fast and so good at, you know, the speed, the pace, the momentum. But I think you're totally onto something where it's like he has this ability, and maybe it's partially just preparing for all those weird situations he forces more, so he's more at home in those chaotic scenarios. Like, they're not actually chaotic to him. because he kind of almost planned for it. He's like trying to force this weird niche situation, and definitely it forces a lot of messiness, but it's messiness where he's been there before. You know, he's dragging you into the swamp and he knows his way around, and you're like, what the heck is going on? There's a proper mud wrestling match where he's got the advantage from experience.
Exactly. Yeah, and that's worth a lot right there. We are going to be seeing a similar push coming out of Gumiho to what actually killed Creator in that game we joined in, but Creator this time is much better prepared for it. He will lose one of the stalkers in the main base, not able to get that meta back here. There was a shield battery in the natural. Blink is going to complete. There's also a shield battery that just completed in the main. Creator will be able to keep the remaining units alive, and he did snipe down the medevac. This is going to be an all-right defense for Creator.
Would have been good if the Cyclone poked in a little more, because he did actually get rid of the Adepts on the natural, and he was distracted. With the lock-on, you can get through the shield battery pretty quickly, but it was still good that he cleared up the Adepts. Good that he got a Stalker. Unfortunately, I think we saw that what we see so often, and Zoun kind of showed us earlier today against other aggressive Terrans. If Terran wants to really be aggressive, don't just go 3-gate Robo. Go 3-gate Robo and build a shield battery in each base, and you will come out in a really good position, and that's what Creator did there. Now, because he lost a bunch of units, 2 Stalkers, 2 Adepts, it's not like he's miles ahead, but there's a scary moment right now where Gumiho's going to have to repair that bunker. Cyclone helping him out pretty well.
Oh, nice save with that SCV. I was just going to say, I would have loved to have seen Creator start to target down SCVs a little bit earlier right there. Maybe get a couple of units. We are going to see a big leap forward. There is an ambush tank, though, looking for the fight behind this. But there's enough surface area to shoot it. However, he doesn't get the kill. Oh, no, Creator.
Oh, and I think Creator's angry now, because look, he's still trying to drop in here. Like, you know, there's like a sunk cost fallacy.
Yes.
That almost clicked in there where he felt like, well, oh, that went bad. I need more damage. And he almost lost his prism for it. I think Gumiho has just realized, wait, my Raven's still alive? Oh, I guess I repair that once the tank's done. Okay, sick. I thought that thing was going down for shoresies. But good wall off, good tank positioning, really good preparation for the counterattack. And Creator does have a third finishing. He's got Storm on the way. I still think Creator's got good map control and stuff, but Gumiho's definitely averted any disaster. He's got his own pretty quick third command center. And he does have 2 Banshees with Cloak that are going to sneak down this right side. Oh, wow. I mean, there's only 1 observer on the map. It's on the Terran side. I don't see him building another one anytime soon. And yeah, I mean, he's going to have to snap a recall the observer. Otherwise, these Banshees could do massive damage. It's such a late Banshee timing, and sometimes that's the most surprising one.
Well, the thing is, Creator actually did scout this. He saw that the tech lab was researching, and I'm guessing either A, he focused so hard on that tank that he didn't notice, or more likely he thinks this is like a fake out. And now we're going to be seeing a couple Zealots warp in. That means, of course, that he won't be able to warp in any Stalkers for when the Observer does get back here. Not initially, at least. There is the Stalker coming in now, but this is already a lot of lost mining.
Oh, misblink as well.
A few probes going down, and as you said it, yeah, missing the blink there. The SimCity not doing Creator any favors either. After the losses he suffered with that first attack, trying to kill the tank, and then having things go the way they do against these Cloak Banshees and not putting everything back to work right away. Oh, this is not looking too hot for Creator in Game 2.
Yeah, it's not. It's weird because it felt like a really good initial defense, and then since then, Gumiho's good, defense of the counterattack. It feels like as throwing Creator off, and Creator we know is an emotional creature, an emotional beast. One of the biggest, celebrations you'll ever see for him, just winning a random map in a series sometimes in a tournament. If he thought that map was important and stuff, he will take his headset off and start like fist bumping and stand up literally before his opponent GGs, and he'll sit back down and keep microing the fight. And you're like, oh my gosh, like his reactions are wild sometimes. And likewise, when he's losing, he is the most frustrated player. He's very aware of the fact that he doesn't just tilt, he flies off the face of a mountain. It is like the tilt train for Creator when things go bad. It is very, very dangerous. So we'll see. Obviously, Gumiho's style to play against very frustrating. Those delayed Banshees very odd, something he saw but didn't seem to process earlier on. I don't think he noticed it. I think he was just kind of caught up in the heat of the early game. And now we have an incredibly early 4th command center. Like, Gumiho is clearly gearing for a much more setup late game. Remember last time, his +1 armor wasn't made for like a long time. This time, he's wanting to get 2-2. He's wanting to go up, get the 4th landed, get the fusion core for the Caduceus, the medevac energy upgrade, get the lib range, all that sort of stuff. And I do see Gumiho trying to assert control with some sort of big powering 4-base push a bit more decisively.
I certainly hope that's what he plans to do. We do need to see Gumiho saturating that 1 gas at the 3rd. A little bit unfortunate missing out on that extra bit of mining. But as it stands right now, he's actually on a decent little gas bank. Skirmish in the middle of the map. Creator hunting for these units. Gumiho with some nice pullbacks, though. Just barely getting enough of those units out of range. And there are those 3 additional barracks. There is that 2nd starport. No fusion core just yet. But I wouldn't be super surprised if we do end up seeing that very quick setup. There is that +1 ship weapons. I do love the repair on the Banshees, by the way. Oh, wow, that that rocket actually chased through the blink. That was...
Projectile physics in StarCraft, and you know, it's same. With Warcraft 3, we've seen arrows that turn corners to chase enemy units. This is how the Blizzard universe works, guys. It is what it is. Don't ask me to explain the physics of it. The game works in a certain way. It is consistent within its own rule set.
I can't explain the math, but all of the stalkers are from the movie Taken, and they are shoot around corners if they want. You know, if Angelina Jolie stands in front of that big slab of meat, you know, the stalkers are allowed to shoot around corners. That's how it works. I don't make the rules.
2-2's on the way now for Gumiho. He's got that planetary going up in the 4th, 5th command center as well. He's definitely taking his time in this late game and just kind of chilling, playing the big macro game. Creators had so much room to breathe. I do think he's doing a very good job of trying to get active on the map, have zealot counters ready and things like that, because yes, there's a bunker on the 3rd. I guess that bunker should help Gumiho defend. Army's coming north there. It is Storm Colossus. A lot of splash damage in this army. Got to be very wary on both sides.
Really nice scan from Gumiho there, and that is enough actually to bully Creator back. He says, oh, I'm completely discovered. You know where my prism is. You know where my whole army is. I don't know exactly what your setup is. And Gumiho is just going to sprint down this side. On the bottom side, he does get the kill on the prism, but some pretty big storms, getting great connections on the Vikings and Bio alike. Gumiho has set up very nicely here. Creator, though, is going to be able to zoom in from the backside. Nexus goes down, but these units are super cornered for Gumiho. Will he lift up and get out? No, he is just going to stand and fight, and down he will go with that entire army. Creator loses a base, but kills everything.
Kind of corners his own army there, does Gumiho, and I am left scratching my head a little bit. It felt like he wanted to dart in, get the base, and get out, but once you're cornered, you're cornered. You know, go deep. I think he could have stemmed on the zealots that were there and continued pushing forward and tried to shove. Like, once you're that deep, there's no way out. You've got to be more decisive there, but Gumiho is playing a 4 or 5 bases very early. He's playing Bio Viking, and I'm wondering where the libs are. I know they've been nerfed in the past on their range. They're still a fantastic unit. And Gumiho just not able to compete in this later stage. He gave Creator a lot of room, but he was so greedy himself that I thought there was going to be something a little pointier coming out of him. Unfortunately, it feels like he's stepping into Creator's part of the game, and Creator just looks so much more confident in that late game than Gumiho right now. It's 2 games in a row where Gumiho's kind of ventured into a corner of the map, been cut off, and just got absolutely annihilated.
Yeah, kind of 2 very weird games, honestly, with those particular maneuvers, because in game number 1, it was the top right corner that he did that in. In game number 2, it was the bottom right corner. Either way, the situation was kind of the same. Creator comes in and just paints him into a corner, and it's just, the army disappears. I'm with you, though. I feel like Gumiho did have an opportunity where he identified where his opponent's army was. And it's easy to say this with hindsight, with full vision, everything. If he just guns his way through that position, abandons the tanks, abandons the slow units, guns down the base, runs through the zealots that are trying to hold it in place. He can kind of just keep going. Creator has the longest, weirdest route to go back. Does he recall to the next base? I think Gumiho can get there before him, before the recall goes off. Even if he doesn't, he buys himself the way out.
It's got very complicated.
Exactly. It was a situation where it felt like Gumiho got caught and he just froze like a deer in the headlights. But good job by this guy in the top right, managing to get himself to match point. It is Creator.
Yeah, this is not a qualifying to the main event, just to the play-in, so it is just a best-of-5 decider. And we are going to see if he can start to bring the comeback. Here it is with the gas first opening the bottom left side. He is Gumiho. See if he can keep that momentum that he had in the early stages of some of these games and find a way to make it work. It felt kind of like Gumiho really has stepped into Creator's territory. I have to question his goal. Normally, Gumiho has such clear timing attacks in his builds, but 2 games in a row now, we have seen a scatterbrained composition. And I don't mean to say this like, oh, this is... I've seen Gumiho play much more decisive late games before. What I'm talking about is in that late game when he was pushing, he had like 2 Banshees and a Raven and Bio Ghost and tanks and Vikings. That's a very confusing army to use. Are you sieging slowly with the Raven tank, or are you pushing quickly with the Bio Ghost, you know? And I felt like he was in 2 minds about what he was doing with that army. The Banshees and the Raven kind of ran in and got feedback, and then he just kind of stimmed. The tanks got left out. He ran back to try to save them, but it was too late, and they ended up just huddling in the corner and getting surrounded with the Bio. And I'm not saying this to paint a picture of Gumiho is a guy who's not an impressive player. What I'm saying is these last 2 games were not the Gumiho we know and love. They are not the Gumiho who comes in with such a clear idea of what his win condition is. And we need to see him stabilize. I haven't seen a lot of Gumiho on this current patch. Not as much as like 9 months ago, you know, middle of last year. I was watching Gumiho every week. He hasn't been grinding as many of the weekly cups. He's been hiding what he's doing outside of the big tournaments where he's trying to qualify here for the World Cup. And it's going to be interesting to see what he does in the late game because, you know, I'm harping on about lib range. It doesn't have to be lib range. It could be just pure Bio Ghost Viking, right? Yeah. But in that case, you don't need 5 command centers before you start getting aggressive. You don't need to be going cloaked and drilling claw mines. You need to start moving forward a few minutes earlier and start to trade and find fights and that sort of stuff. Even in the last game where he was being very greedy, he gave Creator a lot of map vision when Creator didn't actually play a very aggressive style. Creator had a very small number of Stalkers and Zealots, yet he had map control for it. And I was like, okay, fair enough. You're being very greedy to 4 command centers. Let's like see when you turn that greed into something. And it didn't feel like Gumiho knew that he was going all in with that push. He was kind of exploring the corner, saw an opening, poked into it, but he didn't commit decisively. And that's what I like to see in this game. Some more decisive commitments. It can be easy in such a high intensity moment to get a little bit gun shy. And he's got to just get rid of that. At this point, playing safe is only going to doom you. You've got to be willing to take chances. To win 3 games in a row against a guy as good as Creator, you got to just put everything on the line, take some chances, and commit to whatever you're doing.
And we've seen him do it before. We know he is capable, and we know he's not only capable, it's a great strength of his, I would say. He is one of those players that it feels like can, at the right time, make that adjustment and just go for it. Will he, though? I hope we see that, because at this point, it's been a bit of a rough series for Gumiho, and with it being the, you know, such an important match for these players, I don't want to see Gumiho just kind of go out with a whimper instead of a bang here. Regardless.
No, I mean, I want to see Creator play some awesome late game as well. I feel like Creator showed really good army management in that first game, but I want to see him have to dance a little bit more. Right now, he's kind of showing us the first 2-3 steps of his late game dance, and that's it. It's over already before we even get to the, you know, the real crescendo of the amazing multitasking late game Creator's capable of. Well, this is a very aggressive opening. Cyclone Reaper Marine drop. Remember, Creator did drop to Beyond to this earlier in their final game, but this time, once again, double battery. And I feel like these very aggressive openings, he's so well prepared against this. Look at this. Very good play for Creator. He's got to pull those Stalkers in from the main base, though. Once he gets them all together, I think Gumiho's got to get out.
That was very awkward from Creator. We will see Gumiho losing these 2 Marines. Creator is able to get the kill on them, but that one Stalker at the start of the fight, he kind of pulled it back, thinking he'd broken the lock on, thinking he'd gotten range of the shield battery. Ultimately, the whole fight goes in favor of Creator. He forces that back, gets the Reaper kill, gets a couple Marines, only losing a single probe. That is totally fine for Creator. But it's one of those things where it looked a little shaky, and then he cleans up everything, and it looks nice.
Bunkers coming down to defend any counter. That forward tank position in the corner is always nice to kind of cover both bases at once. It's a little vulnerable if they blink in, but it's a pretty committed blink. So it's a good choice there for Gumi as he builds tanks, second and third barracks Banshee, and Cloak coming in again. Creator's got Templar Archives third Nexus on the way. Stalker drop, just gonna look for some free damage behind the natural, and does spot the Banshee. Really nice. Getting SCVs and a fresh mule, as well as spotting the Banshee. Fantastic damage.
Yeah, that is great damage there. Cyclone lock-on will get broken before the shields go down. That is the most important thing, is to keep that hull as high as possible. Gumiho is going to be moving out here, and it will be an SCV pull. We were asking, well, you were specifically asking for decisiveness. This is the kind of thing I love to see. Nice movement right there with the tanks, by the way, recognizing that these stalkers are looking to intercept. Using that superior range to gun down one of the stalkers. Creator will still get astride this SCV line, going to be able to find a couple of units, but Gumiho is marching straight across the map. Storm is not done. Charge is not done. There's not a whole lot to deal with this.
Oh, this is a sick push. He's going to bunker wall off the front. The tank's in a great position, already getting some shots off. Two Stalkers going down. There is an army in the middle intercepting him, though. He's got to be careful. But, oh, Observer there. Nice move. He thought the Cloaked Banshee could deal with this. Tank does come forward with Marines, though, to deal with it. And I think Gumiho putting so much pressure on Creator right now. What can Creator possibly do? He's trying to go Storm and third base. This is the same sort of stuff Hero kept trying to do against Kira in the GSL final season 1 and kept getting punished for it. Trying to go splash damage and a third base. Not against this sort of commitment. A lovely push for Gumiho. I really think this is a very impressive way to play. And look, he's got turrets there. The tanks are going to move over to make sure he can really force the fight on this third base. The Banshees are struggling against those Stalkers, and they are getting repaired by the SCVs. Storm does finish off the Banshees. Finally, they do fall. But of course, with no mining on the natural or the third, you're in massive trouble here as Creator. As long as these units just stay over near the bunkers, and actually, wow, interestingly, Gumiho kind of sieging pretty far away from this. The Nexus still alive on the natural, but not for long. Creator, he's got charge, but he's got no zealots. He is in a disastrous position as he goes across with a probe Stalker counterattack. 2 High Templar and a probe in the Warp Prism. Oh, what is he going to do with that?
I don't think he's going to be able to do much, to be perfectly honest. There's a bunker at home. We're pulling the boys, but, you know, not where they want to go. That is for damn sure. Meanwhile, Gumiho is actually sieging the main Nexus, the main mineral line. Creator, it was just a matter of time. He's going to be forced to tap out, and Gumiho, with Fire and Fury, puts one on the board and will not go quietly into the night.
What a good timing. That was like about 6 minutes. He was, you know, building bunkers in the natural after opening with a Cyclone Marine push. We asked for commitment, and we got it right there. And that's the sort of stuff we need to see from Gumiho. You know, get a bit of respect back, put Creator on notice. He's now done that. 2 more games to still get that potential spot into the play-ins. Player who gets eliminated is, of course, going to be very short on chances to qualify. GSL Season 2 still available for Gumiho, for instance, but it's important to try and win here. You really need to try and get this this spot in that play-in stage. Creator and Gumiho are going to go into Game 4. It's going to be Maganatha, a very big map.
Yes, going to be a lot more difficult to go for a Marine tank, Banshee, you know, bunker wall type push. It's not as easy to kind of sneak across the map. You can still do it. You can still catch your opponent snoozing and get those tanks sieged up, but doesn't seem quite as easy. And I feel like after that game, Creator's going to be a lot more dialed in for that kind of play. He's going to be looking for that kind of play a lot more. And maybe we can see a charge first out of Creator to just completely shut something like that down. We'll have to see if he wants to go for a sharp response or if it is going to be something a little different. But here we go, spawning down in the bottom right for Seoul Esports. It is Gumiho.
And representing Team Alcacia in the top left side of the map, it is the Blue Protoss. Just needs one more game to seal the deal. It's Creator. It's interesting because I don't see Creator go charge first very much. I'm not really sure if like the Phoenix charge builds or even just straight charge are super in his repertoire. Creator does play a very classic style of PvT, but I'm really, I'm wondering how he plays this out. Maganath is a pretty big map. We haven't seen a lot of sentry usage for him. Very much believing in like the 3-gate blink robo, just get the Twilight up on time, use the Adepts for early vision, follow up with blink and then observers. He's mixing it in occasionally, but we'll see how he goes. And likewise, Gumiho, I would not be surprised to see one of his 2 barracks variations. These are builds that kind of can hit these bizarre quick marine tank timings. He can also macro out of it. It always feels like he never makes up his mind off the 2 barracks opening, how committed he is until he sees some stuff from his opponent as well and how scouted he gets. So I think Gumiho will probably try and keep his options open a little bit. But I don't expect something as aggressive as the last game. It's hard to get across the big map. I feel like if you're going to do that, you almost do it even more aggressive, where you're cutting workers from 2.5 minutes into the game. You're just super all in YOLO, or you're hitting something a bit later on off of the back of some early greed.
That would be a pretty neat move off of something like 24, 29 SCVs, pull 4 or 5 of them. It hits with like 2 tanks and just a really, really fast timing. That is the kind of thing that can punish a player who doesn't try to make adjustments, but at the same time, if Creator goes for blink, whittling down units on the way across the map is that much more impactful, because you're killing 1 unit when there's 25 units, you've killed 4% of the push. Killing 1 unit when there's 12 units, you've killed a much higher percentage.
I think we're going to see Reacted Hellion. The factory was built next to the barracks, so does look like we're going to see, something that could be a lot more aggressive. Gumiho's been really good as his gas first expands, and indeed it is 2 Hellions on the way. So I think you can still go 4 Hellions. It's not like the worst build order, but I do think you just want to catch an Adept or 2 and then threaten and force the wall off. And I think Creator will go for that wall off most likely. No second gateway just yet for Creator. He's like a bit later on his gateways than a lot of other players because he loves to chrono those probes and just not miss a beat on them. Hellions do come out. Ooh, grenade comes down. Hellions getting focus fired though. And this is looking really good for Creator. If he can take out another Hellion, that is a big if though. As the Hellions come forward. Ooh. Yes. Yeah, but he's going to lose the Hellion, so he's got to just get an attack off right now. Oh, that's not the micro. Oh, and I think that's a good trade for Creator.
Yeah, I don't think Gumiho needed to lose. I think there's a world where he could have maybe gotten the kill on that Adept before the Shade completed. And
I think he needed to hover closer to the other Adept, so the moment the previous shot went off, Adept's on cooldown, you can get a shot off, but he was a bit too cautious, right? He stayed a little too far back, and at the end of the day, it's not the end of the world because he only committed to 2 Hellions, right? It's kind of fine, but Creator feels confident because he shuts that down. He's not paranoid with like a gateway in his wall. He's already poised to take a 3rd, and now comes the 4 Widow Mine drop, which on its own, I find to be one of those moves that can be annoying, but it's not directly an amazing move. So Gumiho has committed a massive amount to aggression. And this slows down his 2nd and 3rd barracks a lot, right? Building 2 Hellions, 4 Widow Mines, a lot of reacted factory units there. He's going to try and walk 1 Widow Mine in the natural. It's coming in a little bit slow, is that Widow Mine. He sends it in now, and it's going to be a sort of delayed waddle in. These 2 Widow Mines there, 1 more Widow Mine up north. Medevac's going to take some damage on the way out. Widow Mines, oh my lord, that was way more damage than I expected.
Yeah, the one in the main, it got dragged into the big clump. He got a 9-kill Widow Mine or an 8-kill Widow Mine, something massive there with that first mine.
That's crazy.
Oh my god. Creator, that is staggering damage. 11 probes go down, both mineral lines having to stop mining for a little while. But of course it is the worker damage. That is... we just don't see that kind of damage off of Widow Mine drop anymore. It's just not supposed to happen.
Creator might be super tilted after that. I mean, that's as you said, it's not meant to happen. I literally, apologies for my brain fart. Like, I literally didn't even see it, and I was just like, yeah, this is gonna be. And then I was like, I just kind of went, do I see 11 dead probes? Like, I was like, what? I was like, I didn't even see it happen. I thought, you just pull your probes away. It's all about the disruption with 4 Widow Mines. It's so annoying to clean up. Takes a while. Lots of lost mining time. You do lose a few probes no matter what. 11 probes is crazy damage, and now with the Raven coming in behind it, Gumiho's got good momentum. Third Nexus timing is decent, and if Creator does chrono probes, 3 at a time, can get back to an okay position. Gumiho is going to go for a third command center behind this. Good pullback with his Raven, as Creator is super well defended.
Yeah, that was a very good, nice, quick reaction time from Creator there, and he does manage to put a lot of damage to that Raven, so that's going to make it so that Gumiho really doesn't want to send that in again. He sends it in his peril. There's another double volley from those 3 Stalkers would take that Raven down. We do see Gumiho looking for a sneak out of his main base here, out of his natural, I should say, with this single drop. The main goal of this, maybe just to try and buy a free cross of the map here with this push out of Gumiho.
If he could unload and then stim in, right, when Gumiho's on the... He's got to wait for Creator to be on the map maybe, though, right? Or for his army to be engaged elsewhere. Because, 8 stim Marines, so easy to stop if you see it coming. But if it surprises you, that mineral line will say bye-bye very quickly. It's an early push out. What's cool about this is Gumiho's kind of feigning heavy aggression. He's not really committing that much. This is like a light pressure. He's building a third command center behind it, but shield battery, sentries, and some zealots in nearby. So I think this is a good dealing with this by Creator. And Gumiho wisely going to back away with both armies.
Yeah, just gonna call it for now on this push. As you said, this was not heavily committed. He did have a third command center done, and it's kind of interesting. It feels like this is the first game we've seen where Creator goes for Colossus instead of that very quick storm. I feel like we haven't seen Protoss players just in general in today's bracket playing anything other than that fast storm as their initial splash damage. So kind of funny to see Creator going back to, I guess, the more normal way to play here.
Gumiho is going to gather for a push out. Does have an orbital building on his third. +1 armor coming in is concussive as well. Viking count starting to grow. He's going to bring the Raven to the front. Maybe land an anti-armor missile, but he's going to be careful. Still a pretty good army size for Creator. And with that Colossus now in the field, but he doesn't see the army coming, does he? Well, Creator, a little out of position here. He lets Gumiho take an amazing spot. Oh, it's a lot of Zealots, though. It's a lot of Zealots. Anti-armor missile lands on a few bio units, but a lot of the Zealots, the Prism as well. One tank goes down. Prism has to pick up to get out of there. That bio doing good damage on these Zealots, warping in on the third base. Really good trades for Gumiho right now. And Creator, he has to commit. Sometimes Creator gets in this mode where he doesn't quite commit. He's got to break it now. The Colossus taking so long to unload there. It's taking big damage. He doesn't have enough Zealots in here. There's so much bio. Yes, the tank goes down, but that Colossus is deep in the red. It is so close to going down. Gumiho keeps trying to click on it. If that Colossus takes even 2 or 3 more hits, it will go down. There we go. Another Colossus does rally to the front, but there's so many Marauders. So many Marauders there, cleaning it up. The Vikings there, raining down punishment upon the Colossus and the Warp Prism. And Gumiho, such great trades for him. The Stalker's crumbling. I think Creator's micro down in these small-scale engagements is good. It's really good. But it is, of course, a game that is too far gone. The panic against the first Widow Mine drop, pulling his probes a bit too late and actually dragging the shot into the center of the Widow Mines, gets him in trouble, takes big economic damage, and now Gumiho leaning on this push. Remember, this is a giant map. If Terran's able to maintain a position like this, I mean, there's another entire army on the path across the map, right? Terran does not reinforce very quickly. The fact that, he's taking out your base, winning the fights on the front, where every single one of your Protoss units is engaging, and he's macroing behind it, building a 4th command center, going double eBay armory. Nice play for Gumiho, and he really wants that spot in the play-ins. Looks like he's got a very high likelihood of forcing Game 5.
Yeah, this is a very good chance of that. Nice usage of the rock towers to damage the rock blocker here. And
he just rocked the rocks.
He did. Yo, dog, I heard you like Dustin Browder, so we Dustined on your Browder. You could Browder while you Dustin. We are Gumiho pushing in here. Nice force fields. And that cannon actually staying alive through the shield battery, healing for forever. But ultimately, Creator is he's just too far behind here. Colossus pops out. He will hold this initial army, but Gumiho shows up with an army that's double the size. Creator is staying in this game for the moment. But you mentioned it earlier, 4th Command Center is now done. 2-2 upgrades are starting up as the infrastructure continues to roar forward here for Gumiho. I'm impressed that Creator's holding on at all. Those are some nice force fields. That cannon got immense value with how much it tanked.
Creator is like a warrior monk, man.
Yeah.
His morale is unlimited. This guy is like, his special feature as a StarCraft player is being unbreakable. Like, you have to actually end him. most fights, most military battles end with one side breaking and running or surrendering. That doesn't happen with Creator, man. You got to put him in the ground. You got to get him out of here. He will not leave until you put him down. The thing is, a guy like him it's a big map. He's very good at defending. He's very comfortable in these scenarios because he's so used to playing a defensive style. I've seen him make some pretty impressive comebacks in the past. Maybe not quite like Max Pax levels of just ability to just roll with the punches and absorb it and come out swinging, but he's still going to make it very hard. We already saw that Gumiho is not confident in the late game, like very unconfident in those first 2 games. It looked a little bit listless in terms of like, wait, we're just wandering around. What are we doing? This time I think he will be a bit more decisive, but he does need to like continue barreling. There's no reason to give Creator too much space. Gumiho's almost maxed. He's got a lot of macro going behind it, so it's time to continue the trades, and that's exactly what he does. Great multi-prong.
He's able to depower a bunch of structures in the natural. We see the push at the front, finding value, taking down that shield battery before it can complete. Zealots and Stalkers on their own are not going to be enough. Marauders will be able to just muscle through these Colossi as they are unsupported, and Creator dropping a couple semicolons.
Gumiho dropped a mule on top of him. I can't read Hangul, but I think he's saying, sorry, that was a misclick. I meant to scan, because he dropped a mule on him, dropping a mana mule. Often a classic piece of bad mana in StarCraft, where you're dropping a mining unit on their army as a way of saying, get out of the game. Unlike Gumiho to do that in a competitive moment, but we will find out, no doubt, from people in the Twitch chat and elsewhere what they were actually saying. I'm sure everybody in the Twitch chat who claims to translate it will be 100% accurate and definitely won't just make up random things off the top of their head.
Well, we all know that no one would just go on the internet and lie. That would never happen. So,
of course,
obviously we can trust everything that is going to be said there. That was a little bit of a spicy end. That was a little bit of a spicy end there to game number 4. And Creator, obviously not happy with how that one went in terms of the gameplay itself. He cannot be happy with that big mine shot. I'm honestly impressed that he got together an army that was actually competitive with what Gumiho had, considering that start. And if he hadn't been caught kind of super out of position, maybe he is able to actually defend that 4th base. Game kind of resets from there, and then we're looking at a situation where we're still in the game, and yeah, Creator's able to get to that late game on even footing. But for things to go the way that they did, and then that cheeky mule drop that we don't know exactly what happened, Creator might be feeling a little bit wrathful after game 4.
It would be funny if this is the moment where like Dark Gumiho comes out actually, and he's like, no, I really want that world championship spot. I know that Creator tilts, so I was actually telling him to get out of the game and leave noob at the end or something like that, like something crazy that's like so un-Gumiho like. You're like, whoa, that's crazy, man. Like, he's like, well, I mean, I didn't mean it, but like also I knew it would give me the best chance of winning game 5. Like I had to go to the dark side and be a bit of an ass. So, we'll see how it goes. It is going to go to game 5. Gumiho just taking a quick bathroom break as Tokamak will be the deciding map. It's interesting. How do you panic against a Widow Mine, right? How does it happen? Well, if there's one thing we've seen recently with pro plays and handling Widow Mine drops, and I'm sure you've had a few heart attacks commentating this as well, Steadfast, it's they like to often respond as minimally as possible and like send the workers back to mine before the Widow Mine's even fired. Often they'll pull the probes just to the other side of the mineral line and like not even click them off the minerals. There are so many times players will wait. A recent one we've seen a lot is the player waits until the Widow Mine actually fires, pretending they're not reacting, And then as it's firing, they pull that probe away from the other probes and pull those ones away. And you're like, talk about giving yourself zero room for error. Like, pro gamers are so perfect in practice, they will often do this. Problem that often does spring up is then you're in a high pressure moment, that EWC spot, or in this case, the playing spot on the line. You're nervous, you're sweaty, you've been playing games all night. That's when the thing which you pull off 99 times out of 100, I don't know, whatever the number is, without making a mistake. It's always the high pressure tournament moment where you make a mistake that you never make at home.
Yeah. And all it takes when you live on the margins, if you miss by a tiny little bit, all of a sudden you're off the page. And sometimes that means you're out of the game, and sometimes that means you're out of the tournament. And sometimes it's better to make things a little easier for yourself at the cost of absolute efficiency than it is to, cut that minuscule, tiny little corner off and end up missing and just screwing yourself in the process. But here we go. It is the ace match, the decider match. Spawning down in the bottom left. Can he refocus? Prevent the reverse sweep. It is Al Qudsiya Creator.
And in the top right side of the map, in the red, representing Seoul Esports, going for another gas burst. He's loving that early attack. It's giving him some success. Let's see if it'll continue. He is Gumiho.
Yeah,
we do have clarification, by the way, from Caster Maddox out there in the Twitch chat, who said basically, he said it was a mistake. I can clarify, that's exactly what he was saying after the mule drop. He said, sorry, it was a mistake. It was a misclick. I meant to scan. And yeah, that's exactly what we assumed. Obviously a bit of fan fiction. Popping into our head, the idea of Gumiho talking smack to a guy who he's been good friends with and competing with for over a decade. We don't see too many people this deep into StarCraft still having those sort of petty rivalries. The ones that used to have them have usually made up and become, gone from bitter rivals to close friends over the years, or at least begrudging respect at the very least.
Yes. Yeah, absolutely. It's funny because I actually didn't even notice the mule drop because it's been so long. Also, the camera did jump away like right as the mule came down, but it didn't even register because we just don't see mule drops anymore. But there was one player who used to do mule drops more, I think, than anyone that I can remember. Tell me, I'll say who it is after, but do you have a specific player in mind when I say that?
I mean, I'm thinking of so many kind of player gets cocky and then gets instant karma moments, which there have been over the years in StarCraft. I can't quite think of who drops the mules. I definitely a few ladder heroes, but in terms of pro players, there isn't one that comes to mind. For me, I'm thinking about Bomber dancing Marines. I think it was Bomber, and then Banelings rolled in and killed his whole army, and he kind of threw a game.
Yep.
And that's why you don't dance on creep against a Zerg who you are clearly beating, but you haven't actually beaten yet.
Yeah. Who I was thinking of, and it felt like he did this in like at least a third of his matches, Innovation. Innovation used to mule drop, I feel like, more than anyone. And it was just so wild. But I've kind of gone on a tangent here as Creator has switched things up. I don't remember if it was yesterday talking with State or if it was today talking with you, but we have seen a little bit of this PVT, this proxy third gate. This is something Max Packs used to do, and it's something SOS did without the gate itself, just a proxied pylon. What do you make of this as we go into Game 5?
I think it's a really decent build order, especially against gas first. This can massively punish it. You give up tech, but you have more units. So the thing is, you actually don't want to commit too hard to this. As Creator, you would rather defend with your abundance of units if you can realize what's happening, because Gumiho's committing very hard to Marine, Cyclone, Medevac as well. let him come to you with his pressure, defend it, and then hit him with a counterattack. Is I think the kind of winning maneuver. But he doesn't know exactly what's happening. He's about to shade in with 5 adepts. He could still get massive damage. Lots of SCVs exposed on the natural. Third gas coming up. It is getting ready for a potential mech transition because he's Gumiho and he's crazy like that. And the SCVs are in the open. Adepts already there. 2 SCVs go down. How much damage can Creator find? It looks like a very good amount. Marines unloading, but Marines no good against Adepts in these numbers. He has to fight though, otherwise he's going to lose too much mining time. 2 Adepts go down for 5 SCVs and 2 Marines. A fantastic starting trade. 3 Stalkers behind it. Gumiho needs to run home. He's still outside his base. The Mad Dog right now. He's not got a bunker up. No tank just yet. Oh my lord, he's outside and he's going to have to pick up and leave. He's got to get back inside that main base. Cyclone trading pretty well, but the medevac does take a ton of damage.
Oh, that grenade was almost so brutal for Gumiho. The medevac barely gets out of harm's way, but Gumiho is continuing to chase. He still doesn't recognize how much of a commitment this is. Grenade once again pushing the units forward. Doesn't get the Cyclone, but he does get that medevac. Siege tank. Gumiho has bought time for this siege tank. It does shoot the Adept. Not the ideal target, but then absolutely blows the other one away. Gumiho ultimately will survive. But look at the worker count right now. Even as a couple SCVs complete, it is a 10-worker lead for Creator. And with the blink on the way, the Robo facility started against those Cloak Banshees. This feels very successful for Creator.
Yeah, I mean, Gumiho is going for a lot of gas first, and gas first is a little vulnerable against this stuff, and it's a good idea for Creator to go first, like we said. Just get in there and have enough units to shut down Gumiho's aggression. He's gonna lose the Banshee! No, it barely survives! Oh my lord, so close!
But Cloak is not quite done yet. Blink is gonna close in. Gumiho should just park that in the corner. He should know Blink is very close to completing, if not done. Regardless, though, this is very trapped right now, and this will give Creator 1, time to get that Observer out. 2, I mean, it just feels bad for Gumiho to have that kind of setup countered. This is obviously, Creator has not run away with this game just yet, but this is a very, very nice start for him so far. Oh, naked barracks production. Just Marines.
Yep. Gumiho knows he's in a terrible spot right now. He knows that Creator, he's got map control, he's shut down the second Banshee as well. And Gumiho needs to go for something desperate. And he is going to move out right now, hoping that the Banshees have kept the Stalkers busy. Unfortunately for him, Creator is going to come forward. He does wait to attack it, but even then, unable to actually get the kills on them. Cyclone with a good chase does take down 1 of these boys. The Stalker's trying to pull back. The Tank Marine is here. Where's the SCV pull? Is that it coming? It's about 8 SCVs in total, not many, but the Stalker count kind of crazy right now. I mean, it is so few Marines. The Stalker count's insane. The Observer pulls back though. Banshee cloaks, which does disable some shots. Banshee in the natural as well. Creator's got to stay calm. He overprobed here. He's on 55 workers. I know that doesn't seem like overprobing, but against how desperate of a push this is for Gumiho, it might be. If Creator blinks behind, cuts off the reinforce, and then gives up the third, I think he's in an amazing spot. But if he tries to fight into this, I think Gumiho could get the victory. Third Command's in his building behind it. Gumiho does have a transition available. Creator makes the call to give up the base, but he has to cut off the reinforce. If he doesn't use his mobility advantage to start trading, then Gumiho could continue to push or could just actually get out of here with very few losses. Good blink across. They're going to go look for the reinforce now, but Gumiho's done a good job of gathering his forces up, trying to pull them together. A few SCVs and a Marine will go down. Another Marine. Whoa, Gumiho's got to calm this down. He's going to keep pushing. Gumiho shoving like a mad lad, gets himself an immortal. Where's the army of Creator? It just doesn't exist.
No, it doesn't, and we are going to see the robotics facility now coming under stress. Bunker walls starting up. Charge is completed for Creator. The Banshee coming back in will get taken down just before it depowers that 1 gateway. This is a very strong wall, but the bunkers are not done yet. Stalkers blinking in the low ground once again, but they do take a big couple of tank shots here. Probe's gonna lead the charge, but they're just gonna die. It's not a charge, it's a suicide run.
That was a misclick or something like that. Those probes running in. Oh, the Marine tank and Ranger, the natural now. Now, those tanks on the back are probably the most exposed ones, I guess, with Zealot Stalker there. Can he maybe flank it? Get rid of 2 of those tanks on the rear with the Zealot Stalker. There's a reinforce about to run into this. That's going to be a free tank. Nice catch for Creator. Creator needs to make magic happen right now. He's on 44 probes to 52 SCVs. No Dark Shrine, no Storm, no magic. It's just Charge Zealots. He's going to build depots behind his army. Gumiho is about as committed as you get. This is absolute madness. That Nexus is about to go down. Raven has headed back to his own side of the map. And look at this desperate attempt. But there is 4 bunkers and 4 siege tanks fighting into this as an absolutely disastrous engagement. Somehow the Protoss is breaking through. I thought more probes would die there. I'm actually amazed at the fact that he even broke out with so much left over. But the supply tells a story, and that is of a Terran with a 3rd command center and a Protoss with dregs.
Not just that, the observers were killed, the Raven showed up, provided detection, the Robo facility died, and a Banshee, another one, shows up with Cloak. Like you said, there's a 3rd CC done for Gumiho. Oh,
no way.
There's no energy recharge. There's no energy recharge. To save this. The Banshee is running out of Cloak energy, but it's still got 17 left. The Banshee.
Oh, my lord.
The natural expansion. Oh, Creator. Not like this. Not again.
This is absolute insanity, man. Banshee, I can't believe it. Gumiho had such a bad start. Creator was all over it, but it put Gumiho in a corner, and there is nothing more dangerous than a caged Gumiho, man. You put Gumiho in the corner. Nobody puts Gumiho in the corner. He breaks out with the most savagely, ridiculously all-in push. Part of me wonders if Creator just like headbutted, pulled probes, and just fought into it whenever the tanks were unsieged, because there just wasn't that many Marines to start with. But yeah, he just was such a decisive push. Creator with a vicious Zealot counterattack, though. Gumiho should not be out here on his 3rd, maybe. Oh my gosh, he gets hit before Stim. He loses a bunch of units. He's still way up in supply, though, and those cloaked Banshees, an absolute menace in this game.
Yeah, this is a situation where Creator, I mean, he delayed rebuilding his 3rd Nexus. I don't know that he had a choice, but even though this looks nice, even though these force fields look nice, Gumiho on 59 SCVs, 3 red arrows on income, 2 red arrows on gas, Stim about to complete 1-1 well on the way, and like you said, those cloaked Banshees, Creator is fighting his heart out to try and claw this way back, but I just do not see it happening here.
Oh, the sentry's going to go down. He's trying to get more Stalkers as well. Good focus on the Marauders by Creator and then blinking away, but he's so far down. 43 workers to 59. His Natural's not even finished rebuilding yet. The Marine's still chasing. He's trying to get that blink ready. He uses it again, but the Marauder's still there, and yet another 2 Banshees are going to go down. So costly, dude. So costly. There's SCVs here trying to repair the Banshee. The Drilly Boys trying to support the action. They say, let me hit the Protoss, man. They took down so many of my brothers. I'm going to build another bunker on the front because that's given me a lot of success in this game already. Gumiho not letting up the aggression. It makes perfect sense. What an insane series. It is a tragic reversal for Creator, a player who was up 2-0 at the start of the series, dominating Gumiho in the late game. Gumiho looked lost. He looked like he didn't know what to do there, but then he got aggressive. And boy, did he find success. Even though in this 5th game, he was in a really bad position, he manages to fight back and find a crazy push. Just to give you guys some numbers on that push, when it was happening there, it was, I think it was 8 Marines at one point on the front with 3 siege tanks and a Banshee and just a handful of SCVs. And that's an army not many people would have the confidence to push with, but Gumiho said, look, it's now or never, dude. I can't wait for Stim. I know Storm and Colossus and all that stuff's going to kick in, but he just shoved with it. He caught Creator off guard. His push was almost illogical. It almost didn't make sense, but that's exactly why it made sense, because a good Protoss player analyzes when your army's strong. Creator said your army's not strong for a little while, and he basically banked on Creator just being a little too greedy. Charge wasn't quite ready, and Gumiho will get that 5th place spot, which takes him to the play-ins.
Yeah, huge victory for Gumiho. The reverse sweep was absolutely stunning out of him, and he does it with those very aggressive plays you were talking about. I mean, it almost sounded like you were coaching him directly. You're like, Gumiho, you need to be more decisive. Like, you're sitting in the corner. He's sitting there like Rocky. He's all punched up. And, Adrian. And, you know, you're like, hey, Rock, you gotta get in there with the Marines and the tanks. You gotta make the Banshees. He's gonna get you in the late game. You gotta get him. And then, I'll get him, coach. And, boom. 3 games in a row. Decisive. And he gets that reverse sweep. Just stunning play out of Gumiho.
So sick, man. I mean, great comeback for Gumiho. As we always see in competition, there's only one winner in any match, right? You can't just do a good job and get a pat on the back. It's competition. It sucks for Creator. It's so painful for me. My heart goes out to him as a old friend I've had in the scene. Yeah, that's tragic for him. But at the same time, for Gumiho to fight back from down 0-2 after that start to the series, that takes him off. Well played. Do not go anywhere, ladies and gentlemen. We will be back with more games. We're still seeing who is going to challenge for that second place spot in this qualifier to go straight to the Esports World Cup, a very valuable seed. We'll be back with that after a very short break. See you all in just a minute.
Come into my world if you wanna see some action. Enter my zone, shut down the competition. Stand out from the crowd, yeah, I'm the main attraction. Come into my world if you're ready for some action. Are you ready? Are you ready? I came here to win. I'll never give in. Make my one woman on me. Only one woman on me. Only one woman on me. Only one woman on me. One woman on me. Are you ready? Are you ready? I came here to win. I'll never give in. Make my one woman on me. Only one woman on me. Only one woman on me. Only one woman on me. One woman on me.
Welcome back. We are going straight into our final qualification best of 7. Reason being, the other matches were quick. Beyond cut through that lower bracket like a hot knife through butter, defeating a whole bunch of players. Riyadh 3-1, Creator 3-1 as well before that as well. And of course, he did only fall in the upper bracket to Zoun, who eventually qualified. Now he faces Cure, another player who only fell to Zoun, who is going to be the finest and fairest Terran of them all. Cure or Beyond, these are the maps in the order. Steadfast, how are you feeling about this series?
Oh, you mean, I've been, wow, already screwed it up. I have been covering a lot of these EWC qualifiers. I did the Americas qualifier. That was an evening my time, and then noon yesterday for the EU closed qualifier day 1. That's going to be continuing today after this. Then woke up this morning at 5 a.m. 3 a.m. for this one. 5 a.m. start time. I am feeling ready for a knuckle-dragging TBT. I want to see these players 30, 40, 50-minute games. I want to completely lose my mind by the end of this one. Game 7, draw it again. I want a 3-hour series. Why not? I'm just excited for this one.
Dude, I love that you say that, because I'm like, well, if this was chess, watching basically a TVT that Beyond plays is a lot like watching a meth head play chess. Man is going to basically just knock the pieces off the board. It's either going to work or not. I feel like every TVT with Beyond, half of the games at least against another top Korean involve Proxy Reaper. Cure often leans into the same thing against him a little bit as well. I remember historically Cure was safer and would be more of the defensive SCV scouting guy, but I feel like you throw Beyond into a series, he's kind of weak to proxy barracks, but also has like the best proxy barracks of his own as well. It's so common, you just see quick knife fights, but obviously Cure is much better in a stable, slow, calm game. Raven, Tank, Viking, Cure, big favorite. Beyond, very good at getting advantages and momentum, but if the moment gets to him, that EWC spot on the line, we sometimes see him clutch at victory a little too tightly and as a result let it slip away. His TVTs against players like Oliveira from the World Cup, the Esports World Cup last year, are a good example where he would get ahead every game, play that mass marine style. He plays like a Zerg in TVT. He's like double factory tank, Viking advantage, get out of here. More medevacs, more marines, dropping in your base, hitting you from the flanks, out expanding his opponents. But sometimes it's a failure to transition off of that, because Beyond is so good at forcing his opponent into that turtley kind of defensive mindset. They're sitting on 3 bases trying to survive. He's on 5 bases. If you swap into Viking Lib, you don't even need to go Raven. Like, you just go 2 factory, tank, Viking Lib. It is such a hard thing to deal with if you're down 4 gases, right? 6 gases against 10. So I do think if Beyond gets in that classic position he's been in so many times over the years against Maru, Gumiho, Cure, I would love to see that late game transition off of Mass Marine into a more traditional style. If he brings that out, I think Beyond can absolutely take down Cure. But I do think Cure comes in as the favorite because he is much more consistent and stable than Beyond.
Yeah, I definitely think he's a very stable player. That's a great way of putting it. He's just a really strong performer in terms of how he executes like just the regular stuff, the normal stuff. He was the one that was doing the 3 Raven tank pushes off the 1-1-1 for so long, and you could see it was coming. And he would just execute it so cleanly. I'm talking like 4 or 5 years ago. He would execute it so cleanly that it would beat almost every other Terran in the scene on a pretty consistent basis, just because it was clean. It was so clean and the execution was so good. The only way to beat him was to do it as well or better than he did. But let's see how this one goes. It is the man with the micro. Can he get it done? Spawning up at the top right is the Shopify Rebellion's Beyond.
But does he have the answer to his opponent's stim addiction? Is he too consistent? Is he the immovable rock that the waves of bio will crash upon? I think there's a high chance the answer is yes. And the bottom left side for Team Liquid, he is Cure. And to build upon your point there, I do think it's something where if you look at how many tournaments Maru beat Cure on his way towards the finals in TVTs, there was a few years there where I think Cure would have won a bunch of GSLs, a bunch of tournaments.
Yeah.
But it was TVT against Maru where, oh my lord, it is disgusting, like the results when you look at Cure, because Cure would beat everybody late game standard play, and then there was like Maru who was like, oh sorry, I'm just better at that than you. The thing is, Maru wasn't better than him at everything. Cure would get ahead almost every game he played against Maru for like 2 years straight, and Maru would make unreasonable comebacks. He would be down so much for so long, and he would just take the perfect fights and then push on the production and win and get a checkmate, and we were like, oh no. I do think Q has gotten stronger since then. In the last 2 years, he's beaten Maru a lot more times, and he's separated himself from the rest of the pack even more, at least when he's on point. So he's going to go 2 Rax Reaper defensive up against Beyond's 1 Rax Expand. Now this build often just looks to catch an early Reaper, kill the SCV on the command center. If you can cancel the enemy command center or something like that, that's the dream. But that is, of course, a big reach. You're not actually delaying your command center that much as Cure, compared to a normal double gas, but in this scenario against a 1 Rax Expand, I guess it is actually quite a bit delayed. Does Beyond go Reactor after this Marine? If so, he might be in trouble, but no, Beyond is continuing to build Marines, so he will be in a position where he can defend this.
I'm gonna be honest, I feel like I haven't seen this particular build order setup run into each other very often. Beyond does get the first shot right there. Cure will know from the timing of that command center what this is, and that is going to let him know, okay, I should get aggressive into this. Now, this is a very neat little response to seeing that bunker. He says, okay, I'm going to just jump into the main. I know that you've made the Marines. That means you won't have more Reapers, so he can kind of outmaneuver this. Oh, almost gets a kill on one of Beyond's Reapers. Does get the Marine.
Slick.
It's another SCV. Good value so far from this little run by.
Yeah, really good control. Good control, goes back in. I think this is really good damage. Remember, it's not that crazy committed. And I think he's already done enough damage. If he can get, if he just leaves now, it's actually super worth already. But he's actually still building Reapers. Oh, he might get a checkmate. He might get a checkmate. Uh-oh, I told you Beyond's vulnerable to Proxy Reaper. I wasn't thinking about 2 Rax Reaper at home getting this much damage. This is crazy damage.
Not 10 SCVs going down. Yes, it's a 1 Rax Expand on the low ground. But man, oh man, did Cure just find an absolutely ridiculous start. And behind this, he's got a Cyclone in production. That is going to make it so that he, well, once that's out, really can't take much damage as long as that Cyclone's in position from any kind of counterplay until we get further along tech, at which point Cure's economic advantage will have kicked in. And in fact, we even have Cure with these 2 extra Reapers. I think I would have liked to have seen him keep them hidden, maybe, to make sure that a push was coming across the map. This is nice for Beyond that he pushes this back, but this is a very good start for Cure.
100%. Third command center for Beyond does go down before his opponent's natural finishes, which is super impressive. But you can't lie about the mining time differential. I mean, this is just crazy. You've got 2 barracks, you've got Ravens out, you've already got your Cyclone out earlier. Like Q's setup is going to lead to the next 4.5-5 minutes of this game just being incredibly scary for Beyond. If Beyond can avoid trading negatively, you can see he's like mostly closing the work account gap, and he's got a way faster third. So it's like, you can look at this and go like, oh, Beyond's not that far behind. And I'd say on economy, he is actually ahead. If they don't trade for 5 minutes, he will be in a very good spot, Beyond. Good luck getting through the next 5 minutes without Q utilizing this tech advantage, because he's got a better set of units. He's going to have Ravens with energy upgrades and all sorts of stuff. Like, if Q can go push with maybe the next siege tank that comes out, that would be great. But Q is actually gone siege tank, stim, sorry, here. Very early stim because he's played 2 barracks. Maybe missing an opportunity. I do think if he went immediate second tank, Cure could have pushed across the map, because, like I said, the tech advantage is really big. But, you know, this might give Beyond a little bit more time to recover. Beyond does need to make sure he doesn't miss workers, though. He's been missing a few worker productions already, and that's so important to actually utilize these faster command centers, you know? Got to catch up.
Absolutely. I do want to say I love the game plan from Beyond after taking that damage. Drops the 3rd command center, drops the double NG bay, and skips starport for a very long time. because if he tries to play a normal macro game from the position he was in, he's just going to be super behind. Just a really uncomfortable position. And like you said, off the 2 barracks follow-up, it's kind of common to go for that fast stim. If Kura just pretended that there was no second barracks and had just gone for that 1-1-1 Marine Raven push and gone for that very methodical setup, he's probably already sieging the natural, has Ravens, sitting there. The thing is, he can still potentially go for that. But we might already be looking at the end of this game. As it is, Beyond's going to get time for the stim and the 1-1 to complete. At the very least, 1-1 will kick in just about by the time this push gets set up. I'm still scared for Beyond to be able to hold this, but
Yeah.
I really...
There's a sliver. There's a sliver of a chance now, right?
Yeah.
Beyond's done the right things to give himself chances in this game. You might need to move out with some Marines and flank this, which is such a weird thing to say, but the Matrixes are going to ruin him. Like, his army needs to get all in the front right now, and he might need to even pull the SCVs. If these tanks get sieged, I think Beyond's chances might disappear in this game. Cyclone and Hellion on the other side of the map. He didn't realize it was the whole army. He thought it was just the front runners, and that's deadly because now the tanks get sieged. His tanks are doing nothing. Ravens even throwing auto turrets down. Wow, the SCVs get slaughtered. Yeah, Beyond needed to grab everything and jump on that as an ambush to have any hope. Just too much damage from the start, though. Cure commits to the 2-Rax Reaper, doubles down on it. Beyond that, with the 1-Rax Expand, takes a bit too much damage. I do think his Reaper accidentally jumping on the ledge back into the main, taking a few extra hits, led to things kind of snowballing a little bit. Like, he got a little bit out of control there because of that. So I think it's just like, hey, this is what I said. There's going to be a lot of Reapers in each other's bases. They're going to do a lot of damage. I wholeheartedly expect Beyond to proxy Reaper on Pylon in the next map and just go straight for the throat. It's a small map. You could argue it's not as good a map for a proxy because, hey, you can just build it at home and it's still just as good. But thinking of Beyond's mindset, I would expect him to counterattack. Of course, Qin knows him. He might scout for the proxy or he might do something that counters it. There could be mind games that come into play. I would actually love to see Beyond do another 1-Rax Expand and go for a 3-gas quick second starport, kind of those Viking tank pushes. I think that's really good on a small map like this. I think it's also the last thing Cure would expect from him. Obviously, I am simply thinking of options in my head. There's many ways they could choose to play, but I think that's a build which hasn't been as popular recently, but is still very powerful.
I will say, if Beyond wants to go for that proxy 2-Rax, he's got to be thinking, well, my opponent just opened defensive 2-base in-rack, or in-base 2-Rax. Like, yes, it got aggressive, and it ultimately did game-winning damage. Because even though the setup from Beyond was good behind it, and, he put himself in a position where he had a chance, it was a gamble, and he had to take that gamble because of how much damage he suffered. If you got to be wondering, will Cure just do this again? I don't know, but either way, we don't see the proxy spawning up in the top left. For the Shopify Rebellion, it's Beyond.
And his opponent in the bottom right side of the map, representing Team Liquid, it is Cure. That's interesting. Gas first for both sides. Beyond's a few seconds earlier, and Beyond not walling off. Now, the reason you don't wall off is twofold. Number one, your buildings aren't exposed there for a siege later on. Number two, you just spend less mining time, right? It's just like, hey, as long as I'm not getting overrun by Hellions running up my ramp, Hellion Reaper, if I'm not worried about that, it doesn't really matter that much. It also allows you to potentially protect your add-ons deeper inside your base if there is like a tank push later. In this case, he's building his barracks there, double gas for both sides. This is interesting because gas first into double gas before a command center basically gives you an insane amount of gas. Do we maybe see a reactor first from one or maybe even both of the players while going for a quick factory as well?
I mean, that would be pretty wild if we did. It's totally possible, but I would kind of hope not. It's going to be factory first out of Cure. So he gets an even faster factory than the fast factory already. But ultimately, yeah, I mean, there's a reason that this build fell out of favor. It is because that small difference of getting the gas first means that your barracks is later, couple seconds later. Therefore, your first orbital is a couple seconds later. Therefore, your first mule is a couple seconds later. And all subsequent mules, all subsequent SCV reproductions are just a little bit later. Ultimately,
you're waiting as well, right? So you lose a bit of SCV production with that as well. So yeah,
yes,
definitely
exactly.
slows
Things
you down
don't
a
time
little
out
bit,
quite perfectly. Yeah. Yeah, it's maybe they were just both playing ultra safe, wanting to get that really, really fast factory and Hellion production, and just trying to get a little bit more safety against the potential proxy 2-Rax Reaper.
Yeah, if
don't know.
Think about the proxy 2-Rax, Hellions are like so good at shutting it down, aren't they, right? Because you can repair them with SCVs and they just do that splash damage. They shoot far. They're really good tanky units as well. 90 hit points is a lot in these early skirmishes. So yeah, maybe it is just like, I want to be safe against any of those shenanigans. And 2 ships pass of the night. Oh my lord, Beyond's building add-ons. Kua is not. This is much better for Kua right now. Kua, is he going to get a very quick 2-0 advantage? He's going to get some good damage right now. SCV does go down, but Kua, because he's got a Hellion, he can fight with the SCV repair, pull the SCVs, and this is much harder for Beyond, who doesn't have any units at home whatsoever. He's defending with just the SCVs alone.
And this is the one situation where not having the wall actually does matter, because the Hellion can't get up the ramp of Cure, whereas Cure is able to get up. He gets into the mineral line, and just like that, 3.5 minutes into the game, Cure wins it with, honestly, a gift from the gods. That was a pure victory on just getting lucky.
I mean, it definitely is lucky that it lined up like that. You also can limit your bad luck and increase your own good luck by closing certain holes in your builds. And you said, oh, give us that 50-minute, 7 games in a row, 50-minute TVT. Meth head. I told you, meth head TVT. Dude, you put Beyond in there, TVT is so chaotic and so fast-paced whenever Beyond is playing. The man is willing to go across with 2 Reapers and Alien, 0 scouting, no idea what he's playing against, only building add-ons, no wall off behind it. That is a huge risk. You said it. You're like, this is the one situation the wall off matters, and I'm like, yep, like that is unfortunate for Beyond. He's down 0-2, but I mean, he's taken big chances there. Greed in game 1, and sort of quick factory, but a blind move out like that is very dangerous in game 2. And suddenly you go into Maganatha down 0-2. Kua, who has looked like the much more consistent player recently, he's showing it. But never count out the Shopify Rebellion Terran, because he has got some ability to make comebacks. And when you put him down, you can't count him out. His opponent, though, looking way more consistent so far. In the bottom right side for Team Liquid, this is Kua.
And his opponent spawning up in the top left for the Shopify Rebellion. It is Beyond. He needs your energy. He needs it bad. This is for the shot to the Esports World Cup. And we got to talk about the way in which Cure has won these 2 games. He has won them the way Beyond is supposed to win these games. He has won them with Reapers, with the first couple units. Granted, yes, it was weird situations in both games, but that's still going to be the kind of thing that could possibly weigh on Beyond a little bit. And he might be thinking like, this isn't supposed to happen this way.
Back to 1-Rax expand for Beyond. Wouldn't be surprised if he does try something like the old third gas, That being said, it's a big map, and rather than doing something like quick 3-4 gas 2 starport Viking tank, he might go for like a 2-1-1 sort of opening. Obviously after factory, right? So it's not, a classic TVZ 2-on-1. You need to get a Cyclone or 2 out, maybe a Hellion as well for early game TVT safety, but yeah, I wouldn't be too surprised if Beyond, it is basically, I just don't expect him to play a super standard Tank Raven 3cc defensive game, right? Like, it's just not wise for Beyond to play that against Kua. Kua is by far the better straight up standard player. Beyond is a guy, though, if he gets the Mass Marine going off a 2 barracks opening, makes it hard for Kua to even move out to take his 3rd base. That opens up opportunities for Beyond to build his own 3rd command center on location, 4th command center on location, go up to 8 barracks, sometimes even before 2nd factory. And that's a style which Beyond has shown exceptional prowess with. It really forces his opponents to turtle up, pull into their turtle shell, and give up map control, at which point Beyond becomes one of the greatest TBT players in the world in that middle stage. For now, he's scouting around for proxies. Cure, of course, doesn't know he's up against a 1-Rax expand, and he himself scouts for proxies and then pulls into a more defensive stance.
Yeah, I mean, you gotta be... To me, it definitely feels like Cure, with now 2 builds in a row, 2 games in a row, going for the gas versus double gas. It really feels like he's anticipating Beyond going for the Proxy 2-Rax Reaper and is just trying to really get the inside edge on it. And from, you know, a historical perspective, it does make a fair bit of sense. Like, 3 games into a TBT best of 7, regardless of what's happened in the first 2 games, it is surprising that Beyond hasn't gone for that Proxy Rax at all in this series yet. But ultimately, it's a great poker victory for Beyond in this game number 3 in terms of how these builds match up so far. Now, there is still a chance that this 3 Reaper 2 Hellion runs by the bunker, gets a bunch of SCVs, and more than erases the 1-Rax expand advantage. But that Cyclone is getting very close to popping out, and that really does the job at defending your bases very, very well against this kind of play.
So far, very generic play for Beyond. This is what I said I don't expect from him, but he's done it with a greedier start. So it will play well. He's got the bunker. It's mostly fully loaded. Cyclone's out as well. Bad run in here. Oh, he gets punished. Cure's going to lose 2 Reapers and a Hellion just like that. Very nice start to the defense for Beyond. He's got the second Cyclone and a Raven on the way. His third gas is mining. Cure also has a third gas, but he's going Cloaked Banshee against Raven double Cyclone. This works amazingly well for Cure if Beyond is doing the 2 barracks build that I said I expect from him. Because with that build, he skips Ravens. He cuts them entirely. And the one thing it doesn't want to run into is a Cloaked Banshee surprise. So I think Cure here is playing with the same sort of understanding that I have of Beyond. And Beyond is metagaming by playing like Maru. He is playing the most standard thing ever, specifically because he knows he's too predictable otherwise. And I love it. That's good range. That is good randomization of your strategies. You cannot be too predictable in a game like StarCraft. If you are, and your opponent studies you, they will get too many advantages. They will start off too many series knowing what you're doing before you even start doing it. And that is always a bad spot to be in. Third command center starts for him. Beyond has had an exceptional game 3 so far in the first 5 minutes.
Yeah, no notes. No, it's exactly what you're looking for, and it's exactly working the way that it does because of what you mentioned. To kind of piggyback off of your meth head TBT thing, this is like when Artosis says, what's the cheesiest thing a cheesy player can do? Play macro. What's the least expected thing a meth head can do? Join a country club. And right now, joining the country club of standard TBT. He's got his, you know, his fancy suit there, and he's sitting there with his Ravens and his cigars and his dollar bills. Oh, I love it.
No, zero, sitting in a very nice rich mahogany seat with a tall back, nice felt cushions, and not fidgeting even slightly, which is absolutely insane. I don't know how he does it, man. Those cravings are going to be getting to him, but somehow, beyond resisting the urge to stim, or proxy barracks and go Reaper, Cyclones are out on the map, which means these Banshees are going to be slightly annoying. You can't completely shut them down, but with the ability to drop auto turrets and the Marines together, they get an SCV, they grab a Marine. Those Ravens can, of course, scare them back, though. If they come any closer, auto turrets can end them. Surprised the Ravens are pulling so far back there for Beyond. Felt like they could stay on the edge, but hey, a good micro for Cure. He gets 6 Marines and an SCV, better than would have expected. Oh, okay, interesting little skirmish. Good trade for Beyond. Beyond's still further ahead here as his 1-1 starts. We are going to see the mech transition out of Cure. And this is something we saw Gumiho, I think it was Gumiho Bunny had a lot of mech v mech games. At least one mech v mech game, I think, earlier today is what I saw people talking about. I'm not sure how it went. I do know that Beyond dismantled Gumiho's mech, I believe it was, in one game. So it's definitely something he's played against today. And it's interesting that Q is bringing it out because it creates a very interesting dynamic. And it kind of is the classic dynamic we talked about, where Beyond gets to be the mobile guy running around the map. Q is turtling up and just trying to survive. I feel like that's good for Beyond because he had a good economic start. Now he gets to play the mobile game, the one where he's assertive, where he's aggressive. We'll see what he can do with it.
That is going to be the question. What can he do with it? Of course, we did see very quick Viking production out of Cure, which means he will have that air control. It's only 2 Ravens, but they are going to have interference matrices. And with the Crick Scout on this, Beyond already starts up triple Marauder production, which is going to give him the option to, well, anytime Cure exposes himself, if he does, don't think that's going to necessarily happen. Oh, almost a kill on that Raven. Good job from Beyond to pull it back pretty much immediately. But if there ever is an opportunity first round, the Marauders will ground and pound any exposed mech army. But Cure, is he going to give him that opportunity? I don't think so. Still, the fact that he's able to go into the Marauders as quickly as he does with that very good information that Beyond got off the scan, it's nice.
Beyond still hasn't taken a 4th command center, which I'm surprised by. It feels like Beyond is going to play the most stock standard way against this. Normally, you'd take a fast 4th on location, you'd be a bit greedy, and you'd think about when to pivot into Sky Terran. Because if you can get an economic advantage, get a lot more gases, you can crush mech by taking the skies. But that's further down the track, and those Ravens taking damage, really good zoning by Cure. He's got so many turrets in the main. Cyclone Duel on the Watchtower, and Beyond does lose control of it, but only temporarily. And he's still just roaming. 4th command center does build on location now. He hasn't started 2-2, but nor has he started a starport transition or 5th and 6th gas. It does feel to me like Beyond is putting a bit of tunnel vision into his army right now. He's still looking for the opening to drop the matrixes and just blast through. And there we go. Does find an angle. He will get rid of 2 of the tanks. The Ravens will pull away. It's a good start here for Beyond. Gets rid of 2 tanks. Sensor towers in range. But the Banshees, or the Banshee, I should say, with the Vikings shielding against the Raven and whatnot, that's really cool. Beyond adds 2 gases, his 2 starts. I guess the one criticism I have of Beyond is like he's doing a good job with his army. That's great if you're macroing hard behind it, but he's kind of been a little slow on his macro. Okay, now he decides to go for the starport transition. I'd love to see gases on his 4th base already going down and a few more command centers, because this is an incredibly expensive swap. To do that swap, usually you want to have like 5-6 orbitals, but Beyond's still going all of his gas into ground upgrades, and he's going 8 barracks. It does feel like Beyond might be rushing to a transition to air before he can really afford it. And whilst this isn't the worst thing in the world, it feels like normally as the bio player, you build a big economy advantage, infrastructure advantage, and you give yourself room to take some cost-inefficient fights. I do worry that Beyond's not giving himself that chance.
That could be a big issue for him. We do see Hellions running in on this 3rd base. The depot wall was not raised. Fortunately for Beyond, there is no Blue Flame Hellion upgrade. No Infernal Pre-Igniter, but that's still 8 SCVs for just 2 Hellions. That's a really fantastic value trade for Cure. More than happy to, well, keep that economy from getting explosive. Cure already starting a big Thor transition. He has not added his own 2-2, which is quite surprising, because that mech really does power up quite hard when you get that +2 vehicle weapons especially. And it makes me wonder if he's just going to maybe max out and go for a big shove.
I think it's an oversight. He's stuck defending for a while yet longer. Here we go, tanks sieging up in front of each other. And we are seeing the tanks trading a little bit. Both tanks shelling on each other. Vehicle weapons is done for Cure. Beyond's not even started. And Hellions once again driving into his base. Beyond has been taking a fair bit of damage against these. Just double Hellions keep clicking in there. Bio on the left does get pushed back. The tanks have unsieged. Beyond, it feels like he still hasn't made a super like mass command center swap, so he doesn't have unlimited scans and mules. He's swapping into Viking control though, so this air fight is going to be so important. Now, interestingly, the armory is going the plating, not the attack upgrade. Normally attack's considered a bit more important, but I guess with Vikings they're both equal since it is a double attack unit. Okay, wow, what an interesting situation, because, yeah, Q is gearing up for the end game. 3 commands and his 2 more starports. Finally starts +2 vehicle weapons. Both sides being a little sloppy with their upgrades. It feels like Beyond should have had access to more gas earlier, but he's not. He's only just taken his gas now on his 4th. So he doesn't really have anything except surprise on his side when it comes to air units. And you think, cool, well, you can get 5 more Vikings and win, but I don't know if he can. There's Thors out, lots of them. They've got the supreme range advantage in this fight. it does feel to me like Beyond's army is more and more focused on Kua getting out of position and him catching it with a Marauder flank. Like, even though many minutes have gone by at this stage where Beyond's had map control, it doesn't feel like he's got a clear edge in the air war. This is very dangerous for him. Normally, I favor the mech player because he's massing more command centers. He's more focused on the long game. Kua is not looking for the long term, for the short term finish. He's looking for the long term win condition in the very long run. And beyond, he's taking such a long time to add command centers and kind of make that transition. It does feel a little bit like Beyond not quite realizing this game is, I don't think it's ending before the 20-minute mark. And he's going there, but Kua is just racing to that 30-minute mark. Ravens, double armory, interference matrix, 5 command centers building at a time, 2 more starports. I mean, that production tab tells you a story, and that is one of Kua really gearing up for the long term. It could still go either way, but naturally the mech player will usually be more efficient, and if he's got more mining, more money, more infrastructure, then his chances, I can almost see like his power bar just filling up a little bit bigger than Beyond's.
Yeah, this is absolutely a really nice transition coming in for the late game here. Kind of funny little interaction right there as the Cloak Banshee comes in, kills an SCV. The armor is, of course, at +2, so it means that it takes an extra shot for the Banshee to kill the SCVs. Just kind of a funny little interaction. Liberator on the left side will end up cleaning up this small little force that was holding the watchtower. And that's a nice little find for Cure. But yeah, I got to agree with you. The aggressive moves in infrastructure for Cure are far snappier than those that we've seen out of Beyond. Beyond is adding that mass orbital farm now, and he's already up to 6 orbitals himself. It's not like he's been completely lacking, but it could have been a lot earlier. I got to agree. Still,
yeah, he's still setting up for the late game, right? So it could still go either way. And, you know, I really wanted to make that point because I thought he would have identified how turtly Kure was, but he didn't. He's, oh my gosh, misclick. Netavax get taken down, does get a Raven at least, and gets the command center started, or the SCV on the command center, but not the command center itself. Looks like a Lib came in, got 8 more SCVs. Units lost tab looking decent. Kure is 700 resources ahead. Gotta love that as a mech player. Being more efficient, expanding to a 5th, now a 6th base. Liberator harassment's continuing. Gonna need a lot of turrets in this game. Kure being really annoying with such small investments. And his Raven count grows. And Ravens are the late game king unit. Raven Thor is actually a comp I first discovered many years ago watching, I think it was way back, Caster's Civil War. I remember Ryung wrecking Clem with Raven Thor. And I was like, is Mass Raven Thor really an army? And dude, I never... Oh my gosh, it obliterated. Like, air units just disappear. All your tanks get interference matrix. Libs get interference matrix. It's very hard to deal with this if Kure micros it correctly. And I feel like with the momentum that he's got, he's also got a 3rd armory, which is just super cool. He's in a really nice position. And as long as he doesn't get those Ravens EMP'd or something like that, Kure is building up to an amazing position.
Yeah, that's, I mean, technically that is an option, but I feel like that's one of those things that it would be featured more so on a Euthermal video than in an actual professional match. It's really hard to get those ghosts in a position to be able to get that Raven. We are going to see a little bit of a skirmish coming in here, anti-armor missiles from both sides, and it will just kind of be a respect moment where they're like, okay, don't want to go for it. Kure is going to be the first one to sack some of his SCVs here. We do see tanks moving in on the right side. Nice unsiege there from Beyond, but ultimately will still lose this tank in the middle, and that will give a ton of map control and map vision to Kure.
Q is just 5 steps ahead. Look at this. He's throwing SCVs away because he's already made that transition to mass orbital. And he's already pushing the front with turrets, sensor towers, tanks, and Thors. He's taking control of the watchtower. Ravens keep shutting down Beyond's tanks at every moment. I mean, Beyond right now is trying to mass Viking with a few libs behind it. Well, that's awesome. They do 2 damage a hit. Beyond's SCVs are much stronger. Yeah. Big push, though. Big push. He's going to get position. And I think this makes perfect sense. Q is playing so well. How do you fight into the Thors? How do you possibly fight into the Thors? Interference Matrix on the libs could also be really big. Anti-armor missile does come down. Raven's coming forward here, and the Viking Raven is going to obliterate this army. Interference Matrix is even on the enemy Vikings. Q, though, his supply is a little low. He's got to be careful. Counterattack's going to go down south. Are there many tanks on the defense? It looks like Bjorn is scanning ahead. He's losing command centers at home, so he's kind of had his hand forced here. And he's going to start breaking through. Gets rid of 2 tanks. Kua, where's your defensive tanks and planetaries, mate? Have you been caught off guard? Beyond up against a wall at home. Forced to go for the counter, but he's finding pretty big damage. This is a fantastic counterattack. Getting multiple command centers down. Tanks, lots of SCVs and infrastructure. If he can win the Viking fight, that could be massive. But the Thors and the turrets are a problem. Beyond, his Vikings need to pull back.
Yes, they do. Those missile turrets are very frustrating to deal with. But this attack is actually so dangerous. Cure did something very interesting where he cut Hellbats basically out of his army. And that means that he has a lot more technical army. But it also means that he doesn't really have any mobility to get back quickly. Of course, you can morph into the Hellions, run back home, cover. We are going to see
auto turrets
a little bit here. Auto turrets trying to cover there. Yeah, that's going to be
really
Cure ultimately pushing this one back. And he has cut 2 of Bjorn's bases off. A lot of orbitals did fall for Cure, but he's still on 5 of them. And Bjorn is... I mean... I feel like Bjorn doesn't currently have what he needs to deal with his opponent's army. He's gone for 30 Vikings, which is just an absolutely wild amount. He is going to go for the interference matrices here on the tanks, but the Marauders are so far away from those tanks. There's still 3 of these tanks shelling away those Marauders on the bottom side. We will see the majority of a cleanup on this tank army, but that was not all of Cure's force.
I think Bjorn needed to go fully into bio and trade and then fully into starport or vice versa earlier. I think at this, because he's been half and half for so long, now he's into a dominant air army. He could easily overwhelm the Thor Viking if there wasn't 50,000 turrets everywhere. But there's so many turrets on this map, it's so hard for him to take an engagement. And the Thors, they've got the safety of missile turrets to fall back on. I mean, Bjorn's trying to build his own Ravens, but this is plan C, right? It's not plan A, it's not plan B. He's going to it after so much delay, and he's lost so much infrastructure. He's down 5,000 resources in the units lost. Kure just happy to sit on his initial 6 bases. He doesn't have any pressure on him to try and expand to these risky corners because Kure has played a more methodical, calm, and efficient style from the start. I do like this Liberator, that's nice. Sieging up through the middle, and does have Lib range as well, so he sieges it from pretty far away. Vikings are covering it. It is right now 26 to 20 Vikings in favor of Bjorn. So the Viking Raven coming over. Oh, with no Thors to cover. It's a good fight for Bjorn. Bjorn does get a little skirmish. Kua's work account's not that big. Let's take a look at the orbitals. 5 for Kua, 8 for Bjorn. Bjorn still has more mules dropping. If he could just get into one of these bases, deny it, and then maybe catch a bunch of Kua's army out, I think it would be so amazing. But I almost feel like if Bjorn had 90% bio and less starport units, he'd actually have more of a chance for the comeback play. But it does feel like Viking Lib is a bit less agile than the Marauders, and with so many turrets, it's hard to find an opening. Mass repair would be really good there as well. Those units very heavily damaged.
Yes, something also that would make this... Oh, hold that thought. We do see a little bit of a jump coming in on this small... Oh, I was going to say tank force. It was a Marine, or a tank and a Thor. Oh, this is a very nice find on all these fresh mules. They are going to get taken down. A Thor killed that one base in the top right. This one escaped and did re-land. Ultimately, those SUVs are going to go down. Both players do not have an endgame economy in the sense of mining. They have an endgame economy in the sense of potential with how many mules they can get, but they do not have the crazy amount of mining that you kind of need here to sustain, I guess. And it means that neither one of them has been building a bank. They have really been spending all of the resources here. But something that's missing is smart servos, is what I wanted to say. Anti-armor missile will paint all the Vikings on both sides there, but there's no answer to these Thors currently. Could see some potential interference matrices, but it looks like Bjorn does not want to take the fight. He knows if he loses this game, he goes down 3-0 in the series.
Kure's looked so calm and methodical with this mech play. Going for the Ravens so early and gaining so much efficiency. He's 7,000 resources ahead in the units lost. I mean, that is such a big amount of efficiency. Beyond his long distance mining the gold right now in the bottom left side. That is a really desperate situation. Next to the watchtower there. He's out of gas as well. And the Hellions are going to run in and do a bit of a run by on his third base. Even at this stage, his third or fourth base just taking damage. Tries to push down the bottom left. He's got a lot of Ravens. There is still the dream of matrixing every single Thor. 10 Thors, stimming 32 Marauders on top and wiping them. And then saying, hey, Vikings, do you want to land on this? Because Ravens can't spam auto turrets quickly enough to deal with that, right? There's not enough room to throw them down. The Marauders will just delete them. He's going to try and rotate here and clear this base. Can he land it? Ravens go for those matrices we were talking about, but a lot of the Ravens get shot down. There's still 5-6 Thors in the back. Other Thors, they're trying to pull away. Cure, he's going to go for the auto turret spam. Can he land the auto turret spam? He can. The Thor's doing really well. Auto turrets helping out. Anti-armor missile lands, and that is a devastating engagement. Cure does manage to stop Beyond's last-ditch desperate effort there to catch him out of position. And without being able to land those spells, Beyond, it is looking like being forced to a late game, a situation he does not want to play. I thought off of this early opening, you know, he'd be a little more like YOLO in the mid-game, maybe doing like 6 tanks picked into medevacs, boost them forward, siege them in a good location, isolate 1 or 2 enemy tanks, and then get in range of a base. Like, you know, that sort of roaming around. But I think when he faced Mech, he kind of went, oh, I wasn't quite expecting Kua to play this against me. What exactly do I do against it? And he's taken a long time to get to the situation he needs to be. Those Widow Mines, by the way, the best anti-air splash damage in the game from Terran. They are insane if they can land on the enemy Vikings. The Widow Mines shielding the front of this army. The Viking count of Kua looking so good. Beyond's army cowering in fear. He is just too outmanned.
Yeah, this is just looking like it is going to be that 3-0 lead for the Korean Terran from Team Liquid. Cure getting this decisive victory here, puts himself on EWC qualification points. He has only dropped maps so far today to Zoun. That is the only player who has been able to take games off of him, including now just a ton of TVTs at this point. This is, I believe, his 6th TVT map. Yeah, he 3-0'd 3-0'd Gumiho and is now up 3-0 over Beyond. This is really, really impressive out of Cure.
Incredibly well played. Yeah, he looked so geared up for the late game. Everything was really tight, very focused on what he needed to do. Mass turrets on the edges, no chance for drops. Very methodical expansion rate. Only real big mistake we could point out is the 2-2 was very delayed, which you picked up on very well. But he had 8 factories so early, right? Blue Flame was there, servos was there. Actually, he didn't have servos. You said he did miss that one upgrade, right? Tiny mistakes for Cure, yeah?
Well, I was actually thinking Beyond needed it more because he was the one that it felt so. Cure had the Thors necessary. I mean, Smart Servos is just always so good for the Hellbats, for the Thors, for obviously the Vikings. It's just such a valuable upgrade, and I feel like the anti-air splash can actually be really, really sneaky. If you get a sneaky Smart Servos morph when their opponent's not expecting it on the Thors, 5 Thors shoot at 20 Vikings and they just disappear in a ball of cloud and metal. But I was thinking it was actually looking pretty necessary there for Beyond to have the Smart Servos much more. So hold that thought. We do see something happening very quickly. Spawning up at the top right, it is Team Liquid's Cure.
And in the bottom left, going for a proxy. This is Beyond. He says, screw it. This is not working. I'm playing against my image. I'm tricking him. Like, remember, he kind of got away with the greedy opening. He kind of tricked Cure a little bit in that last game. Didn't take much damage to the Banshee. But, dude, he's like, screw this. This is not working. I need an easy win. I need a confidence booster. Double Barracks Reaper. Let's go. Cure has gone Barracks Gas. And that is going to be interesting to see how it pans out. Is this actually going to be a tight enough defense? He's going to scout with the Reaper. You'll notice the barracks are placed far enough away. The Reaper normally doesn't check that far. So if Cure doesn't go all the way to the barracks and then get surprised by the first 2 Reapers jumping in, this could be very good for Beyond.
Yes. And a couple things. One, It is wild that Cure went for some degree of anti-proxy 2-Rax Reaper 3 games in a row, and his opponent didn't do a proxy 2-Rax Reaper. And now the one game that he goes for the Barracks Gas, which is still decent against proxy 2-Rax Reaper, don't get me wrong, but it's not that like more sharp counter of an in-base defensive 2-Rax or a slightly faster factory off the gas first, double gas. With all that being said, kind of funny the way this works out. Also, gotta hand it to Beyond for having the cojones to go for something like this on the verge of being eliminated, and I love it. And Cure, he's sending the Reaper all the way across the map. Oh boy, this is going to get awkward for Cure. This is so good for Beyond.
Yeah, I mean, this is absolutely a bit of a scary mistake. It's going to be a problem. Q does get inside an undefended base. He's going to be fighting SCVs there, but here is 2 Reapers. And can Beyond get Q's? Oh, nice grenade. I love that grenade. But 3rd Reaper comes in. These Reapers going to be pulling to the side. Meanwhile, Beyond's SCVs chased further than I would have liked. They are going to actually all go down, all 3 of them. But 9 SCVs going down. Beyond!
Oh no! The SCVs kill Qers, and Beyond keeps all of his Reapers alive as well.
Absolute disaster for Q there. That man just tasted the drill.
Yes, he did. He tried to spoon feed it back to Beyond. Beyond said, no. There's no spoonful of sugar with this. I'm not having it. And he will manage to get these units. He will get the snowball, and Beyond should, at this point, be able to notch his first victory in this game, even gunning down the Hellion in the middle line before it can get repaired. Cure finally forced to tap out in this one. Finally forced to concede a game in this last qualification match.
None of this building 10 command center nonsense. No! Back to basics, back to what he does best. Man with jetpack, 2 P45 Gauss pistols, and a dream of butchering his opponent's worker line. That's what Beyond does best, and he brings it out in game 4, gets a point on the board. I'm hoping this is the beginning of a comeback train, because this series, it was looking a little sad, a little one-sided. Q were winning at all stages of the game, early game, mid game, and late game. But now Beyond brings one in with a cheesy start, and that's going to put Cure on notice and say, hey, it's not that easy. You can't get the 4-0. Of course, Beyond still needs to win 3 games in a row to get that final spot. Now, either player, whoever loses, still has their spot in the play-ins, essentially a final chance to get into the Esports World Cup. But you really want to get the actual spot now, right here. Cure is 1 game away. He just needs to not choke. He's got 3 more chances. That is a huge advantage for a player who's looked much better than his opponent. Sending the Reaper across, I think, was just basically a choice he made. Didn't expect the proxy barracks to come in, was caught completely off guard. No doubt he's not going to make that mistake again.
Yeah, I think he's going to be a lot more careful this time. It's still a difficult defense if you end up keeping that Reaper at home, but there's a possibility of it. It's definitely a chance. It's definitely something you can do if you have that high ground advantage with the Reapers. You pull a couple SCVs, you're able to deal with it. Yeah, that's just one of those situations where Cure got a little caught. I think he was like, there's no way Beyond goes for a proxy 2-Rax Reaper down 3-0. He would never. That's ridiculous. Why would he ever do that? That's insane. And I mean, Beyond absolutely is like, okay, it's insane. I've done it. Game, set, match, Beyond. Or, well, I guess just game, Beyond.
Nice play there. Let's see if he can keep the train going. I want to see him get back in his groove. Repping Shopify Rebellion, it is Beyond.
And his opponent spawning down in the bottom right, sending out his first SCV with another one following it up. He says, okay, 2 can play this game. It is Team Liquid's Cure.
These guys saw ZVZ and they thought, let's bring TVT to that level of aggression. Like, I've played knifey spoony before. Well, Bjorn gave the knifey to Kura in the last game. Kura's going to try and give him the spoony this time. Double 14 Reaper, the most committed, not even 15 barracks, the most committed proxy Reaper you can go for. It is going to hit like a brick, and Bjorn is doing a gasless expand. We are almost certainly about to see a checkmate, unless Bjorn can pull off a miracle. He's going to be defending with unupgraded Marines off 1 barracks against 2 barracks Reaper. This is a nightmare.
This is as bad as it gets. Oh man, I gotta agree. This looks like it is going to take a miracle. Cure has all the micro potential in the world for this one. Bjorn not looking around with anything he's got. Cure going to represent the block on the 1 racks expand. Look, oh man, he's selling this so well. This is actually going to make Bjorn truly believe that this is just an SCV scout for that 1 racks expand timing. And
oh wow,
what a way to sell this for the qualification point. Absolutely brilliant stuff out of Cure. It's not over yet, but
it's not. He's got to pull the boys. Yeah. I mean, when Bjorn sees this coming, he needs to get his Marines to the high ground, abandon the low ground, and pull 10 plus SCVs, and then just rebuild his command center on the high ground. Like, he needs to keep his Marines together and grow their number. That bunker is not going to be able to finish. Oh, 1 Marine already down. Second one getting tagged. Oh, he gets ripped in half. The SCV goes down as well. I don't think he's ever going to get a Marine inside the bunker as he's trying to get down there. The grenades are good, though. Already a bunch of SCVs have gone down. Marine tries to rotate that. He's got to get inside the bunker, otherwise he's going to get focused. Doesn't get inside the bunker. And Bjorn knows he's done for. Tried to get away with some greed. A very cool opening. I think he was going to play 3 barracks after that. I mean, that would have been a really cool opening if we got to see it come around. But GG, well played. Cure deserved this. He just looked too good in this series. We knew Bjorn needed to gamble to get back in it. He gambled on the proxy racks, made it work, tried to gamble again, and Cure said, nah, buddy. Nah, there's no way. Double 14 barracks. Sells the story by blocking the command center, and that is a well-deserved victory. Honestly, if you look at the way the players played today, there was no freak occurrence. There was no, oh, wow, this player is just super ridiculously lucky today. Zoun dominated the bracket and absolutely deserved it against Rogue, Bjorn, and Cure. Gets that first spot to EWC from this qualifier. Hands down. No one else looked close to his level in this tournament. He looked amazing. Cure looked dominant against everyone that wasn't Zoun, including Bjorn here at the end of the day as well. You could almost see the levels. Zoun at the top, Cure there, and then Bjorn pretty good in 3rd place. And you could just see the clear steps. It felt like today's tournament with the double elimination format found exactly who deserved that spot. Of course, we are seeing a few players get those play-in spots. Their lives aren't completely over yet, but the Esports World Cup has got another Terran and another Protoss in their ranks.
That they do, and I gotta say, it would have been a damn shame. Ultimately, it's very sad when the players don't make it. In a perfect world, we'd love to have a 128-player World Championship with a $50 million prize pool, but realistically, that's not the way the world works. And Cure, once again, I said this at the beginning of the broadcast, he was top 5 at the last EWC. He knocked out Maru in that tournament. It would have been a damn shame for him to not make it through, and especially with the way he was playing. I gotta echo your sentiments about Zoun. He was the best player of the day and had 100% the hardest road through it, taking down a Rogue that's been surging, a Bjorn that came 3rd in the qualifier, and Cure, who came 2nd and was the 2nd player to qualify. Like, just stunning victories across the board. A little bit of heartbreak for Bjorn. He still got that chance. The 3 players that will be in that one are going to be Gumiho, Bjorn, and Riyadh. So 3 Korean Terrans going to be making it into that global qualifier for the opportunity to make it to the top 4 of that qualifier and then get to the play-ins at EWC itself. They'll be joining Estrella and Lancer. We'll figure out who the other 3 European players are after this one. Other than that, I've been Steadfast. Is there anything you want to say before we wrap things up?
Shout out to Zoun once again for also, I think, breaking Rogue's mentality, because he got crushed by Riyadh as well after that. I feel like Rogue now it's time for you to win GSL, buddy. We still want to see you at the Esports World Cup. It is time for you to win GSL Season 2. Please do it for me, Rogue. I want to see you there, buddy. I think that would be a miracle run. But dude, we've got EU around the corner. We've been holding up their broadcast. Ladies and gentlemen, I know you're excited for it. So yeah, EU's about to start. You're going to find out who's getting those spots from EU, who's getting to the play-ins. So thanks so much for casting with me, Steadfast. Thanks everyone for watching, and good night, everybody, and enjoy the rest of the qualifiers on the road to the Esports World Cup. We hope you have a fantastic evening.